Well, hello guys and gals. My stream crashed. Ever since I installed this new processor, I've been having issues. I don't know exactly what's causing it, but I'm definitely going to have to figure it out, that's for sure. Now my camera doesn't work either. My whole life's a mess right now. I don't even understand what crashed me earlier. It was really freaking strange. Guess they moved on to number 2. Let's see if they made it. Number 3 or number 4 or number 5. A new format? No, my camera just doesn't work. Don't know why. It's weird. I was about to check the device manager and see why the hell my camera wasn't working. Let's see here. Sometimes you just gotta kill it and let it come back. Number 3, maybe? Number 3. Where is it? Let's try this. Man, that jank just does not exist anymore on my computer. It's like the webcam just like died and like blinked out of existence. Well, you don't always need to see my ugly face. If the stream crashes again, though, I won't be back. Apparently, I have some work to do to try and figure out why the hell my system is crashing. So, something that I'm going to have to take some time and figure out. I'm assuming that the new processor has put some demands on the system that were not there originally, I would assume. Something strange. Perhaps it's a PSU issue. Could be a power supply problem. Maybe the new CPU is just pulling too much current. I don't necessarily think that that's the case, but I mean, I could always upgrade the power supply and see if that fixes the issue. I can't remember what wattage I'm running right now, but man, I cannot stop coughing to death. I don't even have my freaking chat open so I can see what you guys are saying. Darkado, I have been sick for like 3 weeks straight, and it's not getting better. And I swear, like, every single day, like, I wake up and I'm like, maybe it'll be a little bit better today, and it's not. Maybe I'm just dying from cancer or something, I don't freaking know. I mean, I say that as a joke, but, like, I've never had a sickness last this long, so it actually is starting to worry me a little bit. I mean, I went to the doctor, and they basically told me nothing was wrong with me. So, I guess I'm just imagining it. I guess there's nothing going on. It's all in my mind.
I can't.
It's all in my mind. 40 all-res damaged Karash shield. Yoink. Yeah, he freaking got my Merc in a heartbeat, Bodo, didn't he? Little turd face. I don't much appreciate that. Oh, Bloody Foothills and Frigid Highlands. It's kind of a nice one. We should go murder Eldritch real quick. Murder Shank too. Shank doesn't deserve to live. Yeah, he gave us a ring. We can always go kill Shank and Eldritch real quick before we reach Chaos Run. It's actually worth it since they're terrorized. Since they're terrorized, someone a higher level than me should make the game, though. Someone who's not a lowbie. Who's not a little lowbie. Well, under the hunch that it is a power issue, and that for some reason or another my system may or may not have enough electricity, like oomph, to push the 3090 video card and the 5800X 3D, I went ahead into MSI Afterburner and I literally just like turned down the power limit on my GPU by 5%. In fact, you know what? Let's bring that down another 2%. To 93%. And the purpose of that is to just limit the amount of power that my GPU is pulling. And hopefully, you know, maybe prevent the issue. Because if I am right there on the border, which doesn't make much sense because the 3800X was a 105 watt CPU, and the 5800X 3D is also a 105 watt CPU. So they technically should have been pulling the same power no matter what. So I'm not really sure. Darkado, the problem with my throat is inside of my airway. It's not inside of my, like, esophagus, which is part of the issue. Like, you know, it's not like my swallowing area, it's the breathing area. And there's really not a lot you can do in the breathing area. I'm going to try unplugging my webcam and plugging it back in, see if that helps. That took way too much effort. My apologies. So unprofessional. How dare you? So unprofessional. God dang. I had to, like, fiddle with the cord, so the whole frickin' camera's just, like, messed up. Everything. Everything. You know, you get things a certain way, like in your little area, and then like something gets messed up, and you've got to move stuff around, and it just screws everything up. You're like, oh my god. Wow. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this? No. And nothing's right. A little bit further up. Why is that all messed up now? Thank you for the subscription amidst my horrible mess. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, don't do that. It's terrible. Well, that's just really strange. Autofocus. That jank is trying to autofocus like 18 times a minute, every single minute. It's like, oh, let me autofocus again. Let me, hold up, let me autofocus one more time. Hold up, if I could just autofocus one more time. Let me just do another autofocus. Let me just another focus. It's okay. Just one more focus. We got this. Just one more focus. One more autofocus. If you could just give me one more focus, please. You know what? Just one more focus. Okay, yeah, okay, almost there. Just one more focus. I always turn off autofocus. It's terrible. And Jank be like autofocusing every single 5 seconds, and you just be like, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. And you're just like, blurry, clear, blurry, clear, blurry, clear, blurry, clear, blurry, clear. Blurry. Oh god, 6/6 gold everywhere. It's the mark of the beast. It's the mark of the beast. Wow, 3 max damage, 14 attack rating, 5 to 10 cold, level 17. Huh, it's kind of sexy for level 17, I'm not gonna lie. War Travs? We got War Travs on the ground. Hey, travelers of the ethereal War Travs, what? Who's trade with me? You has, 20 life. Ooh, I like a 20. Ooh, that's a nice one, too. You sure you don't want this black? I'm pretty sure you could get like an ohm rune for this. Like, if not a little bit more. Believe it or not, 20 life plus 1 min damage is I'm pretty sure an ohm rune or higher. Oh wow. 3 to mana after each kill with resistances and dexterity. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Look at that. 7 to min, 3 to mana steel, 6 all res, 32 poison, 7% magic fiend. Magic fiends. Alright, where were we? Did we do chaos here yet? My unprofessionalism. Can't even see my Aunt Katsuki no more. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. I need to be able to see my Akatsuki. There. Perfect. Ooh, XP trap. Ah. A hail of arrows. Mighted Urdar, y'all can go shove it. Cody. Come here, Boobus. Come here, Boobus. That's right, Boobus. Boobus, he is a Boobus. I'm not sure what the perfect roll on a Talrashes is. My freaking poll went away because, of course, the stream crashed. What did I do? I had Yu Yu Hakusho. I had a D-Gray Man. What were my other options? I can't even remember what all my options were I had last time. D-Gray Man, Yu Yu Hakusho. I was trying to do like slightly lesser known shows that are still pretty good. So, you know, not like the mainstream ones that everybody always has anyway. Sandy Grayman, Yu Yu Hakusho. Let's do Soul Eater. Soul Eater's an interesting one. And then for the last one, we can do something like let's do Claymore. Claymore's an interesting. I don't think I had that one up there last time, but you built the Enchantress Chew, Jeremy Rance. How'd you like her? A totemic mask. Grandy Jammy. Oh no! Extra fast mighted, and I teleported in for the Grandy Jammy. Why did I do it to myself? Why did I do this to me? I didn't even get the Grandy Chammy either. I didn't even get the Chammy. I didn't even get the Chammy. Didn't even get the Jammy. Another Jammy. I didn't even get the Jammy. 23 attack rating. Ooh, it's Brody. Do I know if they're going to come back with another season of the Gray Man? I have no clue, to be honest with you. Haha, I died. Another. Oh, that's the same totemic mask. With some antlers. Guess let's go to number 5. Since somebody else is making the games because they got the high level for the TZ zone and they're gonna do it. I mean, I'll make it too, but it'll be crappy on the TZ zone. Beep beep. Beep beep. Oh, it's already. Yeah, she does pretty damn good.
Not here.
There, you can have a chant too, Black Wither. Black Wither. There you go, Mizon. Pyong, 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 pyong. Pyong, 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 pyong. Look here, Oblivion Knight. Do I have a build video on this character? No, I don't. I don't only do build videos. I'll probably do a recap of this character once I finish her, but. I count on my mercenary. My mercenary's in there doing pretty good damage too. She also has my enchant. She's also doing the exploding arrow damage, so I just figured it was a double up, you know. Might as well just double it up. Extra fast fanaticize. Y'all can go suck a D. Y'all can go suck a D. How much is my Merc adding for AR? I mean, he's reducing the defense of the monsters by 1,335, which is pretty nice. My AR that I'm adding to him is 371% right now. Griswold.
I am overburdened.
And Corona. Aye, Corona.
Not even death can save you from me.
Two socket Corona. What's up, Tomac? Looks like I need to get myself a better power supply. I think I'm going to go ahead and order it right now. My thinking on this is it's a PSU issue. I think I'm just barely breaching some sort of like maximum wattage limit at some very like inopportune moments, and I think that's what's causing the problem. There's a really nice gold rated Corsair up here for $189. I'm gonna go ahead and just pick this one up right now. Yeah, did you forget to hit the do-jack? Don't forget to hit the do-jack. Delivered by March 9th. Sounds good to me. Check my bank, make sure I've got enough money in there. Gotta check my Bayport. Jankety indeed do inkety. What? Alright, so I need to transfer a little bit of money from my savings to my checking. Sir, calm it down. Alright. If it's a PSU issue, that'll fix it, right? My PSU is a pretty beefy unit, but I think I remember looking it up, and I do remember it being, like, really close. I remember it being really close. Like, it was, like, I want to say it was, like, within 50 or 60 watts. And maybe the new processor pushed it over that limit. Maybe that's what happened. So I went ahead and grabbed 1,000, just so that it's, you know, far over that limit. Can I finish you after I finish the Enchantress? Ooh. Gotta be tired by then, man. I don't know. Seems that's a little bit difficult. I'm gonna be a little sleepy. White Cold Howler. Dropped us a nice blade buckle. So rude. Blade the buckaroo. Hey, mage fists. Magey fists. Oh, these are higher enhanced defense than mine. Mine are lower enhanced defenses. These are 25 percenters. I'm gonna have to upgrade these 25 percenters. Whoa. Boom, 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 boom. Then I shall and I tell. Dum, dee doo da doo doo. And a diamond. Doo 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 doo. Boom, 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 boom. If anybody wants my old mage fists, you're more than welcome to them. Let me know. Haha. Little bit of extra. Wait a minute. There's no extra defense. They went from 61 to 60 watts. That's just rude. They got an extra 5% enhanced on there. That's not right. Wham. Yeah. So I ended up with the same number. I was talking about the enhanced defense though, not the base defense, but I wasn't considering the base defense. Hey, the shell rune I just spent. The monarch. Angelics. Troll's nest. The nest of the troll. It was only one drink, Tom. It was only one drink. Tom, come back. I'm playing with the troll nest. Quit playing with the troll's nest, you silly, silly person. Quit playing with the troll's nest. Or the trolls are gonna come play with you. Or the trolls are gonna come play with you. Give me that. Yoink.
Not enough mana.
Kane, identify my trolls test. Huh, it sucks. But you know what it is? It's 35k in the bank bank. Ooh, ooh, 35k in the bank. Doo, 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 35k in the bank bank. 35k in the bank. 35k, 35k, 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank bank. 35k in the bank. 35k, 35k, 35k in the bank. Yoink. Yoink-a-dink. Oh, it's only a 10 lifer. Damn rune. Why aren't I botting like a normal person? Whoa. Everybody else is botting? Can't be. I refuse. +3 iron golem. You want a +3 iron golem wand, Black? The ghost wand. Not really all that useful, honestly. Golem mastery is far more useful for them. Yoink. Poison res 10%. I'll take it. I need poison res. Yeah, I know I'm not in Discord because the freaking computer crashed and, you know, reasons.
Not even death can save you from me.
I'm coming back. Thank you for reminding me. Hey, I leveled up. I was wondering why it was so quiet. Yo.
Come
I
back.
just, I just figured I'd make sure, you know, you knew you were just talking to yourself.
I what? Well, I mean, I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to the stream. Talking to everybody out there in Streamland.
It's a good day.
Where have you been all those days?
Where have I been all those what days?
All those days. You haven't been online for like what, 3-4 days now?
Yeah, well, you know.
He was streaming. He's here. You can just watch his
I
stream.
mean,
I explained
Takes a
it.
break.
I
Take
explained it.
breaks.
No, I mean, not breaks. No, not breaks.
He was
Oh, I thought you were playing another game.
Sons of the Forest.
How do you like
I
the
did-
new computer?
I'm having trouble. I got anything I need a new power supply. That's what I was just talking about.
Or how big is yours?
I can't remember.
Bigger than yours?
I remember I checked it before I upgraded my GPU though, and it was enough.
Because you got, yeah, your GPU, man. That's a killer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the GPU that's eating up a lot of the stuff. But when I was running the 3800X, I didn't have any issue. So my guess is that the 5800X3D, which has the same wattage as the 3800X, must somehow be pulling more than the 3800X was pulling, despite being the same exact wattage. Because nothing else has changed except for the CPU, and now all of a sudden I'm having issues where it seems like the system is like when it gets into like some really big stuff, like, and it pulls, I guess it pulls like all the wattage from the GPU and all the wattage from the CPU. It seems like it's just enough to push it over the edge where it doesn't have enough power.
are you overclocking?
No, I actually underclock.
So just go check out a calculator then. See what's happening.
I mean, it's if it's going by the stock numbers, it's going to say that the 5800X3D is the same as the 3800X because they're the same wattage.
What's 3800X?
Ryzen 3800X.
You were running on just a graphic GPU?
No,
Oh, it's a CPU.
talking about the CPU. I didn't upgrade the GPU.
Yeah,
I upgraded the CPU.
You upgraded the CPU. That's strange. It's not.
Well, and that's what I was thinking myself, is that it's strange because there should not technically be any additional pull of power
I'm assuming you did not upgrade
between
the
two
motherboard,
CPUs
right?
that are the same wattage. But they're not. But apparently they're not. They must be the 5800X3D must be pulling more power than it's saying it's pulling.
Might be that, yeah. Or there's no like RAM conflict, right? With certain like reports of like the particular RAM you use.
As far as I know, no.
Did you upgrade the motherboard or you kept the old motherboard?
Oh, my motherboard's beefy as all get out. I kept it. It's an Aorus 570X Ultra. Thing cost me like $400 when I bought it. I went with a high dollar motherboard that has like 3 NVMe slots and multiple PCI Express slots and heat sinks covering everything, and like it's like every time you look at boards, like there's always like the low dollar option that has like maybe 1 NVMe slot if you're lucky, and like it might come with a USB-C slot, it might not. Like no, I went with the top end version of this motherboard, like where it literally has all the options.
So what's the instability issue that you're experiencing? Is it shutting down on you? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just not getting enough power at some point, and then it just cuts.
You sure it's not the RAM timings
Did it
or
solve the
whatever?
problem though, upgrading?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not the RAM timings because
So
nothing's
you're
changed
blue
there.
screening, or you just
Not
you blue screening?
You
Or,
upgraded already?
Not blue screening, no. Just black screen
Then
straight
it's
to
not the
BIOS.
RAM.
Straight to BIOS. Splash screen. I've been doing computers for a long time, and I'm pretty sure I've isolated what it is. I went ahead and ordered a power supply, like, literally on stream. I just went, I'm just going to go ahead and upgrade it. I mean, I should have done it, honestly, when I upgraded to the new GPU
you know,
a while
I
ago.
know you're looking at the TTP values, right? And they seem unchanged, right? But you know, behind the scenes, right? You know they're pulling power. Like if you look at the new 7000, they're killing it.
Well, I know the new video cards pull way too much current. I know that. But that's when I bought the 3090, I made sure that my GPU, my PSU could handle it. I'm like, okay, well, let's put it all in a calculator. I put everything in there.
Well, how much
everything,
did
all
you
my hard
room to
drives,
did you
all
have?
of it. And I was still under by about like 50 watts, so I was fine at the time. And it did. It worked just fine. I had no
50
issues.
watts.
I had no
That's
issues.
not good.
I had no issues. I'm telling you, I played with that 3090 like since I bought it, had absolutely no issues whatsoever. And then I upgraded the CPU, and now it's like it doesn't have enough power. Like the CPU is pulling.
You're still running Windows 10 though, right?
Yes. Nothing has changed except for the CPU.
You did a fresh install or no?
No, I haven't done a fresh install in a very long time. I'm pretty sure this is the same Windows 10 installation that I did 7 or 8 years ago. I don't like having to reset everything back up. I really don't. Some stuff is just too much of a pain in the butt to have to redo. And if I don't have to redo it, I would rather not.
Can somebody teleport so that I don't have to?
Yeah.
It's about 20 grand every time I do it.
Using 1.21 gigawatts. Which is better, liquid cooling or a regular cooling system? I prefer regular cooling systems, just fan-based. I usually go with a high dollar Noctua cooler. Get whatever their the best Noctua rated cooler is. You can just look it up. Like there's some really good air coolers, and the Noctua coolers honestly perform extremely well. It's always been my opinion that air coolers have proven themselves like time and time again to be reliable and stable. And I mean, if you got like a bunch of extra money to burn and you feel like you can replace your entire system if something goes wrong, then by all means go ahead. But I don't have that kind of money to burn. Maybe one day I'll have that kind of money to burn.
And there is not that much difference in performance. It's just I don't know why people go.
There
with
really isn't.
water cooling. Oh.
The best, honestly, the best air coolers, if you go with a really good quality air cooler, will get you similar performance to a water cooler.
Especially if you are not gonna overclock or do any crazy stuff. There's no reason.
Well, a 3 max damage, 12 attack rating. You want that, Wolfie? Is a fine small chime.
I was asking everybody if they have a 15 IS jewel with enhanced damage in it.
But performance-wise, which is better? I mean, performance-wise, they're both the same unless you're going to overclock. That's exactly what we were just talking about.
Are you looking for?
And quite honestly, I usually don't recommend overclocking. I played around with it for a long time, and to tell you the truth, there's just too much silicon lottery involved. Like when they sell you a chip and it's clocked at a certain speed, all the cooling in the world won't help you if you got bad silicon lottery. Like it will not go any higher, and it does not matter. And if you got a good silicon lottery and your chip is like way more powerful than it actually seems, then yes, you're going to need the extra cooling to reach those numbers, but like that's only if you got lucky. And I've overclocked a lot of chips in my time. And I think my biggest issue with overclocking chips is that it damages them. It definitely does damage them. And over time, the damage becomes more and more severe, and the chip becomes more and more unstable. It's not. It's not, in my opinion, for your average PC user. It's for your, you know, high-end custom user. It's for your guy, the guy who wants to run a, you know, like the ones that like
benchmarking.
the guys that do like hot rods in their, you know, garage and are building like the performance, you know, race car. Like, it's for those guys. Like the ones that have all the extra money to burn that can drop like $2 or $3 grand into a computer with no problem. Like, search for those silicon lottery chips that can clock higher than others. I mean, for the most part, like, it just doesn't really... It doesn't really offer you the performance boost that you would probably like. It's been my experience, honestly, that just simply upgrading your computer in other ways will have a much stronger and much more lasting impact on the performance of the PC overall. There are very simple ways that you can upgrade your system that will drastically improve your performance.
Yeah, if you have limited amount of money, like I think spending money on a nice keyboard, spending money on a nice screen,
Yeah,
you know,
monitor.
stuff
Yeah.
like that, it will much be.
It'll make you happier. Yeah.
Yeah, you will be much happier and enjoying your system more than a freaking.
Well, it's all about, in my opinion, it's all about performance gain for your dollar. Like, I could go on there right now and I could get myself like some really nice, like, overclocked high-end RAM, right? I get myself, I don't know, what is it, like 400 hertz, 4,000 megahertz is probably what they're setting out now.
I think they go higher actually.
Yeah.
DDR4.
So I could get myself like the highest quality DDR4 RAM possible right now and probably burn like $400 or $500 on it. But why?
It's no point.
You know, the difference between like a 3200 set and like the highest set right now, performance-wise, might get you a couple extra frames. Like in most of your games, that's what it's going to get you. Like maybe like 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7. If you're lucky, maybe like 10 extra frames. Like that's what's going to get you. And you're going to spend like $500 on that performance increase. Whereas like if you're not running an NVMe, which is the silliest thing in the world because some people won't be running NVMEs or they won't be running solid states, and they're trying to get like some high-end RAM, and I'm like, dude, the cheapest upgrade you can do for the best performance gain that you can get is literally just put a damn NVMe in your system. Like what is, like, even if you don't have an NVMe slot, get yourself a solid state. Why are you still playing games on that old ass platter drive? CPUs can often be a really cheap upgrade as well. Not always, but like if you're running like a really crappy CPU and you can go to a much higher dollar CPU, that's a pretty big upgrade right there.
Especially the one you got. One you got so good for gaming.
Yeah, and that's why I need to make sure that this thing's stable before Diablo 4 comes out. Can't have this crashing and stuff while I'm doing
Heck
that.
yeah. Yeah, you got a week. Does your brother have parts in his store?
I already ordered the PSU. It said it's going to be here tomorrow, so I went ahead and just grabbed a 1,000 watt,
Yeah.
which is a lot higher. I think it's like 250 higher than what mine is. I think mine's a 750. I can't be sure. And honestly, it's been a long time since I've checked.
Give the highest one you have. You see, I'm lucky this way. I have a micro center right next to me, so when something breaks,
Yeah, Microsoft
I
Office.
just-
Micro Center.
you what?
I mean, this isn't
Right.
something broken. This is me hitting power draws that I was never hitting before. You know what I think it is? The X3D has this turbo mode. Because I noticed when I bought it, I was a little disappointed because it said the clock speed was like 3 point something or 3.4, and I'm like that's not what was advertised. It was advertised at like 4.5 or something like that, or I can't even remember. It was a hell of a lot higher than 3.4. And then it says like in parentheses it's like turbo mode clock speed like 4.5 gigahertz or something like that, right? And I'm like, so maybe that's what's going on. Maybe the CPU is doing just fine when it's sitting at its normal clock speed, but when it goes into the turbo mode, which I'm assuming it goes into the turbo mode all the time, which is probably why Which is probably why all my games were like effing up the other day. Because every time it hit the turbo clock, it probably freaking cried. But during the turbo clock, it's probably pulling more wattage. So.
I think this is exactly what's happening.
You
But
left
it's-
yourself a little headroom. You
but
left
it-
yourself 50 watts. Your video card alone spikes to 450, maybe even higher.
Yes, I calculated that. I calculated video card at its maximum possible pulling. So that's like if it was pulling. I'm not talking about like like minimum wattage. I'm talking about maximum wattage. I mean, like if it's in full force, I calculated that and the CPU in full force. Like I didn't pull any punches with the calculations, and I was still 50 watts over, with everything running at its maximum draw. So I'm assuming that what's happening now is I'm slightly over at maximum draw with the new CPU, so I need the extra headroom. Just didn't expect it, that's all, because the 3800X and the 5800X 3D are the same TDP. They're the same wattage.
But this is what the AMD said.
Yeah, they always bullshit about that.
Cannot trust AMD all the time, though.
Yeah, I know. And if I look it up right now, they'll probably say the same thing. It'll probably say, "Oh, well, they pull the same wattage, so you wouldn't have any difference." So if I put in all my requirements right now, chances are it's probably going to still say I'm fine.
Try it out.
But like I said, I'm just going to replace it. It's not a big deal. I'll take my old really nice power supply, which was a really high dollar power supply when I bought it, and I'll put it in my secondary system. I'm pretty sure it's better than the PSU that's in my secondary system anyway, so it won't go to waste. I just ended up rebuilding that one too. That one has an 11700K in it, and it has my old 1080, which I know for a fact the 1080 doesn't pull anywhere near as much. I'm starting to get a little disappointed in the 3000 series cards. I feel like the 3000 series cards are just not quite as sturdy and not quite as well built as the 10 series. I've had less issues with the 10 series, and I had the 10 series for years, and it feels like there's issues with the way that the 3000 series does things. Like, it doesn't quite do things the same way that the 10 series did, and the 10 series was more stable. I've even had people deliberately tell me, like, when everybody else is having issues, like, they literally talk about how they're not having issues, and then we ask them what card they have, and they're running the 10 series cards. And everybody that's having issues is running the 3 series and the 4 series cards. The 20 series cards doesn't seem to have the same issue, though. I don't know what's going on. It's like between the 10 series, the 20 series, and the 30 series, something changed, and they changed the way that they processed the information or something. And so there's errors that are cropping up that are only affecting the 3 and 4 series cards.
Yeah, I have a 2080 Ti since it came out, and I haven't crashed a single time this whole letter. Like, running perfectly. It's doing its job.
Not even the Meteor successfully crashed my game.
You running a 10 series?
Nope. 6700 XT.
6700 XT. What series? What generation is that? I can't even remember.
It came out with the 3070, was the AMD's rough equivalent.
Yeah, but it's not an NVIDIA card, so
It is not.
yeah. I don't know, I've just seen so many people complaining about crashes, like, as I've been searching for random things on the internet. And I'm noticing a trend. And the trend is they all have 3090s, 3080s, 4090s, 4080s. Like, they're all running the 3 or 4 series cards, and they're all having issues. And then in those same exact posts, there's always somebody who pops in and goes, I'm not having any issue, and I'm running a GTX 1080 Ti or a GTX 2070, whatever. And And there seems to be this picture forming that there seems to be something actually wrong with the 3090s and the 4090s. Something inherently wrong in the way that they perform their calculations or something. I remember... I can't remember what game it was, but it was some game that I was playing. And some people came into the stream and said, "You don't have a 3080, do you?" And I'm like, "No, why?" And they're like, "Because this game has been lighting 3080s on fire." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Yeah, apparently there's some sort of glitch in the game that is only affecting people with 3080s." And I'm like, "Well, I'm safe. I'm running a 1080." And at the time, it never really occurred to me, like, you know, as anything more than what it was. But I guess now, thinking back, you know, like, there you go. There's another specific thing that was only affecting the 3 series.
It's a good day so far. Oh, chaos! Let's
Hey. This'll actually change. We need our highest level to make the game.
Yeah, who's
I can
higher
make
level
it.
than me?
Witch
go. I can make
Hunter.
the next. I'll make the next and I'll just wait for you guys. I'll make 13 and just wait in town.
New World, that's what it was. New World, yes, New World was having issues with the 3 series cards. I remember. Ah, yes. Yeah, because I was playing New World when it came out. Or the beta or something like that. I was playing the beta. I think I was playing the beta. I had fun in that game, I'm not gonna lie. I heard that it went downhill pretty quickly and launch was absolutely terrible with like 24-hour wait times on getting into the games and stupid stuff like that, but
Lots of weird bugs.
yeah.
And like PvP was broken because a lot of information was client side, I believe it is, not server side. So you could do things like go into windowed mode and then jiggle your window around and it would just completely freeze your character while continuing to do animations. So you could deal damage, but they couldn't hurt you.
Client-side stuff that's bad. That's very bad. Most all if not most of that stuff should have been server side.
I just made the TP. So it's all ready to go when you zone in.
Ready to go, ready to go.
Anyone want some free water walks on the ground? Enjoy.
Water walks?
Got the game.
13 we're in.
You have spot? You have space?
We
Quick
have
nap.
one.
Yes. GGM Chaos 13.
Yep,
Normal
Chaos
pass.
13. One slot left.
Game is full.
Dude, I got a good day so far. I found Wartrav, Shaco, and Nightwings.
Nice.
I had a good day a couple days ago. Balroom.
If anybody's got any Sandstorm treks, I could use some Sandstorm treks. Trying to get my light on poison resistance up. I don't care if they're Eth or not. I mean, eventually maybe I'd like some Eth ones, but... Ooh, Grand Chamois.
And 2 jewels. Grab those jewels.
I need a better fire if anybody gets one. I'm running a 77 right now, so won't be too difficult.
The funny thing is I think we were running Terrazone the other day and the chem cost 370.
370 fires?
Yeah, just threw them on the ground.
What? Why would you throw perfects on the ground?
There was nobody on that wanted them.
You still hold on to perfects, though. Perfects are perfects. That's
So
silly.
pretty.
That's silly. Big silly heads.
Does Nightwings not hold its value, or is just not equivalent to Griffins as far as value?
It's not nearly as rare as Griffins.
Yeah, Griffins is definitely a lot more rare.
How many diadems have you seen?
I've seen a lot, to be honest. I just didn't have a lot of magic find. I mean, a lot, I say, but a lot to me, I guess, is like 20 maybe over the past 3 weeks, which is a
Okay.
decent amount.
Compare that to what, the hundreds
Spired
of
Helm?
packet shells and stuff that you've seen?
I haven't seen that many Spired Helms, though, which is Nightwings. And I think Nightwings could be 2 different helms, too.
Veil of Steel.
Nice job. Oh, great neck. 14.
14. Teen of the Fort. Tina? What, Tina? Where? 9% magic find with 1 resistance and replenish life 5. Got some
There's some sandstorm tracks on the ground here.
Oh, really? Where?
I can't carry anymore.
Drop my water walks. Does anybody want a +3 max damage charm? Throw it on the ground in town. For you melees and ranged characters.
Thank you.
Was plus 10 max damage. Anything else?
It was +3 small. Somebody already grabbed it.
Oh, okay. My Amazon's coming along. The War Trap's up to like top end by over 300. Kind of crazy.
That added damage, man.
Yeah,
I'm sitting.
The min-max damage is kind of insane on war traps.
The Mercenary Might order, I sit around like 8,800, almost 9k top end.
And now you have my enchant. I'll give you even more damage. And make your attack rating just silly numbers.
How much attack rating do you need to overcome the level?
I don't think the level difference can be overcome. I'm pretty sure the level penalty is just like flat.
Yeah, the way the formula works, I don't think you can. You can add as 100,000 attack rate, and you're still gonna hit the part of the formula where the level difference is gonna screw you over.
I think the only thing you can do really is just reduce how hard that level penalty is, you know, hitting you. Like, because if you only have a 50% chance to hit, and then it's adding on like another 25% chance to miss, and you're sitting at 25. You know, like if you can cap out your non-penalty amount, and then once the penalty hits you, it won't hit you so bad. But I think it always ends up being the same penalty no matter what, though. I need to check these clasp orbs.
Ethereal Spiraled Helm, or Spired Helm, if anybody wants to try and roll it.
What's the damage on it? I mean, the defense on it.
187.
Winged Harpoon. What the hell is Winged Harpoon? It's, Gargoyle's Bite? I believe it's a Gargoyle's Bite.
If anybody wants to try and roll that.
Wow, not bad little booties. Like, dang, alright. Dual res, 32 cold, 35 fire, half freeze duration, faster run walk, stamina, blah blah blah. Not bad actually. I'm over here shooting things without my enchant.
Wake of Fire is definitely not Diablo.
Fire just takes a lot of gear. How much minus res are you up to?
Me?
The Wake of Fire Assassin.
Oh.
So it's negative 69 in the start page, but I don't know if that's taking everything into account.
You're up to minus 69? That's pretty good.
That's really good actually.
Berserker Axe, what is that?
Unique?
Death Cleaver, yeah.
If it's F, it's actually a pretty high dollar item.
No, non-F, unlucky.
Even non-F, it's still pretty amazing. It's the crazy deadly strike that it has on it.
Then I've got a negative 77 cold in the ring, want it? I mean, cold.
Yeah. I got a perfect cold in my inventory.
Yeah, you can't really give them away anymore unless they're perfect. I have like a 72 and 73 cold if anyone needs a decent cold.
And that's why I said, I don't know why you guys threw away the perfect ones. They'll be
Nobody
like,
cares
"Psh,
to keep them in their
psh,
inventory.
they're
They're so
perfect.
common.
Psh, not the perfects, no sir. I mean, Slender Charms in general are common, but not the perfect ones. The Gorgon crossbow. The crossbow of the Gorgon. Turn my mic down 10%? No. Never.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
You guys still doing chaos?
Yeah.
Yep.
I spent a long time getting my microphone settings
Remember?
right. I ain't changing nothing.
16.
Nothing.
Hey, Ginger, I wanted to ask you, I was watching a video about the Steam Deck, playing Diablo.
Yes.
So basically, I mean, we're all still on the same server, we can still trade, everything is the same.
Yeah, it counts as a PC, so.
I'll put that portal down as well.
You can even change regions. I've late at night sometimes while I'll be on, Tradery. Somebody will have something real nice and they'll be on like the Asia server. You can change the region on the Steam Deck and you can switch to a different region. Works just fine. You can switch back. Treat it just like a PC. Just think about it like a PC. You're on PC, you can change regions on a PC just like you can on a PC. Nothing's different.
What about a Switch? You ever tried that on a Switch?
Switch is in its own category with all the other Nintendo Switches.
Yeah, it's like its own
Can we
region.
play with them? Can we switch?
No.
You cannot play with other PC users now. The PC users are all with the PC users. The Xbox users are all with the Xbox users. The Nintendo Switch users are all with the Nintendo Switch users, and the PlayStation users are all with the PlayStation users. There is no cross-play. It's only cross-progression. However, the Steam Deck is essentially just an emulation system that pretends to be a PC. So when you play on the Steam Deck, you're just playing on a PC. There's no difference. So it counts as a PC as far as PCs are concerned.
Yeah, I told him it's good for him because he's always on the road. So like when he pulls over with his truck or whatever, he can play and do things.
So like when if you're in your truck and you're driving around and you want to come play with us, like where we're playing right now, we're all on PC, and your Steam Deck would count as a PC, and you would be able to play on PC as well. The only thing I'm going to tell you about the Steam Deck is it's a little complicated, like kind of like how PCs are a little complicated. It's not a console. It's not like, you know, push a button and play the game. It's going to take you a little while to get everything installed and set up and have your hotkeys set up the way you want them, and you know, it's just like any other PC. Like, but you're going to have to go through the process of getting everything set up for the first time. I mean, I have a guide on there on how to install Diablo on the Steam Deck. You can follow that. As far as I know, it's still up to date. I don't think anything has changed.
I was watching that, yeah, that's why I asked you. It's a very good guide. Okay, so two-part question, kind of. So if it's considered a PC and nobody can crossplay, then why are they making D4 with only 4-player parties? Are they implementing we are one day going
so
to be able
Diablo
to play?
4 does have
Yeah.
cross-play and cross-progression. So you can play with all the Xbox and PlayStation users and Nintendo Switch users if Diablo 4 ends up being on the Nintendo Switch. So there will be cross-progression and cross-play. I think the only exception is couch co-op. Couch co-op is going to be limited to that particular console.
Am I right in saying that the oh shit, did you have him saying it? I forgot. Give me a sec.
Thanks, buddy.
I need mana. I need mana.
Oh, the looting system. Have they gone back to D3 with that?
You mean for like trading?
Yeah, for trading.
They've basically stated unequivocally that it is not going to be as bad as Diablo 3, and it's not going to be as good as Diablo 2. Like there, it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Like that was on the last Diablo 4 Dujank. The guy, he literally said, he's like, it's not going to be the same as Diablo 3. And then at the same time, he's like, it's not going to be as open as Diablo 2. And so like it's going to be somewhere in between the two, and I don't know where it's going to fall yet. I don't even think they know where it's going to fall yet.
I don't know how you get in between the two.
Well, from what I understand, they're going to allow you to trade rare items
And below.
and below, because you can put the legendary effects on them through some kind of crafting system. So the rare items end up being the best bases for legendary effects.
Oh, thank you for the $2 Frankenstein. I almost said Frankenstein, but there's no E.
My theory is without a decent medium of exchange, it's going to be difficult to trade.
Well, they also said they were going to be adding rune words, so this was really interesting information that we got from the last one. And and if they allow us to trade runes, then runes could be the medium for which we could, you know, like exchange items.
That's true, but only if the rune words are actually useful.
Well, the guy basically made this big grandiose statement, which essentially meant like we don't want to add them yet because we're scared you guys aren't going to like them. Like he basically kind of like nodded back to Diablo 2, and he's like when a system has already existed in a previous game, and then you add that same system to a new game, he goes, you thereby immediately put yourself in competition with that expectation that the previous game had. And he's like, we want to make sure that we get the rune word system for Diablo 4 right, so that when everybody looks back at Diablo 2, and we don't want them to say, hey, this isn't the same system.
Well, they did announce that really early on, and they showed a rune word. It was...
Yeah, in the demo.
Yeah, cause and effect, like...
It was really bad.
They won't be in the game, though. He pretty much already said it.
Yeah. Nobody liked them, so they took them out, and they're going to implement them later.
Yeah, that was one thing. I was like, why would I want to constantly smash my potion for 2% extra crit chance?
They also said they are open to changing the way trading works in the future, too, in like future seasons and ladder. Well, they're very open, at least. They're communicating, which is good.
I just see the entire thing as greedy. Like I see the whole limited trade thing as greed on their part. When in
It's
Diablo
all
3
on
they had it all open, and what did they do in the beginning of Diablo 3? Do you guys remember?
Auction
Yeah,
house.
Real money
Open trading with a real money at trading auction house, and they got a cut, right?
Yep.
Yep.
It wasn't that they wanted real money trade. It wasn't that they wanted us to, you know, they wanted their cut. They wanted they're like drug dealers, and the drug dealers weren't getting their cut, and so they figured out a way to get their cut. That's what they did. And then the real money trade auction house backfired, and they ended up getting sued. And what happened? They ended up losing all the money because they got sued. So they didn't get their cut, and so they shut the auction house down because they're like, well, if we're not going to get our cut, then we're just going to shut everything down. We're not going to you know, have this hassle, you know, and then we're not even going to get our cut. That's not going to work. So at the end of the day, when you think about why they shut it down, they shut it down because they weren't getting their cut. They're like, okay, well, if we can't have our cut, then nobody's getting the cut. We're making sure everybody doesn't get a cut.
One thing that they had in D3, which I hope they at least put in, and I haven't seen confirmation on it, was if you're in a party with people, you have like 2 hours to trade the item to them. Like if an item drops, you want to trade it to your friend who's in the party.
So in
when it
Diablo
drops.
3, that is only a thing in non-ladder. So if you were in ladder play, you can't do that.
Really?
That is a restriction that was placed on ladder characters to prevent, again, the very exact thing that you're talking about. But basically,
you can't trade in between your party, you know?
you can't even trade in between your party in ladder.
That's so
In
dumb.
non-ladder you can, where it doesn't matter, but in ladder you can't.
So
And that's
that's just
why
it.
everybody plays solo in D3, because there's no point to playing with other people.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's the point of the party system at that point?
Well, and that's the ultimately the issue that Diablo 3 I think never overcame, which is they made the game so much of a solo experience that you were just basically playing by yourself. Like, oh, I found this really cool item that you could use. Oh yeah, you can't have it. Let me just throw it in the garbage. Could you imagine if we were playing together in Diablo 2, a freaking Stone of Jordan drops on the ground, but I've already got 6, and you need it really badly, but I can't give it to you, and you just watch me slowly put it into the vendor window and sell it.
Then declone walk.
But the declone only walks for the person that sold it.
Literally single player. I can't move. I'm pinned.
Good.
You were in the struggle, Snuggle.
The struggle snuggle.
I think it's Lost Epoch's solution. It's the first one that I've seen that tried to combine the community.
I would accept that. Actually, I've heard a little bit about it, and I would accept the whole you can pick a faction and it
Yep.
affects the way your
Trading and loot
trade
drops.
work.
Yep.
So if you're a solo self-found, you can't trade. You can still play with trade people, and you get better drops. Or if you're trade, you get slightly worse drops, but you could still trade.
Yep. And then you can swap in between the factions. It's just the items don't work once you swap the old items.
How about this? How about this? What about a trade delay? So okay, hear me out, and I think this could actually work. All right, this would be a really interesting system, and I think it would be rather hard for the RMT players to exploit this. So let's say at the beginning of a ladder, you choose people that you want to trade with. So you've got like an actual list of people, like you've got maybe all your friends or whatever. You can choose them, and once you've chosen them and they're on your list, you have to wait like 3 days before you're allowed to actually trade with these people. But once the 3 days has elapsed, you're good. All right? And this would prevent real money traders from actually making transactions, because they would have to be friends with you and maintain that friendship for 3 full days before they could trade you the item.
I think it would be simpler if it was a guild system that if you joined mid-season, you couldn't be traded.
I mean, the guild kit system could also be a thing. Like, if you join a guild, everybody within the guild would have trade access, but again, it would also be 3 days. The point of the 3 days is to, number one, to prevent instantaneous access to items. Most of the time when people want to purchase an item off a real money trade site, they want it right now, they want it right now, they want it right now, they want it right now. It's the 7-Eleven mechanic, okay? They're willing to pay the premium, but they want it right now. And most people, if you tell them, well, we can get you the item, but it's going to take 3 days, they're not going to be as interested.
That's fair. It would cut down quite a bit.
It would also, you know, cut into the real money traders, in my opinion. Because when you have people becoming friends for just 3 days to make a trade, it's going to highlight them as real money traders. Because as soon as that trade is done, they're gonna defriend you. And it's going to immediately show off the fact that, number one, they're, you know, that's all they're doing.
It would be a lot easier to identify from the massive network of level 1 players that have all these level 1 characters that have all these high level friends.
I mean, I think if you put restrictions like that on things, it would make a big difference. My outlook on it is these people that are buying stuff aren't very patient anyway. They're not very patient people. And if everybody else has that's a decent little Necro Ammy.
Ooh, what kind of Necro Ammy?
Summon with some magic find, and a little bit of all res.
I need necromancer skills.
Hot TP, hot.
I mean, the thing is you would be able to trade with people who are in your immediate group without any issue, so you wouldn't feel like you were alone. I think that would be the most important thing there. So, like, if you've got a group of friends or whatever, you know, as long as they are on your friend list, the 3 days has already started. So you meet some random person in a game, and it would just, you know, amplify the fact that you've got to, like, add these people to your friends list if you want them to actually be your friends, so that you can trade items back and forth between each other. Yeah, it's going to cut down on trades between randos. Rando trading is going to be a little bit more difficult, but honestly, if it's a really important trade or something that you actually absolutely need, you know, like I need it, like you're gonna take the time.
Death Sled or Griffins or anything that's super rare.
As much as a good idea for I think it is, I think we'd lose a lot of the player base if we did that.
We'd lose a lot of what?
The player base if we made that change. As much as a good change as it would be, I think we'd lose a lot of the player base.
Why are you losing player base? We're talking about D4.
Why would you lose anybody for Diablo 4 having open trading? We're not talking about Diablo 2. We're talking about Diablo 4.
I honestly thought we were talking D2R. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, no.
No, we're just using Diablo 4 or Diablo 2 stuff as an analogy for Diablo 4. Diablo 4 right now has kind of like a restricted lockdown trading system. And they're very, very hesitant in opening it up. So it's never going to be as open as Diablo 2's. Never. What we're trying to figure out is a way that they could potentially open up the trading system so people can actually trade, but, you know, still have it locked down in such a way that it's not, you know, terrible.
73 Colts under, pretty one.
I feel like a 3-day restriction on trading, you know, basically requiring you to be friends with the person for 3 days before you can trade, is fine. Because then once the 3 days has elapsed, and you're playing with that friend, and something drops on the ground, you can just give it to them. There's no restriction whatsoever at that point. You can just like, oh, hey, I found a really cool Necro item, Blackwell, and you're like, oh, man, I've really been needing that. And you just hand it to him. And look, now you're in the world of Diablo again. And it only took you 3 days of friendship. And the real money traders, guess what? They're still getting their butt freaking handed to them because 3 days is a really long time to have to wait to purchase something off of a real money trade website.
Yeah, you have to make an appointment to pick up your item.
You know how all the time they like to advertise like instantaneous service, like delivery right away, like all that other bull crap? Guess what? It's gone. Most people don't even want to wait 3 days for their Amazon package. Let's be honest.
At the very least, if you're playing with someone in a party, an item drops, you should be able to share it with them. because they were there when it dropped. Like,
I'm not entirely against that. But what I don't like about that is that more often than not, what ends up happening is the item doesn't drop when your friend is in the game. It drops when your friend's out of the game.
yeah. No, I agree. There's a lot more, but that's a baseline that they should just add in.
Let's put it this way. They need to expand it. So, like, it's not just in the same party, in the same group, in the same game. Like, if I played with that person any time within the past day, it should automatically let me trade that item with the person after the 3 day waiting period.
If you have a kinship and they're in the kinship when it drops, the next time they log on, you can trade it to them.
That's why I'm thinking the guild would be a simple and easy one, where you end up with, I don't know, 1,000-person guild limit or whatever.
No, I like the guild idea, and I think that it goes right along with the friend idea. But again, 3 day wait, because otherwise that would be exploitable as well. You would just join the clan or the guild of the real money traders. They would trade you the item, and then you would just leave the guild.
What I'm saying is they have to be in there when it dropped. There's no joining after. Like, if you drop the griffins and they're in the guild, they can get it. The person who joins the next day cannot get it.
You're gonna find people announcing, okay, come join us this guild and pay us that much money, and you can trade instantly.
That's true.
Yeah, there's always going to be exploiters.
Yeah,
of course.
My thought was, restrict it to you have to be in the guild before
at the time
start.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the hell they could enforce that. I feel like that's getting into some craziness.
I think just everybody's trying to stop the...
Well, there is a game that's literally implementing a system similar to that. You join a faction. It's like joining a guild, it's a broader thing. You join a faction, and then if you're in that faction, then you can trade. But those items are tied to that faction. So if you leave that faction and go to solo self-found, you cannot use the item that you got.
Yeah, but factions are no different than regions, though. And at this point, you're basically just falling into the same trap of thinking that regions would somehow solve things. Well, I hate to tell you, but it doesn't matter what region you're in, and it doesn't matter what game mode you're in. The real money traders have items for you. If you're in Asia on classic Diablo, they will still have an item for you in Asia on classic Diablo. They have items in all regions, and they would have items in all factions.
But you can't. The point of what I'm saying is you cannot use that item if you switched. Like, the item is locked to that faction. They already have that system.
They would have an item in the faction that you're in.
That's
what I'm trying to say. If there
the
were
other faction is you can't trade at all. So that's the system. One you can't trade at all, and one you can trade. There's just two choices.
All the RTM guys will just go to the trade faction.
Yeah, exactly. And then all the people who care about like racing and like integrity.
The RMT guys would be in the non-trading faction too. You guys
they can't do anything there.
Yes, they can. They can level up characters and sell them, which is one of the most time-honored traditions of the RMT in general. If they can't trade you the item, they will make the character with the item on it, and they'll sell you the character.
Well,
they'll sell you the whole account. They don't care.
Well, they could do that in the current game, like the way the current game works.
Yes, I mean that's just how it's always been.
People do run services for D2.
I mean, people run services for D2 for rooms, so.
Can I ask a question off topic?
Off topic.
Okay, so this morning I was leveling up, and I thought that I am in a private game, but I was in a public game. I didn't know, but I was by myself for a very long time, just going killing all the bosses and preventing kind of stuff. So 4th wave of Diablo, I killed it, and then I saw a message, Diablo has invaded. I'm like, thinking I'm in a private game. Let me go put something with Crush and Blow and go kill him. As soon as I went to the town, I found out 2 people joined. I'm like, holy crap. Let me try to kill him quickly.
Yeah, declone rating is a whole thing. That's why we generally tell people to make them private games.
I didn't know. I was not expecting. Like, I wanted the public game because I wanted people to join, because I wanted the player count. So anyway, and I see the guy. Okay, the sign came that he got slain by Diablo. It's like, let me go quickly. So I put my Go Rider and I ran to the 20 field. He was not there. Went to the frigid. He's not there.
He's already been spawned.
He got spawned somewhere. I do not know where. And I'm
Yes, it's the
trying
first.
to find out.
It's the first place that you go to that has a super.
I found him. He was in the arcane.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
half
another
health.
common place that people will spawn in.
Yeah, so I went, arcane, half health there. I killed him. And guess what? No charm. And people are like, no way. He always drop a charm. I'm like, I swear, look at the screen. I took a screenshot. There is no.
Somebody
there's
probably
no charm.
picked it up.
How? Nobody is in the game except me.
You probably picked it up though.
It's not. It's not in my inventory. How would I pick it up?
One time I went back to town and there was a Vex rune sitting in my inventory, and I had no clue where it came from. And I went back on stream and I actually found the exact moment that it dropped, and literally the exact moment that it fell on the ground, I had clicked on it somehow. It wasn't just completely on accident, and it was just sitting in my inventory, unbeknownst to me.
It was not. I till now I don't have an extra charm. I would know that there is an unidentified charm. Like I have to identify.
So where did he die?
In the
Because if he
arcane.
died in a particular spot, it's entirely possible that your charm dropped on a piece of ground that can't generate loot. Therefore, it just destroyed the charm.
Well, also
It's why
on the
you don't
other.
kill ghosts over the void in Arcane Sanctuary.
Also,
They
the
drop
room he killed him in has lots of walls, and if he was very, very close to the wall when he died, there is also a possibility it could have dropped on the other side of the wall.
I went to the other wall and I killed all the. I was like, damn it, where is the damn charm? And I went around. I killed all the monsters in the area, putting my alt all the time. I couldn't find the charm. It took me like. I spent like good 10
Small
minutes
charm
looking for
from
this damn
Diablo.
charm.
Not really sure. I mean, somebody could have swooped it up. Maybe there was somebody there and you didn't know. Did you already have an Annie in your inventory?
No. I went when I found the guy. I'm like, okay, let me take out the Annie. So if he's next to me, I don't have to go back to the town to take out the. So I took my Annie, put it in the shared stash,
Not enough mana.
and went without an Annie. It could be very well dropped in an area that. But he was right at the edge of the wall, right at the edge.
Like he said, I mean, if it didn't spawn on the other side of the wall, there's a possibility that he was standing on a tile that basically destroyed the charm when it fell. Just like ghosts, when like he's talking about when ghosts die over top of nowhere, the items that the ghost drops just simply also get destroyed.
And I put in the chat like, Uber Diablo did not drop a charm, and somebody's like, Uber Diablo does not drop a charm, they drop a torch. Only D2R. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that was me, bro. That was me.
Uber Diablo's not in Uber Tristram, sir. That's called Pandemonium Diablo. Of the Pandemonium event. Joke failed. 14% bone break. Anybody still desperately need a bone break? Ooh, a sacred armor. Ooh, an ethereal sacred armor. It's got 861. Holy crap. I'm gonna have to look that up and see what the the defense on that is, whether the defense roll is perfect or not. Sacred armor D2. Okay, so the highest roll on the sacred armor is 600, and with the 50% bonus, so 600 plus a 50%, we're looking at 900. So it's 39 off of perfect. That's not bad at all.
Roll it. If it comes up 2, it'll make a decent smoke.
Well, this is an endgame armor for a, like an Act 2 or an Act 1 merc. It's not really something I can throw on either of my mercs. If anybody wants it for their merc alerts.
I'm
I mean, I'll roll it. I'm not gonna Largic it.
There's a Kuraj shield.
I can't.
Somebody check that. I'm gonna drop the Eth Sacred Armor by Diablo. Would make a really nice Fortitude, really nice Stone. A couple really nice things that could make. Did anybody check this Kuraj shield? No.
Is it garbage?
I don't know. It's socketed. I didn't even check it. I didn't have the room. If anybody wants this bone break, by the way, it's on the ground. But check this Curast. 2 socket
TP.
garbage.
Lots of action.
Lightning immunity 72. Anybody need that?
It's a good one.
What you guys up to?
Chaos TZ.
I could give you a 74 for it. I think I'm gonna do something with lightning.
Chaos
Yeah.
TZ. Well, we were doing Chaos, and then it went Chaos TZ while we were doing Chaos. So.
Let's go on World Stone next. Easy.
Y'all got room for the barbarian?
We are full.
Yeah, I figured.
PS D2R player. We do have a PlayStation crowd on our Discord day now. Soundwave and a bunch of others that play on PlayStation. And the more people we get, the bigger it grows. We also have some people who can broker trades for you between systems too. So, like if you have like a item that you want to get from like a PC user or something, like we have some people who can go back and forth between multiple systems. So, can give you a little bit of a hand with that. Ooh, spicy. Just type in !Discord. You'll get the Discord link. You don't have to like have a PC to go on Discord, by the way. Some console users are always like, "But I don't have a PC," and I'm like, "But they have a phone app." But they have a phone app.
Remember, Blizzard fans don't have phones.
Oh, that's right. They don't have phones. My bad.
Someone said the barbarian can join in this one.
Oh.
You gonna drop us some verse?
Burr, 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 burr.
GGM Chaos 25. Normal password.
Oh,
So-
left, you can take my spot.
So maybe somebody who is running sorceresses on a regular basis can answer me, because I'm kind of curious. I'm trying to. I don't want to like max out energy shield. I don't want to spend all the effort. I already put 20 points into telekinesis though, so like the conversion rate is good, but I have no intention of actually getting the 95% energy shield. So I'm gonna like split my HP and my mana like between the two. Like, any idea, like, what a decent amount of HP would be to go along with, like, a 69% energy shield? Like, I shouldn't...
I always put a flat 100 HP points into mine, where regardless of energy shield or not, they get a flat 100 points into vitality.
Well, I'm sitting at 251 at the moment total, or 205 base, which I think gives me around 800 without shouts, which is what I was shooting for. And then I dumped everything else into energy so that my energy could also, you know, obviously regenerate quickly. I figure it intercepts a large amount of the damage incoming to my hit points, but I still need hit points. I don't like going full energy shield. I really don't. Like it's just not a pleasant experience. The when your HP is too low, all it takes is for like one really nice poison effect or like one of those blood curses to hit you, and like before you know it, like you've got no HP and you're dead. So like I figure a half and half would probably work a hell of a lot better than a full.
I would argue 1000 HP is generally a good benchmark.
Well, anything more than a certain amount, and I won't have very much mana either. So that's like the whole.
It tried.
That's like the whole balance.
I
thing.
went on my Blizzard Sork. I'm
split between the two of the
I'm 30-70 on my Blizzard Sork, and I'm fine. It honestly really comes down to what gear you have.
Well, the other thing is I upgraded my Demon Machine, so I've got a pretty decent amount of physical damage on my shots. And then I need to work in some Mana Steel somewhere. I don't think I have any Mana Steel. I'll probably see if I can craft myself like a good +2 amulet with Mana Leech on it. In fact, I bet you I could probably go at Tradery and pick one up for dirt cheap. Like a +2 with Dual Leech.
Yep.
+2 what?
Sork.
An amulet?
Yeah, Dual Leech Sork amulets don't tend to usually go for a whole lot. In fact, I think I crafted one a while back, and I'm pretty sure I gave it away.
What number are we on?
26.
Gotta make sure I enchant the fire golem, because it makes so much sense to enchant the fire golem. Dang, that was a spicy portal.
Nothing but spice here in the chaos.
No, I came through with less. I didn't have my energy shield up because I spammed enchant, but my poor Merc like bit it immediately as soon as I came through the portal. Like there wasn't even. She didn't have a chance.
I forgot the res mine too. It's been dead for like 10 runs.
Oh, I always like to keep mine up. She's super useful. She multiplies my damage out better, like, because she also has exploding arrow, and every time we get into a sequence where we're both firing explosive arrows together, it's like pretty insane. Because I got my exploding arrow going, she's got her exploding arrow going. She has my enchant running, so she's got my full enchant damage without the fire mastery synergy. So her damage output is pretty damn good.
Did you put any points in guided arrow or no?
In which arrow?
Guided arrow.
Oh, I'm not an Amazon. I'm a sorceress.
Ah, you're a sorceress. You're right. I'm like.
Who's our Enchantress?
Yeah, I'm an Enchantress.
I am building an Enchantress actually now. Living it up. It's still a nightmare.
Hey, 7% faster run walk with 27 mana. It's not a bad little chamois. Dropped it on the ground.
What's the maximum mana on a Grand Charm?
I'm not sure. I know the mana is slightly lower than the health.
Corpse exploding our burr runes.
Corpse exploding armor. That would be funny though if your corpse exploded and a burr rune just hits you in the face.
I found a 44 mana Grand Charm.
57.
Because I'm pretty sure I have a 59, a 50 something Grand Charm mana.
Runic Talons.
People still.
Terrible Runic Talons.
Okay, or that can just get picked up.
Another pair of Demon Hide boots. I think that's the second pair we've gotten from Diablo this Chaos run.
It drops them all the time. It's annoying.
I mean, they're nice boots though.
Yeah, but not all the time. Every other run. a recipe to cube them up.
What? Every run? That's what I heard.
A recipe to cube up items.
Who are you gonna cube them to?
Not demon hide boots.
It's funny, like, some people just don't know what's good for the Enchantress, because I guess it's kind of still a relatively new build as far as popularity is concerned. Somebody on Reddit had a freaking 20 life, 20 fire damage small charm. And they were, like, trying to figure out what it was worth. And, like, everybody had these really low estimates. And I'm like, boys, I'm like, that is no. I was like, no. I was like, that is worth, like, at least an ohm or something like that. Like, you can't just, no. I think the fire damage actually goes higher than 20, but it was a pretty damn good roll. Like, it was a perfect on the life, and it had really nice fire.
I think they go up to 25 on small charms.
Speaking of a really interesting small charm, check this one out that just dropped. 3% faster run walk with
charm.
with 100 poison. Oh, unique ring. For a second there, I thought nobody was going to pick it up.
Oh, I'm just guessing. I didn't grab it.
Yeah,
Nagel ring.
I didn't grab it either.
Oh,
It's a 30 Nagel.
Nice.
Oh,
It's a perfect.
That's a good one.
It's a perfect Nagel.
I'll
The perfect
trade you
arrest.
23 for it.
The perfect arrests. Well, level 87. I started at level 84. Doing good.
Axe fight Merc, sometime I dragonfly to an enemy and he is there before me.
He's a very
He is on
aggro
crack.
heavy.
He is on crack.
I like my girl because she's really easy to get into the fight, and she always pretty much stays next to me. So, like, for the most part, I don't have to worry about her going in there and dying.
His favorite activity is smash.
Lit gauntlets.
Alright, let's see what that great enchantment was. 83 cold. Cool. On the ground.
The coldest of colds.
Hail to you, champion.
Hey, Chunks here.
What up?
How went your electrical incident?
It was alright. We had the generator.
Chunks just sends a message. He's like, the power line got ripped off my house.
The weatherhead like pulled out. Luckily, we passed the inspection.
Sorry, try.
First try.
I didn't click it then, so.
I did.
I laughed. I just laughed at you guys. No big deal.
So why does Mephisto, you cannot life leech from him, but when
He's
you
not
life
dead.
tap him, you can, but Life tap.
Life tap is not life leech. Life tap is a different mechanic than life leech.
Yeah, life tap is not life leech. That's part of the issue.
Life tap is a curse.
So life tap is a curse that gives you back a certain amount of life depending on how much physical damage you deal. It has absolutely nothing to do with like actually like stealing life from a monster, which is how life leech is supposedly working. So like that's why when you attack a skeleton like that has 0% drain potential, like you get no life back because they have no life to give you. Whereas life tap is working differently. Instead of stealing life from the monster, it's just taking physical damage that you deal, and it's just converting it directly into life.
Life on hit, essentially.
Well, it still requires physical damage. So life tap doesn't work if you don't do any physical damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's basically like life on hit of
The life
whatever
tap will
physical
work on
damage you deal.
skeleton and undead anybody.
Life tap will work on anybody as long as you can dish out physical damage. If they are immune to physical, it does nothing. And if you're not doing physical damage, it does nothing. So like if you're dishing out only fire damage, like say you're a Fire Claw Druid and you don't have any physical damage component, like maybe you're using a Phase Blade or something, like you're going to get nothing back. If you're a Berserk Barbarian, you're going to get nothing back because Berserk is 100% magical. If you're using the Fire Claws ability that assassins have, the Fire Fists of Fire, that also converts all damage into fire, so you have no physical left and you get nothing in return. So life tap specifically requires physical damage, and if physical damage is being done, it returns health and as a reward, basically. However, if you're not doing any physical damage, you get nothing back. So it also has its own limitations.
How you liking the enchant source?
Oh, it's fun. I mean, even if I don't feel like I'm useful, I still enchant like the whole group. Like literally everybody gets enchant. You know, you get an enchant, you get an enchant. The fire golem gets an enchant. Like, I feel like I'm a captain from Lord of the Rings Online. You know, like even if I'm not useful myself, like I've given out so many buffs to so many people that like the sheer amount of damage that I am literally giving everyone is insane. Attack rating, fire damage. The fire damage I put out is pretty nice too. Like you guys are getting an extra 3.3k extra fire damage just added to all your attacks. Especially characters like Witch Hunter, who's a strafes on. Like she's just over there like, okay, alright. 3.3. Works really good on you like fasty fasts. You fasty fasters. Fasty fast McFastersons.
Perhaps him. Leave
Be
the
right back.
big mess behind.
Gotta deliver a raffle.
Oh, I need to give you an item for raffle, because I don't know how to do the raffle machine. I never learned. I have a nearly perfect grief that needs to find its way to a hand.
What number were we on?
About to be 30.
Yeah, we're on 30 now.
I have just enough time to maybe finish.
That's right, Tong Yang's grief. Tong Yang donated it. I need to make sure it gets into the hands of someone who can use it.
I wish I could have done the new character day.
Come here,
Yeah.
Chunk. Come take this and put it up for raffle. Where you at? There, here. Raffle it off to... It's like, it's super sexy. It's high roll on everything, and it's freaking 15% enhanced on the base, and I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna want that sexiness.
Well, Chunk, you're welcome to come start a new character with me.
I made a Fury Druid. I think I'm in Act 2. Normal. I've never made a Fury
So
Druid
many
before.
corpse explodes, not enough bodies. So sad.
Oh, you want more corpse explodes?
No, I want none. I want 0. None.
He's a barbarian. He's sad. You blow up his corp, he no can make fur rune.
He ain't making a fur rune yet.
He's
He
tried,
did make
because
me
you blow up
gold.
all his corpses.
Beggars
I was
can't be
down
choosers.
collecting agree. Thank you very much.
Yeah, where's the burr rune that you promised, sir?
Yeah, or the job. All I got was gold.
I'll settle for an ist. Just to prove
All
it
you got was
works.
gold. You got over 10 million gold the other day.
I shared my gambling addiction.
I shared my gambling addiction. Oh dear.
Literally.
I might be addicted.
Gave you over 10 million because I was completely full. Ooh, ornate plate.
Grunge. Oh god.
That was
That's
hype.
what you get.
They spawned right on my head.
Yes, they did.
Don't steal
was-
his juice.
Oh, so who's stealing my
My
juice? Don't be
juice.
stealing my
I'm trying
juice.
to check the phase blade.
I'm trying
I
to
was
get
just
it
standing there
fucking
minding my
moving.
business, and they spawned on my head.
It was quite entertaining to see.
It was my character just instantly died. Like there wasn't any
Just
any
pop.
pause. It was just like they spawned and I was immediately dead.
Hey, it's Crystal Sword.
Ooh.
One of the barbs.
Can I do enchant by clicking portraits? I don't think you can. No.
Corpse born.
More corpse explosions. See, you asked for less corpse explosions, and the game gave us more corpse explosions. They're like, you want a corpse morn? That's what I heard. You want the morning of the corpse of the morn. Gonna give you guys a freaking corpse morn.
Someone else can make the lobby now.
Oh yeah, because we don't gotta do that.
What?
The what?
I don't know.
Oh, this almost tried to be cool. It's ethereal and repairs 1 durability in 33 seconds and has an open socket on this helm. It tried to be so cool.
Can we do a swap game?
Yeah, we could do a swappy, I guess. Here, I'll make it.
Cool.
Sweepy swap. We got the sweep, swap, the sweep, swap.
Well, I need another 6-socket crystal sword. If anyone
What?
comes across one.
Any terms on this grief raffle?
I mean, I want them to use it, obviously.
Not
You
to
know.
casters?
Like, it's not for trading. Like, you know, like,
Well,
let me
I
get it
know
and then
that.
trade it off immediately.
I mean, like, got to be able to equip it, or
I mean, yeah, that's like the basic. Usually we say, you know, you got to be able to equip it.
for mains only. Mains only.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Guys, did you guys make a swap?
Oh,
Dropping some doojanks on the ground. Dropping some doojanks. Putting them doojanks on the ground. One Saturday morning.
2 days.
These are a really really interesting pair of boots if you need reses. I'm fixing to go drop over here on the corner.
Some interesting rings that I'm dropping. Some all reses, some with magic find. One with
Another
confused charges.
Interesting ring. Another pair of interesting boots.
Did somebody specifically, I think somebody specifically wanted my, I found a 34% wisdom draw. I can't remember who it was that was asking for it.
EMT, I forget his Discord name.
EMT, you in here, EMT? You want this dude?
No, he's not.
Okay.
That's Scott Tulip. I got a 35 wisdom draw as well. It's been up one time.
Oh.
Well,
There's a hustle armor on the ground. Played a Valley Baba. It was a demon machine if anybody wants to do an Enchantress.
does anybody want an interesting damage small charm?
Oh, there's like 3 blades of Alibaba. Wasn't it just the other day I was telling people that like we get to the point where there's literally just like Alibabas everywhere. And like, I don't think they believed me. And look, here's 3 freaking Alibabas right here. We got a 118, an 83, and a 96. That 118 is a nice roll. That's one that you can upgrade to the Hydra Edge, and you can actually use it for beating things to death. It's actually not bad. 2 snow clashes. Oh, nice.
Rebels
wow.
up.
Some shadow dancers, Jalals. Freaking A, 22% Leviathan. There's some nice items on the ground in here. Shapeshifter charm. Anybody need a shapeshifter charm?
I'm making a shapeshifter.
I'm in need of poisoned bone and
Griswold's
Necro.
Valor. Well, there is like a lot of really good stuff on the ground. Let me finish dropping my janks and then hop out of here. I had an extra pair of mage fists. Drop those on the ground. That Eye of Elich can get dropped. Magic find Necro, do jank. I had some amulets to drop too. Drop these on the ground.
Anybody here summoning Necro?
Pretty decent assassin amulet. It's only +1 though, but it's got nice reses on it. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Alright. Hopping out. If anybody has a decent Fire Sunder, I'm running a 77. I could use an upgrade.
Let's find small charm of storms. If anyone wants 3 max damage with 1 to 26 lightning damage and 15 attack rating on a small charm. Very interesting.
Ginger, what kind of a Fire Sunder are you looking for, man? What were the numbers again?
Oh, I'm at 77%, so I'm looking for something closer to 70.
I got 74.
Yeah, it's better than my 77. I'll take it. Upgrade is an upgrade is an upgrade.
Where you at, man?
I went to GGM1.
Okay, coming your way.
I was trying to make some room in there so people could hop in and grab some doojanks. Yes, we're on ladder day in Hill. Most stuff tends to happen on ladder.
I found that same little weird small charm you found too, except my 3% was a magic find mod instead of the run walk. I got 100% poison with 3% magic find on it. Weird.
Just drop some skillers. Bow and javelin. Necro.
Bridget.
Barbarian.
Murder and shank.
Poison and bone?
gave away a perfect physical sunder the other day. Didn't give it away. I traded it for some cold facets.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Now
perfect
I've got my
physical
towel.
sunders are definitely pretty rare.
I got my freaking towel set on with 2 cold facets in them. Maybe one more facet.
I am in need
There
of
a
a
string
perfect.
of bears?
I am in need of a perfect poison facet.
Man, as many as I found, I have not found one single. I found all cold, mostly cold and fire, and that one physical I found was just 10%. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit. Got a druid summoning skill charm. Don't need.
Aren't physical sunders completely useless? No, physical sunders are very useful.
Oh, the Barbie torch hit the ground. Whoever dropped that, thank you. The barbarian
Yeah,
did one.
those torches went fast.
I don't think everybody has torches yet. Plus, everybody's making new characters. We had 16 new characters that popped up on New Character Day, so...
I'm still hunting from the elusive torch.
Anybody
Wasn't
needs a
there
necro
a
torch?
string of bears in here?
Yeah, one. I seen it on the ground.
I dropped it. Yep.
Anybody needs a necro torch?
String of bears.
Strike.
That's a little mo better. I found me a freaking 72 cold sunder just yesterday.
Oh, come here. Because I got this beautiful thing.
My God, really? Oh, sweet. You want me to give you this 72, or you can do whatever you feel fit with it.
It's a big deal. Trade it off if you can.
Yeah, I probably would end up doing that with it.
These guys over here, these schmucks over here tell me they found 3 perfect fire sunders yesterday and threw them all in the dirt.
Well, they weren't perfect. It was like a 71, a 70, and a 72. But nobody was on that wanted them, and they're not worth a whole lot. So we just left them in the game.
Schmucks.
Let me check in Treasury how much.
Schmucks.
Something flame, right?
Flame Rift.
Man, poor Pendleskin. I just like ripped him a new one.
So I have a question. Any
What do you
suggestions?
mean they don't work a whole lot?
What?
They are est, mal, est and mal.
For what? What are you trying to get?
For a perfect flame rift.
Perfect Flame Rift is Istmal right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of cheap.
Any suggestions on how to level up a poison necro and not need to respec?
Dagger. It's the only way.
Yep.
My suggestion would be to get yourself a Jade Tando, which is cannot be frozen. So you'll have cannot be frozen really early on, which is going to help you a ton as a melee character. Low-level poison damage charms would definitely be helpful. And you have to build them a little tanky. And then once you finally get access to Poison Nova, you can just swap over. The Black Bog Sharp is the next upgrade from the Jade Tando. It's a very nice, very powerful dagger that can also help you with your Poison Novas. What's it got, like +5 Poison Nova on it?
I have a perfect Death's Web.
Told you I'll pay on for it.
Yeah, Death's Web is your end game. I'm talking about, you said leveling up, so Jade Tando, Black Bog Sharp, and then once you finally get high enough, then yeah, Death's Web.
Well, I think I might just. I intend to max out skeletons for the port early on. Well, in general, because I got a bunch of leftover points. So I'm thinking I might just
With
running
with a
basic
bunch of leftover
Skellymancer.
points, I would definitely go down to revives instead of skeletons.
1 point in revives, I still have enough leftover points to put 20 into skeletons.
And with skeletons, with 20 points into it, you're not going to get 20 skeletons, but with 20 points into revive, you will get 20 extra revives.
That's
It's
true,
1-to-1.
but I will never be able to maintain more than 10 or 15 at a time. And with all my plus skills, I already hit like 17.
I can't understand I can't understand the excitement over revives. I could never maintain an army of revives.
I have a full summon Necro, and I can maintain everything. Mages, skeletons, and revives.
Well, I guess you're just a far more skilled player than I am.
It takes work, trust me.
Okay, well,
Definitely takes work.
I'm way too lazy, so I figure 1 point into revive, I'll get my skeletons and whatever revives come up, and I'll just run poison them.
Honestly, what it takes is an enigma. That's what it takes.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, man. That's the most enjoyable way that I've played a summoning Necro, and it's a lot of fun.
And it also means you pretty much can't stop and pick up loot, and you can't check and see what the items are, and pretty much you got to abandon any low-value items, because it would kill out the timer on the revives.
Might Merc.
It's not an enjoyable way to play.
Yeah, Might Merc with a Pride weapon and a Beast in main hand.
Pride, honestly, Hustle would probably be better now. Because then your Merc wouldn't be gimped, and you'd still get the fanaticism.
I found myself when I was playing the summoner, I didn't use revives unless I was about to get in a big fight with Diablo or something, and then I would use revives on the Infector clan, and then go right to Diablo after that. If you get a good high enough level, man, those skeletons will take care of most everything without revives.
They do.
Thinking about leaving the Pride and changing over to a Cure Helm, and then change the Might into a Prayer.
Well, what I'm talking about is changing the Pride into a Hustle. Then you get Fanaticism, then you can drop the Beast, and you can actually wear your main hand item. Then on top of that, you also can build Crushing Blow on the Merc so that he's actually useful. And he'll cap out his freaking attack speed as well, so you can easily hit 4 frames on the Mercenary with like a G-face on his head. And then he can take care of most of the Crushing Blow work without need for things like Urdars. 4-frame Mag 2 Merc hits really fast and really hard.
How much ice is needed for 4 frames?
Not much with Hustle, because he's got Burst of Speed and he's got Fanaticism. So he's already almost there, like, and if you choose the right base, he'll be at 4 frames with the right base. So like if you throw it in a 3-socket Man-Catcher, like a 3-socket F Man-Catcher, he should technically be at the 4 frames without any additional increased attack speed equipment.
I've got 2 ethereal 4-socket man catchers. I guess those would be great for conviction stick or whatever that thing.
I mean, that's basically what you're doing with your mercenary as a Necro. But the problem with Pride is that Pride gimps your mercenary completely and makes him almost completely useless. And that's really sad, because the mercenary is so freaking useful on a Necromancer. Which is why I think Hustle is just better all around. Because now your mercenary can actually still whip out that massive Crushing Blow that he's capable of at the 4 frames, and still provide Fanaticism for the entire army. Especially if you're a Tele Necro, because the range on the Fanaticism for Hustle isn't the greatest, but if you're teleporting around and you're tele-stomping things, then the Fanaticism is going to be on the entire army anyway, and it doesn't matter.
Anybody have some poison res Grand Charm?
Ooh.
Hey Ginger, I'm gonna bow out of here, man. My wife just pulled up. I'm gonna go greet her before she asks me how old I am when she sees me down here playing this game.
It's alright, Chucks.
You've been there, huh?
Hey, my girlfriend bought me a cup that says, I promise to love you even when we're old and you still play video games. Sounds like you got the wrong one, man. I literally have it right here, too. Not even joking. She got this for me for my Valentine's days. I don't know, I was already thinking about the Act 2 Merc as a Crushing Blow monster. Like, I really feel like he could be the most crazy Crushing Blow monster. Almost similar to a freaking Kicksin or a Smiter. Especially the way that Hustle just beefs up his speed like that. I was running the calculations on it, and it honestly seemed like you'd be able to hit the 4 frame with just about any weapon and a little bit of additional increased attack speed. But by going with the right base would make it insanely easy to hit that number. And you could stack on Crushing Blow in multiple forms. The only real downside is Hustle doesn't have any lifesteal, so you have to end up going with a lifesteal armor of some kind. We were thinking about it, like going back and forth, and like the most Crushing Blow you can get is definitely G-Face. And that gives him the highest damage output from that. So it would definitely be G-Face with something socketed in it. And then his armor would have to be something like maybe an F. Cheap would be like an F Bone Flesh, like double upgraded. Expensive would be like a frickin' Chains of Honor.
Skin of the Flayed one.
Hmm?
Skin of the Flayed one.
Skin of the Flayed one. Oh, unique ring just fell. But I mean, it's all said and done. I mean, he attacks so freaking fast. I mean, if you get him set up right, it would be like having an army of Erdars. Because he's hitting 3 attacks, 4 frame attacks. Like, you're talking about, like, the jabs doing just really nice. Oh, it's a freaking Bull Cathos. What do you know?
Nice.
Wow, it's a 5% Bull Cathos, too. It's better than mine. Huh. I'm tempted to run both of them. Oh, I can't run both of them because I need the dex from the Doojanks. Oh, no. How much dex am I missing? Let me check that real quick.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll take it and I'll solve the problem right there.
Oh, he's just gonna take it from me, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good find. Could have been another mantled heel or another junk ring.
What'd you find?
Bull Cathos. A 5% Bull Cathos at that.
Man, the vampire transformation just has terrible FCR.
Yes, it does. The breakpoints are awful. You need a lot more faster cast to reach the higher breakpoints. It's not that his faster cast is horrible. It's that his breakpoints are horrible. You need like a lot of faster cast just to even reach like the same levels as a regular necromancer. So like as a comparison, so the necromancer himself starts with a 15 frame faster cast breakpoint at 0%. The freaking vampire starts at 23 with 0. So to hit that same 15 on the necromancer, like that you have basically at 0, you need 86% faster cast to hit the same 15. You can eventually get him up to a 13, the vampire, but it requires 180% FCR to hit the 13 frame breakpoint. Meanwhile, the necromancer over here for 20% is hitting the 13 frame breakpoint. So, yeah, I mean it's a pretty drastic difference between the two.
I suppose FCR is not horribly important for a poison necro.
It's not. Spamming the poison nova does you no good. It does not actually stack. It will overwrite, but that's not really even important because like it only lasts for 2 seconds. So as long as you're casting it at least once every 2 seconds, usually you're fine. And even with like just 40% faster cast on the Necro Vampire, you're still looking at 18 frames, which is still once a second, if not like 1.5 every second. So you're still going to be casting the Poison Nova more than fast enough to make sure that they never run out. Even if the monster has 50% poison length reduction, which brings them down to 1 second instead of 2, you're still casting it fast enough.
1.25 casts per second.
The main thing with Poison Nova Necro, is you just need to make sure everything is nice and poisoned all the time. Spread it out so they just slowly bleed to death. Everything is bleeding to death.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna level him just as basically a summoner, because I'm gonna put 20 points in skeletons regardless. So.
I don't know. If I was building a poison, I don't think I would go with the skeletons at all. Ever since I found out about that poison bug, I think I would work it differently.
Oh yeah, that's right. Did they ever fix that?
No, it's something innate in the way that poison works.
So you're just looking for something to get you to 30, or?
Well, I don't have anybody that can rush me. So I'm basically walking the game on my own.
If you need, I can rush you.
I got a level 11.
And I got a bumper.
Oh, look at that. You already got a rush forming around you.
Hey, Ginger, is there anything about this build you're playing here, man, that you don't like?
I mean, sometimes fighting the fire immunes is a little touchy. Single target can be a pain in the butt if you don't build your character right. But as a sorceress, you've got static.
You probably do have. You running flickering on your head right now?
Yeah. The one that I borrowed.
She looks pretty damn powerful, dude.
She's nowhere.
I'm going to respec my cold sorceress in, but my cold sorceress kicks so much ass and have so much cool stuff for her. I'm almost hesitant to spec out of it.
And the thing about this build is she's nowhere near as powerful as she could be. Like she's sitting at like a bare minimum of like her potential.
Anybody, whoever's up for rushing me, join me in Kinship Group 1.
I'm up for joining in a rush.
You can come too.
Well, you gotta have somebody that's gonna rush you first.
I mean, I'll come help you guys rush. I don't really care. I'll teleport around and get you organs and stuff. That's about it.
Well, I'm level 6, so.
You know Durance is terrorized, though.
Durance. I don't really farm Durance that much.
Yeah, those little dolls in there make that pretty scary.
I mean, maybe with the sorceress I could. I was grabbing my waypoints real quick because I was missing waypoints in hell.
Yeah, I rather make them the thing in butter oasis.
What did he say the game was?
Year 1 if you want to come carry me.
Carry me, carry me. Chunks is making a fury druid, he said, so he needs some help too.
Yeah, so I'm not carrying.
Here, let me show you guys though, like what it's like to see the full powered version. Okay, so this is the This is the meager version. This is the one that this is the one that doesn't do all the damage. So you can see my damage is 10 to 12k right now on my attack. So like that's what I'm running right now. I think I have the test one that we did where we capped her out offline. Flaming Cheeto. Flaming Cheeto has capped. Okay, so she's running full fire skillers. She's got her flame rift. And then she also has fire damage charm, so she's got 26 to 42 flaming small charms of incineration, which is your capped out fire damage. And after it's all said and done, like when you swap to your pre-buff and you throw up your Dujanks, she's sitting at 21,000 per shot. And that's not even an upgraded Chuko Nu. She's using the non-upgraded version, so she doesn't even have the extra fizz damage coming in there. And she's got a freaking Infinity Merc too, which kind of like just makes it even crazier. And I can put this on players 8. And I can literally just walk through chaos.
Chunky.
Yeah.
If you want your Fury Druid to normal.
Look at how fast these monsters die. Does this look like players 8 to you?
Also join us in Kinship Group 1.
Does that look like player? These are pit lords. These are immune to fire. Look, P8 pit lords.
Yeah,
Look how fast they die.
This is not player 8.
This is players
player
8.
1. Oh my goodness. Those dudes are fire immune.
Yes, those are fire immune, and the non-fire immunes get wrecked. Oh look, you're immune to physical. You're gonna die. The fire immunes are the only ones that give me any trouble whatsoever, and even in P8, there's like nothing. It don't matter. Anything that's not fire immune though, like it's like one shot, maybe 2 shots, and they're just gone.
But this one has all facets and stuff, right?
I mean, there's really not a whole lot going on here that's special over than what I've got. So like, here, let me outline like what's changed and why this character has a little bit more than what another character might have. The most expensive items for this build are literally things like the fire skillers with the 38 life, but that you don't need the 38 life. The Oculus on the other hand here, so I'm not even using like the maximum cast stuff. So one thing that I could have, which I don't, which could push this a little bit further, is a +3. So what I did was I changed the Oculus. If you look at it, the stats on the Oculus are different. It's a +7 Oculus. And the reason why I did +7 is because I wanted to essentially mimic having all of the plus enchant skills from all the different items. So basically full pre-buff. So I basically cheated is what I did to give myself the full pre-buff without actually having to go through the process of getting my full pre-buff. So you might be thinking like, what am I talking about pre-buff wise? Well, I'm talking about like my amulet. I don't even have the amulet on, like the +2 amulet that I should have on. So I just left that off the table for the moment. I'm not using Soges, so I don't have the Soge. I don't have the +3 orb, which you would normally have as a pre-buff enchant sork, so I need to get my hands on one of those. It's actually something that I'm looking forward to eventually, is getting my hands on a +3/+3. Because that gives me +3 sorceress skills, or +3 fire skills, and then +3 enchant, which is 6 total. So, like, it's 6 here, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's like a bunch missing from this character, and she's still already like just insane. I don't even have a facet in the demon machine, which I could have. I should have a facet in the demon machine. I don't. I'm using a 14% flickering flame, not even a 15%. And then I don't have a like an arcanes with facets in it either. So like this character's already kind of insane, and she's not even really using like the end game like best in slot everything equipment. 21k is already kind of nuts. Did I remember to enchant my Merc? I don't know if I enchanted my Merc. Come here, buddy. There you go. So you guys, ye of little faith over here. Ye of little faith. Oh, I never did open that swap game up to public. 'Cause I'm sure the swap game's probably gone by now, right? It's amazing too, because Chaos is like mostly fire immunes, which is why I like to come here on this character. The Venom Lords are immune to fire. The regular, like, you know, Peon Doom Knights are immune to fire. So like for the most part, like when she wrecks shop here, it's pretty impressive. But I think what's even more impressive is that anytime she walks up to a monster that's not immune to fire, it's just like, oh yeah, you're super dead. Like you're not just dead, you're super dead. Just sit down on the ground. Like, don't worry about it. You'll be dead. You'll be fine.
EBI.
I just, you know, that was very. Oh, you got burned real bad. Okay, you like. It's like you literally turned on a nuclear bomb in front of your own face. And then the really cool thing about this build, which I like, is the static. So my character has the static now, which I think is the best way to run this. So you just pop your static a couple times and bring everything down to 50%, and then start firing your arrows. So anytime you run across those fire immunes, like, who cares? Just, like, static them a little bit. Oh, she just found a freaking holy water sprinkler. The fetid holy water sprinkler. What's up, infector of souls? How did you infect a soul? Yeah, set the demon on fire, he'll be warm for the rest of his life. Exactly. This poison is hellacious. I don't have any FCR on this build. I guess I can swap over to the Aki, I guess. Stop whacking him with your wand. Anyway, as you can see, she handles P8 like absolutely fine. And my character's like not even anywhere close to this character yet, and she's already doing fine. Like she's doing just fine, in my opinion. Like she's not having any issues whatsoever with anything she comes across. And when we're in groups, maybe I don't do that much damage to the fire immunes. You know, maybe it's a little bit more difficult for me to kill the fire immunes than it should be, but like, I don't necessarily feel useless because I'm providing everyone with currently level 40 enchant, which is going to go higher, as high as I can manage to get it, of course. As of right now, I still need, 1, 2, 3 fire skillers to cap out so I can still have inventory space. And then I still need a lot of fire damage charms. Fire damage small charms, those flaming small charms of incineration, or you know, like decent fire damage charms with other effects. Not gonna lie, this character does have some. She does have some life issues, so life might be a really good one, or mana. I don't think you can. Well, yeah, you can get either one because it can go on either side of the formula.
I thought I came across a fire damage. Oh, I got a 1 to 2 fire damage plus 20 mana. Oh, never mind. That's large.
Am I killing fire immunes at a faster pace than a fireball sorceress? I mean, it depends on how dense the pack is. If the pack is extremely dense, then yes, I'm going to kill them much faster than a fireball sorceress. Because I can pierce multiple times and have multiple explosions. If it's a single target that's fire immune, probably not. The fireball sorceress is probably going to win that.
Wanna race?
Hmm?
You wanna race?
Do I want to race? How are we going to find, like, a pack of monsters that's just going to stand there and let us test out things?
Cows? Well, you'd win cows because of Pierce.
Well, that's the whole thing that I'm talking about here. You're going to win any situation where there's a fire immune monster that's standing there, that's a solo or duo, maybe even trio, depending on how I can get my pierces off. But I should win pretty much any situation where there's multiple monsters and I'm piercing and getting multiple explosions. You're definitely the better single target damage. Definitely. Would never even try to make that a contest. Because I would fail. Best I can hope for is the monster is standing next to a wall and I can double my damage by getting 2 explosions. Double bubble, toil, and trouble. I actually haven't tested her out in cows since I respect her and got her some better equipment. It could be interesting to see how she does in there. I've been having fun doubling my damage, although it's not really quite double, but like I think the Act 1 Merc is a really good choice for this character since she also has Exploding Arrow and she can also multiply my damage out. And it's definitely an interesting choice. Plus she does a little bit of physical damage too, which isn't terrible.
Thank you.
Oh, I've got 19 to 27 fire small charm if you want it.
Oh yeah, I'll take it. That's like, in the cows, that's like 18,000 extra damage. Wom, 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 wom. Wom, wom. Let's see if I can work in some mana leech into this build somehow.
Chain boots rolled 38 cold res, 36 lightning res. No run walk, no half freeze duration. Nothing fancy. Those are 2 really good high resistances. Thank you for buying these, Ormus. They will be missed.
Yeah, if you're watching the stream and you feel like your stream is behind, there's a little button on the stream that says live. Click that live button and it will take you to the newest, so that you're not behind. Sometimes you get behind for various reasons, maybe an ad pops up or whatever's going on, but like it does, and over time it seems to lose a little bit of the like up-to-dateness of the stream, and every now and then if you just click the live button it'll take you back to the most recent, or just refresh the page. That also works. Whew. Spicy gloams. Oh, another level. 4 more skill points to throw in. Still not quite entirely sure what I want to do with them all. Extra static field distance certainly hasn't proven bad. It's actually really quite nice on this character, being able to just like toss out a couple static fields and hit everything within distance. Especially when I'm with you guys in Chaos and we run into like really big packs of fire immunes. And I know that hitting static is going to do a lot more damage to everything versus me trying to kill the fire immunes, which goes okay, but it's not like it's going to be faster than me static the entire screen. Superior diamond mail. Diamond mail's one of the heaviest ones. It's not F. Rude.
I can't carry anymore.
God, I'm the same. I'm the same character I was from season 2. My Frozen Arizon. Like when you play this character, it's the same exact playstyle. Like you just run along and the monsters that are all nice and grouped up for you, like the succubuses and stuff like that. Like it's just so easy to absolutely just demolish them from existence. You can literally just teleport into them and just fire one arrow and the whole pack is dead. Just fire arrows off screen. Oh god, extra fast Frozenstein. Oh god, he's dead. He died extra fast. Oh, not bad. He dropped me a +2 strength, cold res 8, small charm. It's not a bad little chammy. I don't really need cold res. Kubus, what's the matter, buddy? Hmm? Kubus. Kubus, do you gotta go a peppers? You got the peppers? You got the peppers? Get down. God dang, he ripped my headset right off my freaking head. Wrapped around his paw. Sorry about that, guys. He's got to go, Peppus. I'll be right back.
Sometimes it seems like the rune drops are just turned off, man.
I'm on run 148 and I haven't
Good
found
Lord.
anything yet.
No doubt about it. Yeesh.
Oh, I found an area. It's about it. And a decent, like, small charm.
I think the best one I found is that freaking little weird 100 poison damage, 3 magic find, small charm. If it only would have rolled 7 on the magic find, damn it.
Yeah, mine was 7 magic find, 14 to mana.
Hey. That's not bad, man. Anytime you get the 7 magic find, those are pretty much keepers if you're.
That's
It
yeah,
depends on what
exactly.
you're doing. If you're magic finding, you know.
Oh, it went right into my inventory.
Some of the weirdest damn mods get put together sometimes. I swear, you get these freaking sorceress circlets with dual each. Like, am I gonna do bang somebody upside the head with my Tal's wand?
Oh, we found a melee staff the other day. It was crazy.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, it was a staff. It
Had all
was
the stats for melee
it
on
had
it.
like all the melee stuff. It had
Crushing blow.
faster attack. Yeah, not crushing blow, but it had like faster attack, like several different elemental mods.
Oh, that would have been nice for like a
Like-
melee druid.
It was crazy.
The belt peddler is awake.
I wonder if anybody's using that fancy new rune word staff that they had last year. The one that Elemis used.
The big thing with like potentially
Obsession or
+7.
Passion or
Obsession.
one of those.
Yeah.
Obsession. Yeah.
Yeah, man, he had that killer shout barb
We
using
find
it.
the-
It was the weirdest thing you ever saw.
Does
Yeah.
anybody
I
have
mean, if
any
you find
codes
the
or
basic
pulls? No. Need codes and pulls. Okay.
It took me forever to find a freaking co-rune, man. I usually have a whole stash full of them damn things by now. Haven't unearthed a single facet either, and usually by now I've found at least a couple of them.
That's how I feel. I haven't found shit in Trav yet.
I have run Chaos Sanctuary more times than I've ran it freaking terrorized, unterrorized.
Gotta go to the Momos.
Yeah, the moo-moos are okay. I get kind of bored doing the moo-moos. Or actually, you get kind of bored doing all of it, really. If you're just doing the same thing over and over and over.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm doing.
And I bet I found 20 Shakos and none of them are unique. I found 15 whites, about 20 blue ones, maybe 2 or 3 yellow ones. And it's probably okay, because if I found it, I wouldn't wear it anyway. Oh, look, a raven
I
prosper.
wouldn't. I'd drop it right in a sloppy. Watch everyone fight over it.
I was doing that the other day with a ethereal arachnids. That damn thing gets picked up before it hit the ground, then 2 seconds later, right back on the ground.
We've had the Ethereal Shaker, the Ethereal War Travelers.
What about ethereal Shakos? Where are we putting these things at?
In the trade games to troll people.
Do it.
In the trash where they belong.
Put them on your feet until they break. How about that?
Put it in Merc.
It probably wouldn't take this freaking ethereal Iraqs long. It's only got like 7 durability.
I'll take it.
If you could stay out of the fray long enough,
Hey.
you could probably make it last for a little
Stay
while.
out of the
You can
fire,
still use
my
it for
friend.
pre-buff.
With the discount party den, I could use that to reach another breakpoint.
The discount partied in.
Yeah, aka the combat medic.
The MASH guy.
Yeah, the poor man, the poor man version.
I love it.
It got even poorer this season with Cure. Now I don't even need to find a champ room.
Exactly. Same. Same.
And I just picked up a freaking Griswold's in the Swappy game.
What game are you in, man? Are
Nice.
you serious? You want this? You want this ethereal Arax?
Shit, yeah. What do you want for it?
Nothing. Not a thing.
He wants you to take it out of his inventory. That's what he wants.
Is it the GGM Swip Swap?
Yeah.
We're still in that game? That game's still up? Mm.
Oh, there's still tons of stuff in here.
There's so much stuff on the ground in there.
Oh, well, I
There was
need
Rob
to-
Zanny, there was torches.
This is a veritable like new character day delight in here.
I need to open that up for a stream then, because that thing's been up for like an hour.
Any lacerators in there?
Shrouds.
All right, you guys ready? Stream? You guys are gonna get access to this swippity swappity game with all these really cool items on it. Let me hop in here real quick before it.
Password.
It's not. It is not weird. Okay.
Weird.
I gotta go back in here and see if I can locate it.
The password is alligator toes.
Alligator toes.
Be careful. You just said it. He's gonna make it the next one.
I will make passwords, and I don't care.
Exactly. As I said, be careful what you say. He'll make it the next one.
There you go. There's the password if you guys want to come in. No, it's a song. You guys are stupid. It's swip, swap, a swippity swap, a swippity swippity dang diggity dang diggity dang dang diggity dang diggity doom. It's literally it's just stupid. It's just a stupid song. That's all it is. I literally just made it swip, swap, dangity. Like it's literally just the song. Okay.
Big Pimpin', is that you that had the Atherax?
I'm chillin'. Chillin's got it right here.
Look at all these flame riffs in here.
Do you guys remember the show In Living Color back in the day?
Yep. In living color.
I was gonna say.
You know what I remember? You know what I remember about A Living Color the most? And this is as a little kid watching the show because I watched it as a kid. I remember the hairstyles. They always had a different hairstyle. Like every episode, they were like sometimes they have like the big hair, and sometimes they have like the smooth cut and with the fade on the sides, and like there was always a different hairstyle every single time.
Even like Jim Carrey always changed his hair color or his hairstyle.
Like it was like a whole thing. They just kept changing hairstyles like every episode.
There were so many big name actors in that show, man. They all went on to have pretty good careers.
I don't know who their hairstylists were, but
It definitely wasn't Wanda, was it?
I want the number.
Good afternoon, everybody, or actually, good early evening.
Good early evening.
I like that. I like good early evening. Mind if I borrow that later?
Not at all.
Yeah, congrats, Patrick. Tommy Bone. Thanks for the subscription, Tommy Bone.
Standard of heroes.
Come here, Merc.
Somebody's been doing some torches.
Torches.
Wonder who did that.
Somebody made a mess out of those standard of heroes.
Should have seen my mess.
That sounds like a song,
Last
Patrick.
ladder.
Like instead of In Living Color, you could just do It's Raining Facets. Fire, lightning, ice and gold.
Need one more cold, man, and I'll be set.
I had enough standard of heroes from last ladder that I was able to cover the entire screen and take a screenshot of it. Over 100 of them on the ground.
Pandemonium event.
I would, but I keep dropping them in swap game.
I kept one from every run that I did.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
What they
then I just drop them in the
what
swap
they
games.
really need is they need an Adventurer Appreciation Day. For those of you who played Final Fantasy XI, you might know what I'm talking about, but some other games may have had something similar. But Final Fantasy XI did this Adventurer Appreciation Day, and you went up to a mercenary or an NPC or something, I can't remember what it was, and he would tell you your stats, how many times you died, how many monsters you killed, how many times you killed, how many times you, like, crafted an item. Like, it was like every stat in the game that you could ever possibly want. Like, how many times you killed Diablo, how many times you killed Mephisto, like it was like an insanely large number of stats, and they were apparently this is stuff that they'd just been storing on the server for like a million years. And like on Adventure Appreciation Day, you could just talk to the NPC and like learn all of your ridiculously stupid stats. Like, look, I've killed Mephisto 7,852 times.
Ooh, Cathedral and Catacombs.
RuneScape has that in it too.
Blizzard
Called
and
an adventurer's log.
Blizzard and Frozen Orb are two completely different skills. Like it's hard to compare them to each other. Blizzard is much better at dishing out damage to multiple targets. Like if you're gonna run cows, I would definitely recommend Blizzard over Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb does a lot, I think, more damage like single target to like one particular monster. Like if you get like all the little spikes to hit one monster at one time, like I think the spike damage kind of like outperforms Blizzard. Blizzard also has some issues of like not hitting certain targets because like it just has like dead zones within its damage radius. So like occasionally it just doesn't hit stuff, which is a little weird. Frozen Orb, though, on the other hand, decreases in damage the more monsters that are on the screen because the spikes don't pierce, and the spikes are also consumed per monster. So if you're fighting a large, number of monsters like the cows, Blizzard is definitely going to outperform Frozen Orb on the cows, like bar none, because it's just the more monsters you have, the more of those spikes are going to get absorbed and spread out to all of the monsters within that field of zone, and it just doesn't really work out very well for Frozen Orb. It's a much better single target and small group ability than it is a large, like massive, high density group ability. I mean, there's a lot more that goes on. Like, you can use both at the same time, though, now. So you could be a Blizzard / Frozen Orb Sorceress, which isn't exactly a terrible idea. That way you can have your cake and eat it, too. You can have your high single target damage with your high AoE damage.
They both use the same synergy.
Yeah, they both use the same synergy. And on top of that, you can interchangeably cast them with no real loss because they both have a delay. And so basically you're just Blizzard, Orb, Blizzard, Orb, Blizzard, Orb, Blizzard, Orb, Blizzard, Orb, and you're just doing that constantly. And there's no real loss involved.
Hey, that sounds like my play style right now.
Something with that here. That's really nice.
Don't some people build it? They build it with Glacial Spike, don't they?
I prefer Glacial Spike because Glacial Spike freezes the targets, and it does make the entire process a hell of a lot easier. If the monster can't move, then the monster can't fight back, and if the monster can't fight back, then he's nice and dead. The other cool thing...
Like it does a nice amount of damage, too.
The other cool thing about Glacial Spike is if you do build faster cast, which most sorceresses do, as an Orb Blizzard sorceress, you're not really taking advantage of your faster cast. Like, you get a little bit of a bonus on delayed skills, but it doesn't really give you that much. Whereas if you do Blizzard Glacial Spike does actually take advantage of your faster cast, and the more you faster cast you get, the more Glacial Spikes you can get off in between each Blizzard. And that skill actually does some pretty nice damage. And then Ice Blast is a very good single target. So like, if you swip and swap between the two, which is what I would always recommend, you want to use your Glacial Spike for your groups like your cows and stuff, and you want to use your Ice Blast for your single targets like when you fight Diablo. You definitely want to make sure you're switching and swooping back and forth. Because Ice Blast is like double the damage of Glacial Spike, but it's only a single target ability. Whereas Glacial Spike is very nice damage, but it's half the damage of Ice Blast, and it hits all the targets within I think it's a 3.3 yard radius or something, or 2.3 yard. So when you're talking about your damage output, there's definitely an advantage to using one or the other when you're in the right situations. You never want to just use one. You never want to just use Glacial Spike or just use Ice Blast, because then you're in silly situations where you're not getting the best advantage. Orb does do nice single target damage, but it also has to be aimed, which is also part of its issue. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's not quite as effective. To really get the most out of that ability and the highest damage potential, you've got to make sure that the orb is doing its final explosion inside of the monster that you're trying to hit. That's how you get your highest damage output from Frozen Orb.
I dig the pierce on it.
On what?
On the orb. Like if you shoot it right into a big group of monsters, it'll travel right through about the first 3 and then blow up right in the middle of them.
Oh yeah, the Nova will happen at the death knell of the ability, which is definitely useful. So like if you put it right in the center of a group of monsters, you can spread the damage out that way. But it also at the same time, if it explodes on the inside of a monster, all of the Nova actually hit the monster. No, Frozen Nova has some weird mechanics, and I go over a lot of them in my Frozen Orb video if you guys want to check it out. But basically what it comes down to is Frozen Orb lies to you a lot and tells you fibs on what it's actually doing. A lot of the times it will display animations of shooting off effects, and literally it won't actually do anything because that's not the way the ability works. If it hits a object at any time, it is immediately destroyed. And even if you see an animation after it hits an object, the animation is lying to you. It's not actually doing anything. So that final...
Kind of like the Necro teeth deal where you shoot out 83 teeth and you're like, wow, I just blasted it, but you don't realize
it's one
1-2 hit.
Well, it's a little bit more than that because the game is actually like physically showing you a different thing than what's actually happening. Like I'm saying, like when you hit a target, like if you hit a hard target with your Frozen Orb, it will immediately do its explosion. But according to the way the game mechanics work, the explosion actually doesn't happen. So despite the fact that it shows you an explosion, it doesn't actually do an explosion when it finishes. Same thing for if the Nova goes off inside of a monster. So if the Nova actually goes off inside of a monster, then all of the Nova will hit that monster and nothing else. Even if it shows the ice things coming out of the monster, it's not actually doing any damage to anything other than that initial monster that is hit by the explosion. Which is one of the reasons why you try so hard to get the Frozen Orb to explode inside of the monster. Like you want that Nova to literally explode in the monster so that he's hit by every single spike of the explosion. If it explodes outside the monster, then that's different, and then it hits everything, and then the Nova actually happens and it hits everything around.
Good stuff, man.
It's all complicated. Like I said, I go over all of it in my video, though, and I also demonstrate it on a Frozen Orb Sorceress, like showing which ones do damage and which ones don't, and like how to get the optimal damage output from the ability. I think I even compare it to Blizzard 2 to show you the differences.
Blizzard's damage is just crazy, man.
Oh, it is.
I'm not really a Sorceress expert. It's probably the reason I chose the Blore source. Most of the videos I watch with Blizz sources do use the glacial spike, though, I see.
Well, it's a synergy for Blizzard, so if you're going to build Blizzard, you've got Glacial Spike.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the last one that I picked, and I'll have to be like level 96 or so before it'll be maxed. Another superior man catcher.
I used to play a Lightning Blizzard build in the beginning of Ladders. It was pretty fun.
And that would probably be a pretty sweet weapon for somebody that was going to run a hustle. It's superior 3-socket man catcher. It's not it's not ethereal.
I was going to say, if it was ethereal, yeah, that would be like God tier base.
Got plus 6 enhanced damage, plus 1 to attack rating. But
if anyone in voice chat wants to see a full power Blizzard, I can swap over to it real quick in non-ladder and give a quick demo of it, because I have a nearly perfect Blizzard Sorceress.
You got all the cold charms and all that.
Here, I'll show you.
an
I
enchant.
just about everything but that. I
And
don't
then-
have Death's Fathom or Night Wings, but Pal's set's pretty decent.
A +3 enchant on Ormus Devil Cookie is not something that you wear, like, as a standard piece of equipment for an enchant sorceress. Because if you did, you would be missing out on the +2 fire mastery. What you do is you put it on and you use it for your pre-buff enchant, and then you take it off. Because otherwise what happens is you'll gain +1 on your enchant, but you're going to lose +2 on your fire mastery, and your damage is going to net go down. It's not going to be an increase. But that is a absolutely excellent piece of kit to have for an enchant sorc, because that allows you to get 1 more plus to skill, which is 1 more level of enchant, which is going to be, you know, very helpful for that particular
Fire
character.
damage, a little more attack rating.
Yeah. And that's what you're trying to do with an enchant sorc, because you want to get your enchant as high as possible on your pre-buff. And then once you cast enchant on yourself, you know, it lasts for, like, mine lasts for 1,080 seconds. So it's not like I really have to worry about anything. Like, I just pre-buff myself once in the beginning of the game, and then I move on. And if I'm feeling lazy and I don't want to do, like, swap out pre-buffs, I still at least do my other weapon set pre-buff.
Do we worry much about, as a source? Oh, I'm sure you do with your melee source, but a caster, do you worry much about being frozen? It's not necessarily to have a Raven Frost on, huh?
No, it doesn't matter.
So the Raven Frost matters for this character because you want to hit the targets. If you don't hit the targets, you're missing out on half of your total damage output. So, like, it's especially when you're dishing with like 1 or 2 or 3 targets and you're not getting like multiple explosions, because you get the full enchant damage on your on hit, and then you get the full enchant damage again on the explosion. So if you're not hitting the target, you're not getting like the full potential of the character, and then you're also losing out on your life leech, you're losing out on your mana leech, you're losing out on anything else.
Yeah, on a sorceress caster, a true sorceress that actually uses spells, it does not matter. You do not run it.
That actually uses spells.
That actually uses spells. You don't do it. And I'll show you, right?
I use spells. I use enchant. I use enchant.
If you pull up my stream real quick
Your
on here.
character type is still kind of in the fray. You're a bow, so you're not necessarily jumping right into the middle of
I teleport stuff.
Last thing you want to do is be stuck in the middle of a pack melee and then be frozen.
I thought you were talking about the enchant sword. That's what I thought. If you're talking about like a frozen orb sorceress or blizzard sorceress or something, no, you don't need the attack rating. But you still do. You still kind of want your cannot be frozen though, in some way, shape, or form. Which Raven Frost is just one of the easiest ways to get it.
I don't love it. I don't care. I never walk anywhere. I teleport.
I haven't ran it up to this point. I was running it earlier when I was dependent on that Kiara's Guardian to get my res up. But then once I got finished my talisman, I didn't have to worry about res anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Death's Fathom with Cold Facet.
That's insane.
34. Here's a
What's
Night
up, Jinx?
Wings with 20 cold skill damage. Here's a Blizzard Ormus with 18 gold skill damage with a facet in it. We run a 210 to hit your break point. Yep. Night Wings, Ormus robes, a 210 Ami with whatever you want on it. Run trains, gloves for the reses. I run a Bull Cathos and a Stone of Jordan. One for
Reses
the
are
little
all
bit of
capped
extra
too.
life.
Your reses look good.
No, it doesn't matter. Nothing stays in long enough for it to actually
Well, no
damage me.
shit, that really doesn't. A super duper great offense is all you need.
Yeah. Run Snow Clash. Really nice boots. These are probably the most insane boots I've ever found in D2R or in Diablo 2 in general. 29 cold, 30 lightning, 30 fire with 22 magic find and 30 fast to run walk.
Good God.
Yeah, they're insane. They're
That's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah, we run nine cold skillers,
Found
torch,
those?
any, and then just whatever. Yeah, I've found everything. All of this has been found.
Damn it!
And
I thought I was pimping with 20% faster run walk and 35 cold, and 13
no.
fire, and 25 fire magic.
No, I found these. These came off of
insane.
Diablo. Yeah, these came off of Diablo.
Beautiful tri-reses.
What shield do you run?
I need a key.
I'm running Spirit now. A
Okay.
poopy Spirit. It's only 27 faster cast.
Well, guess what? You're running the wrong shield because This is what shield you need to run.
Uh-oh, where am I looking?
In my stream.
Let me get
Pull up
into
my Discord. Yeah,
Oh,
it's on Discord.
watch.
I literally have everything. I can just show you real quick.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
what'd you have? A freaking.
So, this is my non-ladder character that I built last season.
That's sick. So have you played? You haven't played Cold Sort this season yet, so you don't really know the difference from the fix they made, huh?
It won't matter.
Or for any monster that's not immune, it won't matter. For any monster that is immune, it will lower kill speed, but that's about it.
But yeah,
What is your
you'll see.
shield, dude? Let me see.
A four-faceted monarch.
Yeah. No doubt.
That's it. That's what you need. And then you get Blizzard Ormus robes, 9 cold skillers, Torch, Annie, whatever the hell you want up here on top of the
What are you building this season?
skillers. I have a Worker
Mosaic.
Barbarian Trav Runner, and then I have the Party Den.
Does your barbarian have a torch? That's a dumb question, isn't it?
But look at this Blizzard damage here. This is the highest Blizzard damage you can have in the game.
Now, let me get back over there. Where is it?
So this will tell you how far off you actually are.
Well, I'm trashing my build now. I'm gonna start a summoning Necro now, damn it.
I did it. I killed myself on dolls.
Yeah, and I have minus 158 to enemy cold res.
Yeah, dude.
I went down into
And-
Drifter Cavern, and I'm just like, I'm gonna kill myself on dolls. And the
That's
first
a-
thing was an elite pack of dolls, and I just killed
That's a
myself right on the
1 point.
dolls.
That's a 1-point wonder on Cold Mastery. And I have 14 points dumped into Chilling Armor because I had leftover points. Instead of dumping them into Chilling Armor, you're just going to dump them into your Cold Mastery because of the changes this ladder. That's all you're going to do. You're just going to dump all of your excess points into here. Level 47, Blizzard. Yeah, I mean, there it is. All of your synergies, Glacial Spike, Ice Blast, Ice Bolt, 1-point wonder.
Basically, no room for improvement. Are all your facets perfect?
Not quite. That's why it's not a perfect build. It's nearly perfect.
Yeah,
1 point,
close,
1
man.
point, 1
That's
point, 1 point.
crazy.
That's it. Yeah. And
Smokes.
I play on
So
controller,
many
so
dolls.
forgive me, but how far away is Lost City? But you'll see. Okay, that's actually a great example. Fire towers, big damage, right? Big health. I 2-hit him.
Popped him like popcorn. What is that, man? Is that a PlayStation or which platform are you on?
I'm on PC. I just play with a controller.
Oh, your name tags and stuff look different than mine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
whole UI changes.
everything changes when you change it to PC or PC with a controller. It's actually really seamless too. Like as soon as you pick up the controller, everything changes, and as soon as you touch the mouse, everything changes back.
Yeah. So this is what the controller UI looks like, and then I can just literally touch it and it changes. And I pick up the controller and move, and just auto
Is it
changes. So,
controller
yeah,
is it like a Nintendo controller?
it's an Xbox controller.
Wow.
Xbox is the
So-
easiest one to use on PC.
Have y'all ever seen those little keyboard-looking things that your hand sits in? I don't know that you'd need it for this game, but
I've never
so-
used one of those actually.
I basically one-shot everything in the game.
yeah, that's
I'm not even
pretty crazy,
staticking
man.
right now. This is a
I
level
never
85 area.
I can't never find time to static. Seems like by the time I would have staticked, I could have blizzarded
Yeah,
and done the same
it doesn't
thing.
matter. You just drop a blizzard and then keep moving. That's all you really need to do.
The only time static is superior to the ability that you're using is if you can hit the entire screen at the same time. Because there's no other ability in the game that's literally going to hit the entire screen in that same time period. So like if you can do one static and hit the entire screen, then yes, you should be staticking first. But if you've got like low level static and you can't hit the entire screen, then there's no reason.
It's mainly for your electric sorceresses that run that branch, huh? That max that out.
I was maxing it out on my girl here. Like it's actually super useful for this build.
Well, that's one bad thing about the cold sword, because there's so many damn synergies you got to max to get it all.
Yeah.
There's
So-
3 or 4 of them you got to put 20 points in, so there's like 80 points.
Yeah, Blizzard is a very high synergy investment skill. And that's why a lot of people choose Frozen Orb. People are like, is Frozen Orb or Blizzard better? And I'm like, it really just, that's not really what it's about. Like, people choose Frozen Orb because it's literally a 20-point investment. You don't even have to build the synergy, and Frozen Orb can still do a significant amount of damage. Versus Blizzard literally requires, what, like an 80-point investment? Like, it's not even a contest between the two. It's a 20-point investment versus an 80.
I have a respec left, so.
Or at 21 if you throw in your Cold Mastery.
So look, he's cold immune. I can't do anything, so I'll just static him down and let the Merc handle him, and he's dead.
I noticed when we're doing bail runs.
With all the negative res you're running, why aren't you running a Cold Sunder?
This was before Sunders.
Oh.
This specific character was built before Sunders. I have a Cold Sunder. I just haven't put it on him because I don't care.
You're gonna want them to die before you even shoot.
Yeah. So that was a quick seal pop in chaos, and now we'll show you what happens to Diablo.
Cody, I don't know what crack cane you're on today, but you're...
I'm not gonna static. This is just raw damage. That was no static.
I'm going to ask you politely, calm it down, sir.
Resting, man.
So that was no static. That was just straight up just done. And I 3-hit Diablo.
That's it. I had pretty much fun last year. Last season I did my main character. Well, I screwed up last season and did like 3 or 4 level 93 characters. I didn't focus on one. I had like 3 or 4 characters that were 93.
I have a 71 Cold Sunder. But remember, if I drop even 1 Cold Skiller here, my damage will go down to everything except Cold Immunes. Because I won't hit my 17 to 18k if I put that on. That's not gonna help.
Good God,
So yeah, now I'm only 17 to 17k.
And their cold immunity is now what? Freaking 200 and something?
No, max. It's done.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I'm at
You're running negative 200?
Negative 153.
Yeah. So with the Cold Sunder, they're effectively finished.
Yeah. So it makes no difference. The only thing is I can actually kill cold immunes, but I just kill everything else around it. I don't farm any cold immune areas. And my Mert can take everything out. I mean, he's just a basic build treachery, Tal Helm, and a level 15 meditation insight. And a normal thresher, it's not even ethereal. It doesn't matter. Like, all I use him for is to keep my mana from going down. And this, I literally have 1,000 health and 400 mana, and that's enough.
Hell, at the rate these facets are dropping for me, man, it'll be 2047 before I can get enough facets to go into a monarch. Maybe I should put one to the side and keep it though.
So I have a bunch of extra like cold skillers and stuff too.
I'm still looking for I've found every freaking skiller you can find except the ones I need. It's about how it usually works.
Hey, Jinx, I just found a Bull Cathos earlier, too.
I have this crazy lightning helmet non-ladder. This thing is insane. 2 to lightning skills, 20 FCR. Oh. With 11 cold res, 31 poison res. He's nasty.
Impossible.
I was watching a video earlier of a guy that was running a fire traps, and that damn thing was pretty stout too. He had all the good stuff, the griffins, and I think he was actually running a god dang, what the heck is
Was
the
he
name of it?
fire or lightning? He wouldn't run a
It was
griffins
lightning.
on. He wouldn't run a
Yeah, he was
griffins
running
on a fire.
griffins, and his weapon was the conviction polearm.
Oh
I
yeah.
know that sounds stupid that I don't know the name of that. but
Self-wielding infinity.
yeah, he had an infinity, but it was in a lower kind of a Randy stock kind of base.
Yeah.
He was mauling shit, man. I was like, wow.
Yeah, because the negative resistance on infinity is insane. So Like, you combine the negative resistance from Infinity with the negative resistance from Griffins, and then also the Conviction, and by the time you're done, like, every monster you're attacking pretty much is at, like, negative 100% lightning resistance. Like, so you just roll through everything with your traps.
He wasn't. I think that he had mentioned that he seldomly even uses the freaking corpse explosion because everything dies so quick.
No, and that's the thing that I encountered as well, is that when you build a character strong enough, they don't need it. The MA Sin that I built didn't need it either. Like, it got to the point where she was just walking through everything, and I even tried it, and I was like, this is literally slowing me down. Like, it's legit slowing me down. Casting this is not speeding me up at all. I'm literally just slowing down by casting this.
That's kind of what I started thinking about static, man. It was static or blizzard. They both removed quite a chunk of health in them, but when I was doing veil runs, I noticed that static would strip them down to about half real quick, and then it slows down.
And
yeah, you don't use static more than a couple times. That's the important thing about static, is that, like, that first cast of static, the first jump, is the highest damage output of all of them. And then everything after that is increasingly going to go down. So, like, you generally don't do more than, I think it's like 3 statics. Like, if you do more than 3 statics, then you're just entering into the realm of, like, severe diminishing returns, and it's just not worth it. Your first static is most definitely worth it. That first static that you put out is going to be higher damage than just about everything that you can do.
Works off a percentage every time you hit it, right? So
well, like, even a Novasorc. Like, Novasorcs can hit most stuff on the screen, but static is going to hit everything on the screen, and potentially things that are off the screen. And it's going to do more damage than Nova does in that first hit. So popping your first static is definitely worth doing. And then everything after that is subjective. Like, you got to figure out what your damage potential is. Like, if you're one-shotting everything anyway, well, at that point, then why even bother? Like, another thing is if you're in an area that has tons of immunes to your particular element, like, staticking can be a much higher damage output than your main skill. So, like, if you're a fire character like me, and you run into a group of fire immunes, and you've got a group with you that is doing other damage other than fire, then you're probably better off just spamming your max static and hitting everything on the screen. That way everything's at a nice toasty 50%, and then you can just, your group can just walk through everything. Let's see how this girl handles Bale. Oh, hello, Defiler Pack.
Yeah, believe it or not, that Blizzard Sorceress is faster than my Hammerden. My Hammerden takes 5 hammers to kill P1 Diablo. The Sorceress does it in 3. So.
Oh, I can't give up on this big giant pack over here. What's up, champions?
I can't carry anymore.
This girl's dumb impressive with how freaking quick she kills stuff, though. Honestly, I think she might be better than the actual exploding arrow Amazon. Which is just stupid. This character has some potential too to multi-spec, which I've thought about it. So, like, one thing that you could do is you could look for lightning damage charms. You could even add in something like a dream helmet. Like, there's a couple other options that you could do, and the entire purpose of this would just be to add other elements into the mix. Lightning being the most obvious, because Lightning Mastery has a massive increase in the amount of damage that it does. And if you stacked up Lightning Charms and you maxed out Lightning Mastery, which is only a 20-point investment, you could potentially get many thousands of extra damage from the lightning portion of things and add in another element into the mix for relatively inexpensively. I mean, we're talking about a pretty massive amount of damage, too. Not exactly sure what level I would be able to get the lightning mastery to, especially since I'm not using lightning skillers. But I'd imagine it would still be over like 400% extra lightning damage. And the lightning charms actually go up pretty high as well. So combining the lightning charms with the lightning mastery and then the on hits, I'd imagine I'd probably get to like 10k pretty easily. Just added lightning damage onto every single shot. I think I tested this one time before, by the way, so I'm not even just like talking out my butt. I tested this one time before. I just took a Sorceress and I just maxed out her Fire Mastery and maxed out her Lightning Mastery. And I filled her with half Fire and half Lightning Charms. And she was hit for like 48k. Like, just running around like 48,000 damage a strike.
That blizzard at 17 to 18k, you also have to remember with the negative res factored into it, it's hitting for double that, so it's hitting for like 30k.
Yeah, Cold Mastery has always been that way. You always have to, like, once you start getting into the negatives, which you definitely want to hit, it's just positive damage from that point.
I wonder why they did the cold mastery different than the others. Why didn't they just make it cold damage instead of minus to their resistance, you know?
No clue. But to find the original developers and check their brains.
Hold them.
Kind of crazy. Even the talent set does it. It gives you plus to your cold, but it gives you minus to the fire or enemy fire res and lightning res too, I think. But
And that was glorious. I had a full spread of arrows in the air before the Act 2 wave spawned. Dude, they spawned into the arrows and just immediately disintegrated. It was glorious.
Unique brandy stock. Ew. Give me that.
3 to max damage, 14 to attack rating, small charm. Hey,
Not terrible.
I found a few of those GCs too with the triple mod with the damage on them. So I guess it's
Oh, 5 all res with 15 poison damage, small charm. Let's go.
The minions of destruction. Die, minion. Alright, let's see how fast she kills Bale. I mean, I've got static, so that's... Yeah, that'll go down really fast, and then I can obviously just start hitting him. I'll probably have trouble hitting him, though. I would guess. At least the explosion part doesn't require me to hit him. So while I might be missing out on a little bit of my damage... Just find an Armor King Leoric. I did just find an Armor King Leoric. Nice.
Oh!
I guess it's the arm of the king. The arm of the king. Does anybody need an arm of the king?
Is that the one that bone prisons you?
Yes.
Yes, but it's also the best one
I
for...
hated that damn thing.
It's also the best one for plus the skills, though.
Can't tell you how many times I ended up in a bullpen with a super unique standing right next to me.
Sounds like you need to learn how to use your army better.
That ended up being one of my favorite characters, man. Once I got Enigma, though, that was a pretty fun character. You just teleport around with a big blob of skeletons and whatever the hell those revives. They just turn into a giant blob.
Somebody found a lacquered plate.
Sweet.
I can't use
Cody.
this yet.
Cody, put the crack cocaine down, okay? Live clean. All right. I don't know what
tussle armor on.
I don't know what crack cocaine you're on, but live clean. All right. Come over here. We need to talk.
Get him a hustle collar, man.
We need to talk. Okay. You can't just be high on crack your whole life. You can't do it. You're gonna lose all your teeth, and then you're gonna lose all your friends in that order.
What kind of dog is he, Ginger? He looks like he's got some bulldog in him, pit bull or something.
Part Mastiff, part Labrador, part Pit Bull.
Part pain in the butt.
No, I learned about this thing in dogs, and apparently I'm not even like too far from the truth. Like when I say he's high on crack cocaine, like apparently there's a real thing in dogs that apparently dogs get like high on, I don't know, like endorphins or whatever the hell's going on inside their little crazy little brains.
You get the zoomies.
And what happens is they start to anticipate things. And you know, like the Pavlov dog thing where the dog, you know, starts to salivate because of the, you know, they ring the bell. Like apparently what's going on is he's anticipating an event, and then like his body is releasing like adrenaline or endorphins or whatever's going on, and he's addicted to it. And that's basically what they've said in a lot of these articles that I've been reading, is that he gets addicted to the high. And so he seeks out the thing that is making him have those endorphins. Like an example that they used, which was a very clear example, was like, say you're walking your dog and your dog gets super excited and barks at the other dog on the other side of the fence. It's something that they get excited about, right? And then if you walk the dog and then the other dog isn't there, but for some reason or another, your dog will still bark at the fence. Your dog will still get excited because the dog doesn't care that the dog is on the other side. The dog has gotten addicted to the endorphins of barking at the other dog on the other side of the fence. And they just do it as a matter of course, because it's something that they enjoy. It gives them a feel-good feeling. And a lot of the stuff is like this. Like when my girlfriend comes home from work and he hears the horn, like the horn beeping, like it's instantaneous. He starts going crazy.
On like Donkey Kong.
It's like on-demand drugs. And apparently this is like a whole thing with dogs, is they start to, throughout their life, they start to understand and look for the triggers to these things, which will make them super excited, and then basically get like absolutely hopped up on crack cocaine when they happen.
Kind of like when chaos gets terrorized for us.
I mean, sort of, yeah, but that would be like you logging on and then like just getting excited, like walking into chaos. Like you would just take the portal into chaos, and
at some point it's going to be terrorized.
At some point it's going to be terrorized.
At some point there's going to be a damn bird drop too somewhere.
My brother made a good point too. He said they always win. I'm like, what do you mean they always win? He's like, well, they always win. Like they throw a fit until they get what they want. And he's like, but they don't get what they want. And he goes, but they do eventually get what they want. And they just continually throw a fit until they do eventually get what they want. And whether it takes a day or 2 days or whatever, they just keep throwing a fit. But like if you put them in the cage, you know, like if you got to go to work or something like that, so you put them in the kennel for a couple hours and then they bark, right? And they bark until you come back. And you come back maybe 4 hours later from work and they're still barking. And you let them out of the cage. Well, they won. They barked until they got out. They won. In their mind, they won. Even though they were in there for 4 hours, and even though they did exactly what you wanted them to do, they still won in their mind because they just continually barked until they got what they wanted.
They're like little kids, man. My grandson does that now.
Yeah, kids too. That's what my brother was talking about. He's like, the kids too. He's like, so let's say you take your kids on a car ride, all right? And the kid cries and complains because he doesn't want to get in the car. All right, and then when you're in the car, he's crying and complaining the entire time. Well, eventually you're going to get to where you're going, and when you get out of the car, he won. He cried and he complained and the entire trip to wherever it was that you were going, and then you got out of the car, and when you got out of the car, he won. In his mind, he won. He always wins. He got he got what he wanted.
Whatever action he just did worked.
Yeah, so he won.
I don't keep finding
Cracks me up. The same thing with the dog. The dog always wins. He always wins. Like that's what he thinks anyway.
I'm lucky, man. I got a golden retriever that's she's probably the best dog I've ever had.
Golden retrievers are amazing dogs.
Man, she is smart.
They will also just like cuddle up with intruders when they show up though. But like,
Well, this one here, she bark. She'll get up in the front window and bark if anybody comes anywhere near my house.
she'll be like, hey,
She wouldn't hurt them, but she'll definitely bark at them.
she'll be like, you got
She'd probably
scratches?
lick them to death if they ever came in.
Yeah, you got some scratches? Good. I got a belly needs rubbing.
Somebody came in your house, man. That dog you got would probably intimidate them.
I have a feeling that if we aren't here, he might not like do anything. Like I feel like he's a little bit of a scaredy cat, but he has shown the defensive thing where it's like, you know, if somebody is hurting somebody in the house that he's associated with, he gets angry. So like I think if anybody ever tried to hurt any one of us, yeah, he would totally 100% defend us. But I'm not really 100% sure whether he would just like if nobody was here, whether he would stand up and do what he needs to do. There was a video, it was a freaking funny ass video. This guy walked into this house and there was a dog in there, and the dog barked at him and then ran away. And the dog barked at him and ran away some more, and the dog barked at him and ran away some more. And then finally, like, there was nowhere else for the dog to go. Like, they were in a bedroom and the dog just jumped out the window and ran away. And and the guy was like, wow, best guard dog ever.
I had a dog that did that one time, man, during a actually, I was in Ohio doing some training. My wife was there, and she called me and said, "Hey, you ain't gonna believe this, but the dog freaked out in the storm, and I live in a 3-story house. This dog jumped out of the top floor window right into the driveway and crawled off into the woods. My wife had to go find her, and it didn't even really hurt her. It just kind of sprained the ligaments in her.
There's a video. There's a video of a lady. It's on the internet. There's a video of a lady that was literally talking to the police officer for something. I don't know what it was. And all of a sudden she just panics and you see her looking upward. And literally about a couple seconds later, like off of like the 5th story of a building, this dog just comes flying down and she catches it and it's her dog.
Wow.
And I was just like,
Yeah, it like fell off the balcony or something.
I'm pretty sure it jumped.
Yeah.
I had another episode with this same dog during a different storm, man. In my man cave, I had this giant vodka display that you'd find at like liquor stores. She somehow started climbing up the entertainment center and pulled it over on top of herself, and she pulled it right over on top of my 1956 Les Paul Gold Top. Yes, 1956. Look them up. And the damn thing broke. It broke my Les Paul Gold Top right at the bone where the tuning keys are at. That whole tuning key thing right where it went into the rest of the neck was just flopping. And I was like, oh my God. It's amazing we still kept that dog.
Oh wow. Somebody just found
actually,
a
I fixed it with some furniture wood glue, and it was actually better than it was before it broke.
John Francis found a frickin' cruel, a 378% cruel double axe with 16 max damage and 195 extra attack rating with 5% mana leech. It's a double axe is a normal difficulty item. Like you don't even need a Luminapole to upgrade it. You can upgrade it to just a Ral and a Soul and a P Emerald will upgrade it to at least the Nightmare base.
And
the damage is going to go through the roof.
Cruel rolls up to 400, I believe.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
yeah. He's like just a couple percentage off of like a max cruel roll on that frickin' axe.
What is the mod where it rolls the level based attack rating?
Fool's mod.
Fools.
Fools mod. Okay.
So yeah, if you roll Cruel and Fools, It's
You be a
basically
cruel fool.
a god item.
Yeah,
Well, is it like cruel fools on the crystal sword or something? And
the
they upgrade it to an
a perfect roll is basically Cruel's Fools of the Quickness and Ethereal. So Fool's Cruels of the Quickness with Ethereal is like just absolutely ridiculous damage.
It almost sounds like you're ordering something at Waffle House.
That's right. I'd like a Cruel's Fools of the Quickness, please, and I would like it
I
supersized.
like it chopped, smothered, plundered, and
a punch a hole in it.
Oh, Colin said and 2-socket. Yeah, 2-socket would definitely be a boon as well. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
are you guys running, or are y'all chilling, or what are we doing here? I've been doing chaos runs over and over and over until I just went to talk to my wife and she started looking like Diablo.
I'm doing Trav runs in the barb, so I
Andy.
feel you there.
I like Trav runs, but my Merc hates them.
Oh, I don't care. Let him die.
For,
Anyone need
for
a skin
real.
of the Viper? It rolled 28.
Man, I tell you what, I would have traded you my truck for that thing about 2 weeks ago. That's
For real, like, someone knows when Uber Diablo will be?
There's a channel for it in the Discord.
I already checked, but it should be like soon, or I'm just misleading.
you're building the Horde barb.
No idea.
Those are pretty fun.
I'm not keeping track of that this ladder because I'm not doing it this ladder.
It's
building a
still
Horde
for,
barb?
it's still a good free Annie.
Well, yeah, but last ladder I was the Uber killer. I was the smiter last ladder, so I always kept track of it.
That was one of the characters I built. That was a fun character, the North Star Smiter. That dude
Oh
could
no, I
do
built
it
a
all.
pure smiter.
The
But you almost
javelin.
have to choose something though, because once you get your smite and everything leveled, you have so many extra points.
No.
Are you sticking them
All, yeah, no. No, all my points get used for everything.
in? What kind of skills do you use for a pure smiter?
Smite,
Smite and all its synergies, right?
smite, yeah.
Max fanaticism too, I imagine.
Yep,
Fanaticism,
max fanaticism, holy shield, smite.
That's 700 crushing blow percentage.
Yeah, it's dumb. Actually, no, I don't run that much. Actually, I like to run somewhere between 50 and 60 crushing blow.
Yeah, because that
I mean, I could show
fanaticism,
you.
man, you hit so much that it procs plenty.
Yay, another pool room.
Hey. I could lock their outlook if I could just find a pull rune, man. This is ridiculous.
I forgot this thing existed. I haven't seen this in a long time. Rockstopper, baby.
That's a pretty good res helm right there for early mercs. Probably even end mercs. Everybody's not if you're not
Where
using
is
the
my
bulwark.
smiter? Ubermaster, there he is. Should I go down to Dust Smite? No, I'll do Ubermaster. So skill tree, we have resist lightning maxed out. We have 8 points into resist fire. And then we have fanaticism maxed out. We have smite maxed out and holy shield maxed out.
The resist lightning and resist fire, those are synergies for.
No, those are for the passive resistances.
Okay, yeah.
That you get
I guess
from them.
since you do a lot of Uber running, you probably need it for
That's
sure.
all it does. That's all his character did.
You used it. I'm pretty sure you got Drax on.
Nope. Nope. You run an exile. That's
yeah,
your
no
life tap.
doubt that has that on there too, doesn't it?
Yep.
That's a sick
Yeah.
shield.
You run an exile, and then you run a 2010 blood gloves for the 20 IAS with 10 crushing blow.
Exile's
And
the one
then-
where it's really hard to find the perfect shield, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a 42 all resistance Sacred Rondish that I have on this one. That's Eth.
What's your weapon though?
Oh, that has
The weapon is a
on it,
grief,
right?
which I don't have it on here, but it's a grief.
So wouldn't laying of hands be better than crushing blow gloves?
No, because laying of hands, the only thing you get from laying of hands is
200
just the attack
demons.
speed.
Yeah, 20%.
That does not transfer over to smite. The damage to demons does not work on smite.
It does not, which means laying of hands is not a good choice for smiters.
So you do the 10% chance of crushing blow added on to it instead.
Crafted blood
and then
gloves.
You run, crafted blood gloves. I run a
Or
Dwarf
Drax,
Star,
of
Raven
course.
Frost. Yeah, or Drax. But if you don't have an exile, run Drax. And then you use a life tap wand in your offhand. So you life tap them as you run up to them, and then Drax will proc before the life tap expires.
If he's running the North Star Smiter, he doesn't have an exile.
Yeah.
Because North Star uses the Haas.
Yeah, Exile's quite expensive, man.
Just a Vex and an Ulm. It's the
Problem with
basics.
exile for that
Yeah,
build.
that's what I mean, that bases. As
It doesn't-
picky as I am, it'd take me 3 years to find a good base.
Nah.
It's kind of
You
like
just
the
find any
mosaic block.
elite shield with 40 res or higher. It doesn't have to be Eth. You just do Eth for the
ideal.
fancies.
Yeah, for the
Just for the defense. That's all it is. It's just
the
defense.
show.
It doesn't add any more damage. It's literally just defense.
That's for the purist, huh?
Yeah, and then Dwarf Star, Raven Frost, T-Gods, Gore Riders, High Lords, and then a G-Face with a 15 IAS jewel in it. Yep. That's it.
Sounds pretty freaking nasty, man.
I do have a video on Smite Colin. I'll go over all this.
How goofy this season's been for me, man. I haven't even
Ginger, what don't you have a video on? You have a video on everything.
Not on everything. Working on it though. Working on it.
I love it, man. Anytime I have questions, I go reference it when I'm not here talking live to you.
So is everybody waiting on a walk?
9 minutes.
I
On
was
what
I was
server?
pooping. Okay, I am not a shy pooper. I was pooping. There's my Smite video, by the way.
9 minutes on the US server or
EU.
9 minutes?
Oh, it's EU.
Okay.
Oh, it's EU. Okay, let me fly over.
I don't speak that language.
At least that's what we've been told.
The EU-ist of servers.
Yeah, I'll need someone to
Yep,
kill
it's
my
EU, 8
I'll,
minutes.
can't kill it.
I'll come kill yours. Send your game name to third gear.
Yeah. I mean, you'll know what it is. I hope.
Probably not.
I know building a freaking solo.
I don't think I can
solo-
kill mine on this girl. I don't know if I
You want
can.
me to use the Barbarian for the battle orders, or you want me to use the Partied In just for funsies?
Whatever you want.
Cool.
What are y'all doing, man? Are y'all killing Uber?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with the Partied In, you're invincible. I'll just stand opposite of you and shoot holy bolts at you. If you don't get one shot, then you are invincible.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can still get one shot.
Yeah, unless you get one shot, you're invincible.
Yeah, that is a pretty cool trick.
Yeah, considering it heals 350 to 700 health. And I cast 2 holy bolts a second.
I remember at one point, man, when I was building this sword, I was trying to build it solo mainly, and I hit a point and it was more frustrating than a T-Rex watching porn, man. Almost was gonna get another character.
What the hell?
Because he has short arms and he can't do anything.
Yeah, that or making a bed, one or the other, but I was having to dual-spec to kill stuff, man. It was crazy, and then I got to a certain level, and somebody in the Kinship gave me a cold sunder, and that was basically the turning point. Because I started with fire, and then I got into Nightmare, and I started running into those freaking cold immunes, and I'm going, oh my god. A good cold glass of ice water to kill my merc. It's like, good Lord, do I really want to go through this or not? I guess they're all pretty tough if you play solo, just to go through the game.
Unless it's a fishy master.
Yeah, the fishermancer pretty much doesn't care.
Yeah, true that, but early in the game you got to remember to get you want to get a few points in your clay golem and your iron maiden, so the first couple of times you hit Duriel. I forgot that a couple of times. I'm like, oh no.
I brute forced his ass.
Yeah, people say you have.
I had a whole video up on that because, like, I know that's a common thing, and I just brute forced him. I showed how you can literally just get your skeletons and your skeleton mastery high enough, and you can just literally roll right through him.
Yeah, I walk in there like level 24, maybe have to correct. That's it, or even just skeletons.
Like the first time you get to him where you don't have a lot of that, you're only like level what, 12 or 13 or something.
Well, I walk in there level 24. I spend time leveling in tombs.
Those red vines you're eating, Ginger?
So now every time I build a Necro, I always get that freaking Iron Maiden and get my clay golem to about level 4 or 5. Then I don't even have to worry. He's a fun character, man. I tell you what.
Twizzlers, ah.
Diablo is much harder than Duriel. Skeletons still melt on P1.
Yeah, that's what my strategy against that is I never hardly even use the revives going through the game, but I'd go through the whole chaos with no revives, and then I'd always fight the infector mob last because they're pretty tanky, and I would just start reviving right there during that last fight. Then I would just teleport over there like a giant glob of all these monsters in one little pack and just sick them on Diablo. He melts pretty quick.
You have to have him target your merc or the golem or the revive and leave the skeletons alone. Skeletons can kill him really quick. It's
Talking about Duriel?
Diablo.
Diablo.
Because I was gonna say Duriel is pre-programmed to target your golem. He actually has an AI programming twist in him, which is deliberately to make him target your golem first over everything.
Well, don't the golem has a tendency to like run right up in the front anyway, right? It's like, oh, here I am. It's me and you.
Here I am again on the front. Right. The only clay golem you ever knew. Come on down and get covered in goo.
Sometimes that can be a little problematic too.
Yes, I've talked about that a couple times. What he does is he blocks your army, especially in small choke points.
Yeah.
And he'll prevent your army from doing damage. So you have to make sure your clay golem is not in the way.
Yeah, like Arcane or the Maggot Lair, he'll drive you nuts.
That's why it's some necromancers that are like the sit back and play necromancers, the ones that don't do anything and like don't micromanage their army. They don't pay attention. And they're sitting there fighting a bunch of monsters, and like the only thing that's doing damage is their clay golem. They're not paying attention. Like their clay golem's in the front, and he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And all the skeletons and everything are just standing back there like, really, clay golem? Really? Really? So you just cast your clay golem behind him. It's the easiest thing in the world. If you're paying attention, all you have to do is just cast your clay golem behind the army, like behind the monsters that you're fighting. Your clay golem is still useful. Your clay golem still tanks, but he's no longer blocking your army, and you don't have to worry about him doing stupid stuff. It's beautiful.
Should I be worried that when I'm taking a nap, I'm now dreaming of runes dropping?
No, you're fine.
Yes.
That's
maybe
appropriate.
the only way you ever see any, man.
So, true story. As I took my nap today, I dreamed that an room dropped. So I just did my quest for Hephaestus, and an room dropped.
Sometimes when I'm talking to my wife,
it just
I swear to
helps
God,
you the faster to run the dropping of your runes.
I just got a coronet with 62 attack rating, 23 strength, 13 energy, and 24 life, and nothing else on it. Just here, have a coronet of the Titans with extra life and mana.
I envision her mid-sentence just stopping what she's talking about and going, Rakanishu!
Rakanishu.
Best place to farm Shaco.
When I was young, I used to think that was a threat that they wanted to hit you with a rock and eat you.
Rock and eat you.
Apparently, Rock and Issue was actually somebody's sneeze at the office. Like that's why that ended up being a thing. They were basically making fun of the person because every time they sneezed, it sounded like they were saying "Rock and Issue." Like, could you imagine? You're like, I'm getting it.
Did you finish? Did you figure out why your game was crashing the other night while I was watching you?
I never
Looked like
did.
you were about to get frustrated.
Oh, I was frustrated. I'm very frustrated because I wanted to play the stupid game. It could be a power supply issue, or it could be something wrong with the game. I don't know. I'm thinking that the processor is pushing me over the limit, but here's the thing that's really kind of like confusing me on that, because if it is the processor and if it is the power supply issue, then why was I able to play with the new processor, by the way? I got the new processor and I played live the day before for 4 hours and 8 minutes with no crashes whatsoever that day. And then the next following day, then I started having issues. And it was only after I walked into that stupid like cave with the 3D printer. And as soon as I walked into the cave with the 3D printer, then all the problems started, and I just couldn't even do anything anymore.
I didn't make it.
You didn't make it for what?
Terrorized Endarial.
Are you playing on that PC right now, Ginger?
Yeah. I went ahead and grabbed a 1,000-watt power supply though. I'll install that. It's coming tomorrow, so I'll install that tomorrow.
Got your heatsink all pasted up and nice. And
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I don't think it's a overheating thing, because my system's pretty well and done when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I've never had any issues with overheating.
I just realized I made it with the wrong character.
Are they doing it?
Yeah, it should be up now. Let's go. Come on. Come in. I need to see if my character can get killed by Uber Diablo.
I'm on the, what is it, D2 Rune Wizard, the clone tracker thing.
Is it on Europe servers?
Supposed to be, that's what I heard.
It's Heidi.
I actually killed it the other night, and I didn't think I was going to be able to either.
I don't think I can at this point. I mean, I probably could. It would just take a while.
I've got no crushing blow. I've got no open wounds. He's probably just going to regenerate. My girl has open wounds. If she can stay alive, she can apply open wounds to him, but I'm not sure if she's going to be able to stay alive.
I have 5% open wounds, and I got this.
Do you have firewall?
Yeah, at least have poison.
I don't even have 1 point in firewall now.
I just have a throwing axe that does.
I considered it.
Here it comes.
I don't know if I killed it, and I actually went to town. I actually went to town in the middle of the fight and came back, and he didn't regenerate hardly any. And I'm doing cold sword.
You have to sit in town a while.
He's selling.
Yeah.
He's selling now.
Yeah, I'm only level 80.
Oh, do I have time to get on? Oh, I probably don't have time to get on.
Well,
Yes, you do if you hurry.
If you hurry and get in here now.
Hurry onto EU servers.
It's only just now counting up. We're on spreads across. We just went from begins to spreads, so you still got like 2 more new janks.
And he usually slows down at 5.
Exclamation point, do jank.
Is he harder to kill with fire? Is he more resistant to fire like the real Diablo is?
I would assume he is.
I think he's 95 all and 50 physical.
Yep.
I'm doing fine with just a Sunder. I'm able to kill him on fire.
No, the Sunder doesn't do anything for him. I would take that off.
I bet you can kill him, Ginger.
You can do the poison.
He's not immune, so the Sunder does nothing.
But if you're built for Sunder, you've got negative res. Just take the Sunder off. Your negative res will take him.
I may need somebody to help me.
That's an old school smart move right there.
Terror is about to be unleashed.
Okay, cool. I made a game. Awesome. I'm in.
Nice.
Terror, Diablo has invaded.
There it is.
Oof.
That was a close one. Wow.
Slipped it in. That's what she said.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try and fight him. I'm just gonna sit here and wait.
Oh, you know what I could probably do? Don't I have that? Oh, I don't have that blood belt anymore. I could craft a blood belt real quick. I don't need razor tail while I'm fighting him. Like, that's just superfluous, right? The pierce when I'm fighting a single target. Let me craft up a. Let me just craft one up real quick, and then we'll see what happens.
You're actually playing on the Europe servers, huh? I never do that.
I wasn't playing on here. I just, I'm here.
He was waiting for a Diablo.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Diablo. Just gonna make a
Here
open
I
wounds
am,
belt real quick. There we go. Russet belt. No, I need I need one that's not a belt.
That's my D-Glam dead.
Mine dead.
Nice.
I'm heading to you in just a second.
To give you guys a good timer, my smiter that was fully built killed Diablo before the screen stopped shaking.
Alright.
So
someone's just
that's
showing
the
off
goal.
around there.
So that's the goal if you want to get
What
as
game
quick
do I
as a
need to
smiter.
join first?
Listen, I'm doing it on a fire traps, alright?
I'm okay with anyone who wants to help me.
I think that North Star.
Then if you need help, you can send your game to third gear.
Yeah. About 12 seconds.
Yet.
That's
Third gear, so I'll BO you.
Hey,
Ginger,
Michelle.
what game where are you at?
I'm gonna try and kill him on my own. Let me give it a shot here.
I mean, I have a grief, so I can help.
I gotta watch this. Let me go back to town and.
I'm just trying to get myself some open wounds so I don't have to worry about him regenerating. I feel like that's the least I can do to make this not a terrible experience for me. Then I need a random jewel, a random jewel. Come on, give me 10%.
Crafted on
All right,
the fly.
3% life leech with 9% open wounds. I mean, that's not. Oh, I can't put it on because I need the dex to wear my bow. You stupid poopies. Hold on, I've got a +6.
See if this one's better than mine.
Where's my +6? There it is. Can I do it now? Oh, I still can't do it.
No, Kane, you are not identifying this. I'm going to identify it. Ha ha ha. Which one is this? Oh, not terrible. Not terrible. 1917-5.
Oh, nice.
Freaking razor tail, and it's 15 dex.
You don't care about the EXP. That's a decent one.
19.
Yeah, 1917-5.
I guess I could just throw on the frickin' crow caw articulated mail. That brings my resistances down way too much, though.
I have a stat stick if you want to use it.
I'm not seeing any
I've got a barb torch you can borrow.
Yeah, I'm noticing something different. Like nobody's asking for help.
Yep, I'm gonna go back to NA.
I wouldn't imagine that anybody needs a whole lot of help. Oh, I took my sunder off because I can't kill the stupid slingers. Yeah, die. I got physical damage. I'm not scared of you.
Oh, you figured
I mean,
your deck's
probably could have berserked.
No, I'm just gonna try it without it. I'll be fine. I'm gonna static him.
Yeah,
And Merc's already dead.
Throwing axe with prevent monster heal, but I just throw at him until it hits.
Yeah.
Dead.
I'm watching you.
He hits hard. He took all my mana away in like about a half a second.
I got them cheeks.
He about did. He got my Merc's cheeks.
I'm smelling burning hair right now.
Delicious. How was he doing so much damage to me? I got like max reses and freaking energy shield. This boy's like, hey, what's up?
Come get some.
I'm just go in there and tank him on my smiter, and my triple.
It looks like I would be able to kill him eventually. Not fast, that's for sure. I'm slowly working him down.
Like whittling on a big stick.
A way on a big stick.
17, 18, 8.
Yeah, she got me. It's the ground fire. I don't know what's going on with the ground fire, but it hits me like a Mack truck. It's everything else that he does is fine, but the ground fire just like absolutely annihilates all of my HP and my mana in literally one ground fire. Like, I remember you guys were watching. Did you guys see it? Like, I was sitting there tanking him just fine. Like, absolutely no issues. And then as soon as he put the ground fire out, like, my HP just went.
Is the ground fire one of those that's a lot of small hits at once, so you need magic?
Yes.
Well, it's physical damage and fire damage at the same time, which maybe could have been the issue. Maybe it was the physical damage that was taking me out.
So you need PDR and MDR.
Going back to NA.
Let me see what's it called.
Put your anyway, Ginger.
I got a dumb question, man. What do you do to make your belt fill up like that with one click?
Shift and click the potion, bro.
There's also a little bit.
Shift right click.
Oh, okay.
There's also a trick to it, whereas if you fill up your belt, if you buy one potion and you fill up the slots properly, you can identify whether or not, like, you know, which potions are going into which slots. So, like, if you want to do, like, a half and half, the easiest way to do that is just to have one potion. Just buy one mana potion in the one slot that you want the mana pots, then shift right-click all the health pots, and then shift right-click all the mana pots. If you just shift right-click the health pots without filling at least one of the slots with a mana potion, it'll just fill all the slots with health potions.
Gingy, are these worth anything? Do you know?
Artisan's light plate of the squid. The squidliest of plates.
The squidliest.
3 sockets, 74 life, level 30. That's a LLD. 2 socket. I don't know if the 2 socket one's gonna be worth anything. Not sure about that one. But the Artisan's light plate of the squid with 3 sockets is a that's a low level dual item. It's level 30 exactly. People fill that with jewels and stuff.
Oh, nice.
I'm not really sure. I think you can get 3. Can you get 3 sockets on a shield?
Ginger, you need this.
Mechanic or not mechanics. No, I actually don't need a skin of the Viper Magi.
It's
Why?
perfect.
You got a perfect skin of the Viper Magi with a socket, and you didn't even upgrade it. What?
I did not even upgrade it. Do you not want it?
I don't need it.
Oh, okay.
I need it.
Come and get it.
I do not need. Did everybody get their D clones down?
Yeah. Where are you?
I'm already back to killing Trav.
Normal password.
Back to
Only one
killing.
person asked for help.
Well, most people don't need it now. Everybody's got their characters all decked out. Cody, if you come over here and wipe your jowls on me one more time.
I mean, I probably could have done it. I just didn't feel like messing around with it.
I mean, I could have done it if I
Like
swapped back over to
10
my
minutes.
sin, like, but I didn't want to swap everything back over to my sin right now. Why are your jowls always so grody? You got the grodiest jowls that ever jowled Grody land. It's disgusting. You need to learn how to wipe your jowls. It's disgusting. Let's go back to NA.
Any chaos games I could leech from?
Leech!
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Official Fluff E said, "Can you help me kill D-Clone?" Go into Discord. I'm not on a character right now that can help you with that. My character is not capable of killing D-Clone at this particular moment in time. But if you go on my Discord and request help in the request help channel, I would not post the game name in stream or somebody will come steal it. But go ahead and put it in the request help channel. Somebody will come give you a hand. Somebody who has their character set up for D-Clone, which is not me at this particular moment. It's not me. Well, I got a gift icon up in the top of my BattleNet launcher. What the hell is that about?
What's going on with your stream?
Is my stream exploded?
You're like at the top left of your screen.
It's because I rebooted. I just have to alt enter, and then drag it over, and then alt enter it again, and then it's yeah.
There it is. It's fixed.
Ever since I changed over to the other monitor, because we found out that the buzzing noise that I was hearing was coming from my monitor, and so my 4K monitor basically just makes this horrible buzzing noise in my speakers, which is absolutely beautiful.
Is that what it was coming from on the Discord chat?
No, because the buzzing noise is gone now, so that's something completely different.
What is
The noise that the noise on Discord that you're hearing, I can't figure out where it's coming from at all. It's not on the stream. It doesn't happen on the stream at all. I can't hear it. So it must be some sort of maybe like auditory thing, like maybe in this room or something. I don't know. No, because if it was in this room, then it would get it wouldn't get filtered out, and it would be on the stream. I really don't know.
For real, amulet with 77 life and 29 all resist is good or not?
Oh wow, 77 life and 29 all res.
Yeah.
It's actually not it's actually not bad. If you're on a character that doesn't need plus to skills, it's actually a pretty sexy little amulet.
Blood letters 1 off of it. Does it roll a 3/3?
Did I ever put this? You know, I'm remembering now that I've got this stupid, ridiculous barb ammy, and I can't remember whether I put it up on Tradery or not. Let me hop on the Tradery real quick and check and see. I did not put it up here. Okay. In that case, I need to.
Extra fast might first. Don't like that.
Sounds like fun.
Add listing. Caster amulet. I made another 220 caster amulet, but it was a barbarian again.
Oof.
I mean, there are people that want them. I managed to trade one off earlier. It's a little bit better than this one, but, for a Sur rune. This one rolled +2 barb, 20% faster cast, 68 mana, regenerate mana 7, and all resistances 7.
Not bad. It's not like, oh Jesus, amazing, but
It's a little bit worse than the first one I crafted. But I mean, it still has all resistances, and it's a 220.
Oh,
it's a
that guy that we was art.
What?
Well, that guy that asked you for help in your Twitch chat just got him an 1899.
Nice.
that'll work.
Congratulations, official floof.
Any games going?
Just running Trav.
I need to go identify mine.
I was gonna run Glacial. Glacial's not bad at all. I'll do a GGM EXP and we can roll through Glacial.
Can an enchant work?
Actually, somebody else can do it, so it's a higher level. Just do GGM EXP 1 and then the normal password.
Oh, chaos.
Well, it's Glacial. Glacial's on TZ. Let's do Glacial.
I'm not in Act 5.
Why are you not in Act 5?
Because I stopped at Act 4.
4. Because of the decline.
Tell your DG rushers that they're terrible then.
He was a fire sork. He couldn't do chaos on his own.
Okay, well, you make GGM
Make a game and I'll-
EXP1, and then we'll kill your Diablo, and then we'll go and do TZ.
Y'all go do TZs, I'll go do his Diablo.
GGM EXP1, right?
Mhm.
That's what I've made.
No.
Chunk, so you want EU
Alright, let's
or...
go kill his Diablo real quick, and then we'll go...
I went back to NA.
We stopped because of the walk, and I can't. It's hard for fire to kill Diablo or kill chaos.
No, it isn't.
Not really.
It's hard for a budget fire sork to kill chaos.
Well,
Do you-
budget,
do you-
budget,
do you like-
Enchantress can do it.
Would you like a 5/5 facet for your fire sword?
I would, actually. You have a 5/5 fire facet?
I have a 5/5 facet.
Hacks. I will take it, yes. Yes, sir.
A little spicy.
Let me come to NA.
It's spicy down here.
NA, the best
Man,
region.
you should have seen it in the chaos. Good grief.
Spicy,
Most of the
spicy,
stuff for the wall.
spicy.
Everybody wanted to go get their annies.
I didn't want. I just wanted to see if my sorceress could kill Uber Diablo. Apparently, she has some serious issues with the firestorm for some reason.
You know, I don't think you even need to be level 25 to get decent experience out of
Are
this.
y'all coming down here into chaos, or are y'all just playing around? What's going on?
I'm in chaos. I don't know what they're
I'm
doing.
coming. What's the name?
Down here. Oh, and then he died. COVID died. COVID. Look, we didn't hate you that much.
My game is full. I can't even come.
Why is everybody back there?
I don't know what's going
don't have
on at
teleport?
all. Somebody made a portal in one
There's a
place, and
portal
somebody
in
made a
the-
portal in another place, and then some people ran up ahead, and some people decided to stay behind, and now we're all separated, and it doesn't make any damn sense. You guys are silly. And the little low levels are just like walking through portals, dying over and over again.
I haven't died once, thank you.
COVID died several times.
His poor XP.
I'm level 13, it doesn't matter. I get more XP in one kill than I lose upon death.
Ooh,
White
diadem.
diadem.
I actually need one of those. I have a
What was that? The
couple
sword
questions
back hold.
for skulls.
That was the sword back hold, wasn't it?
Yep, it's on the ground back there. It's a good shield for a Lola Smiter.
Just a second, where to go?
Did you get the diadem?
I did not pick it up. It was over there by Grand Visor of Chaos.
Does it matter if you can do diadems or circlets or coronets?
You want to do diadems so that you can re-roll them. Other than that, no, it doesn't matter because they'll all be pretty much the same as your sea level. But the reason why people specifically do the diadems is so they can re-roll them later. You can't really re-roll a coronet or a circlet
diadem is better all the time?
for that particular purpose. Yeah.
Oh, somebody got it.
Even
Yeah, I
mine-
picked it up for.
So when you re-roll a rare, it actually lowers the level of the rare. All right. So who is our highest level? We've got Sneaky Hobo. Sneaky Hobo, you're our highest level. Make a GGM EXP 2. Sneaky Hobo making a game. Sneaky Hobo making a game. Now let's go to Glacial Trail. So we can get some TZ zones running here. Portal up for the little newbies who don't have Glacial Trail waypoint.
Inji, come back to town for Jewel.
Oh yeah, the Julie. I've been waiting for a Julie.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's a 5/5 too. That's gonna go straight in my demon machine, and unfortunately my mage fists are gonna get taken off. But I'll just throw on for the time being. Do I have any IAS gloves just sitting around? Anybody got any
I
laying?
don't even know what hit me.
Anybody got any laying of hands
Killed
just
by
sitting
trap.
around?
Any what?
Like laying of hands.
I've got
Drop
laying
the
of hands.
Magnus skin.
Just IAS gloves for the time being.
I don't have them on this character, but I got a laying of hands you can grab.
I think I have one here.
There you go, laying of hands, perfect. They're so common these days. I just figured I'd ask, and I'll probably have like 6 of them in my hands. Alright, then I gotta remove the doojank from my bow.
Good afternoon.
This is one of those situations where you have like very limited facet options. And so like the bow is a facet choice. Like yeah, you could put an IAS jewel in there, but it's much better just to throw a facet in there. And the person
Ginger,
Oh, what's up? How's it going?
you're the necro expert.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we got a lot of necro experts here. Ask away.
Thorn's girl with the bow,
Mhm.
not rich yet, with the bow, versus level 1 hustle, Act 2 might work.
I think Hustle might work would be better.
Hustle.
Yeah. As good as Thorns is, are you like what difficulty are you in though? Because normal difficulty Thorn smacks like.
Yeah, like I know it falls off in hell. Like I'm kind of breaking into hell.
So yeah, the Hustle then definitely. Holy Jesus!
What?
I popped a urn and I don't know what happened other than I just got wrecked.
That was a nasty error.
Everybody want to back up to get
Yeah.
his body?
See his body.
Yeah, hustle is
here by
like
an evil urn.
hustle is like the new hotness for that character, the necromancer. It's just free fanaticism, which is absolutely great. Pair it up with might, then you get might and fanaticism together for relatively cheap.
I think that's the only thing that makes it better is the fact that you also get a high level of might because the benefits of the hustle is very minimal at level 1.
Well, the other thing that you got to think about with hustle is that it's going to make your merc attack really, really fast. So if you can tag that along with something like a G-Face or maybe a Duress to give him some CB, he's going to like annihilate things for you, which is absolutely excellent for that particular character because the Necromancer doesn't have any CB on his own, and unless he's using like Urdar revives, he's not going to have any CB. And so having like a really fast attacking CB merc is definitely going to be useful.
I hate revives. They're so... I just don't like the gameplay.
I don't either.
Just
It's
saying,
too
like,
fast paced. Like you just by the time you end up getting a full army of revive, there's already dying, and you've got to be on to the next group of monsters to revive them.
I understand it's like necessary for like Ubers and shit, but not for just like regular gameplay.
Oh yeah, you definitely need them for the Ubers. Definitely. The Urdars are like that's like the strategy. But they're 1-point wonders in my opinion. Just having at least 1 point revives is enough.
Come on, drop a Ith Archon instead.
Another evil urn. I'm not touching it. The last one killed me. Oh god. Oh, I lost my faster cast. That's right.
Nobody was
sadness.
gonna check that blue mark.
Somebody picked it up. Somebody picked it
I
up.
did. Little low level me.
I was literally gonna pick it up, and somebody picked it up. And I said, "Okay, somebody got it."
Oh, hello.
Oh.
Oh no, COVID. Oh no, chunks. Oh no.
Does work whale belt with 100 alive?
What?
Next game?
Belt of the Whale?
Yeah.
We usually like to do Drifter Cavern. Did we do Drifter Cavern?
No, I'm doing it. And I hit unique roll on the chest.
Oh, nice. You got the 7 uniques?
No, just 3.
Oh, must have been a bunch of faileds in there.
One's a ring.
Because it won't roll unique if there's no unique option. And then, like, also, it has to be in sequences of 4. So you definitely had 1 failure at the very least. Something that couldn't roll unique.
Oh, it's got a Demon Hide Sash and a Bulge in Magic.
Alright, well, next game, I guess. Number 3.
Yeah, but got a Perfect Door Star.
Oh, nice. Can you explain how rune words moving from ladder to non-ladder works? Is Flickering Flame now available to be made in non-ladder? Yes. They made all 2.4 rune words available to be made in non-ladder as of 2.6. So when 2.6 launched, all the 2.4 rune words are now available in non-ladder. 2.6 rune words are not.
And Spirit is still not.
Spirit should be able to be made in non-ladder.
Oh, did they change that?
All non-ladder rune words, all the ladder only rune words from like D2 LOD were made accessible to non-ladder as well. That was at the beginning of D2R. They what they did was they normalized all the rune words across both versions and then introduced new rune words.
What about single player?
Single player has access to everything.
Yeah, you can mod single player, so if you have access, you can...
Well, no, you have access to everything in single player. Like they just give it to you, so you can make the 2.6 rune words in single player right now. I did it when I did my testing. I mean, if you download my item pack, you can just pick the base that you want and slap it together. Just throw your rune words in there, done. Your runes in there. Hustle is like really good. I think Hustle has been one of the like the favorites of the ladder 2.6.
Hustle and Bulwark were good choices.
Well, not only is Hustle just a good rune word in general, you can make it anything. So like when you're running along and you find that spear base and you're like, oh man, I could have made, you know, such and such in that if it was a pole arm. Now you find that F3 socket spear base and you're like, hell yeah.
To the hustle.
I still want to test out a like crushing blow king merc. Basically it would be like an F man catcher, a G face probably with some nice jewel in it, and then most likely it would be Chains of Honor because he needs lifesteal of some type. And then he would hit the 4-frame. He'd hit the 4-frame frickin' attack speed, which is just insane. It's like a machine gun. I don't know if you've ever actually seen 4-frame stupid mercs, but they just like it literally doesn't even look like multiple attacks anymore. And if you listen, it literally just sounds like this. It's like it's literally just 3 attacks like in quick succession, just like coming out like little tiny machine gun bursts out of your 3-burst gun.
Turn your merc into a fan zone.
I see it all the time. Got fanaticism on the smiter.
Superior Hellforge blade. Oh, I tried to pick it up and it went poof in my hand. That was amazing. It was in my hand, and then I guess your check must have been before my check, and it took it out of my hand.
You've been robbed.
Oh wow, 26 strength, Emmy, with all res, 45 cold, 30 fire, 16 all, with 45 life.
It's actually not a good superior Hellforge.
Oh yeah, what was it?
I liked it. 738.
I mean, it's high, but it's not like godlike high. It's still worth putting in a. That's still worth putting on a merc. Oh no, chunks.
There's a champion guy back
Oh yeah,
there.
it can only be 4 sockets, so you'd have to quest it.
Hello.
I was telling the hardcore boys the other day they could give Enigma a run for its money just by giving you like a plus 15 O skill find item armor.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some options. The new hustle armor is actually pretty crazy. The evasion buff that it gives you is actually pretty insane. It basically makes you like invincible while you're running around. So as long as you're moving, like like you just could be inside of a sea of glomes, and as long as you're moving, you won't die. But as soon as you stop moving, you die. I was actually testing it on offline, put it on a paladin, and just went down to Worldstone, found like tons of glomes down there, and was just running around in circles around the glomes, and they couldn't hit me. And then I was like, they're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm not invincible. I was like, I'm just evading. And then like, I was like, watch, and I stopped moving, and they immediately killed me.
Damn it.
But when you just use vigor or the lightning resistance, or maybe you will not die.
Well, yeah, I mean, the point was to show off the evasion technique, which is really sweet. You put that on Assassin and combine it with the frickin' claw block, like, I don't think you're getting hit anytime soon.
I've never been a fan of dodge in video games because it's never 100%.
No, of course not.
Nothing is though.
How goes your new computer, Daniel?
It's I haven't even turned it on yet. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's the new one. What about the upgrade?
Oh, the CPU? I think I'm a little bit under on the power requirements, so I ordered a new power supply.
Well, I give you one for the other one, right?
Yeah, I'll take the power supply from this one and put it into the other one, and I don't know. If yours is not higher if yours is the same wattage, I might just hang on to it. I don't know. It is like,
I think it was a 700.
Mine is like several years old. Like when I bought it, it was an amazing PSU, but I'm sure it's been outclassed at this point.
Yeah, the other guy said his motherboard was coming in today, I think. That one that you ordered.
Yeah, it's taken a while for them to send them out. The PSU.
Well, that was like part of the deal, I guess.
I just went ahead and grabbed a 1000 watt off of Amazon. Just got a Corsair. It's a gold rated 1000 watt, so it should work just fine.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out what happened to you earlier.
Yeah, well, I think that was it. It was the power. I think because what I did was how I fixed it was I basically just lowered the power limit on the GPU.
He's down at the.
Oh, you undervolted it.
No, I mean no. There's a feature in MSI that literally just lets you limit the.
About asking me for gas. Okay, so that's better. What is it?
There's a I'm mute Scott for a second. I guess is
echoing him on the way home.
So when I tested out my system before, like I kind of got everything like, you know, metered out, so to
Dialed
speak.
in. Yeah.
So I knew exactly how much I needed and how much I you know, how much power I had. So I knew it would work, and it did. So I got my 3090 and I got my 3800X and everything, and like calculated all my system requirements, max specs, and everything checked out. So that's why I didn't upgrade the PSU, and I didn't need to.
Just buy a kitty whisker, huh?
But like now, for some reason, I guess the 5800X3D, which I guess it's the same wattage as my 3800X. They're both 105 watt CPUs. But I guess somewhere along the line, the 5800X3D must be pulling a little bit more current than the other one. Somehow, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it tops out higher or something.
Is it a 9 or a 7?
For what?
The Ryzen.
50. I don't know. It's the 5800X3D.
I just put a 5700X3D in a guy's computer like an hour ago. New motherboard, 5700. But he said it was a Ryzen 7, I thought he said.
There's the 900 and the 950.
No, the X3D is like a different modifier.
Yeah.
I don't think they made X3D in all the numbers.
You know, I didn't even look at the box. I took it out of the box, I put it in the computer.
They only made it for the 5800.
Yeah,
and it's the Ryzen 7.
So this is what I'm saying is like what we think is happening, and we kind of like were talking about it earlier, is the 5800X 3D has some sort of like hyper turbo clock on the main single core. It's like it goes from like 3.3 gigahertz to like 4.5 gigahertz for the turbo. And so what we think is happening is only when it goes into the turbo mode, that's when all of a sudden it's pulling more power than the 3800X was pulling. And at that particular and at that particular moment when it spikes, it's going slightly over the maximum that my PSU is putting out. So like
What's your temps running on that processor?
It's been fine so far. I haven't had any issues.
5800 has amazing ones.
Like 70s, or what are you at?
I don't know. I'd have to pull it up again.
I did CPU stress test and Furmark, and he was holding steady at 90 Celsius with a triple fan radiator. Triple fan Cooler Master AIO, which I don't like, but anyway.
And what do you have?
Oh, it's not mine. I just put that motherboard and processor in somebody's computer.
What kind of CPU is that?
It was a 5700. It was the same one Daniel has, but one below it. It was the 3D one. He just bought it.
You
so
got
$349.
Paste, perhaps? Did you take off the little plastic of the ICD or whatever?
Yeah, I have a computer shop, so
it
was his idea to keep it cooler.
I'm pretty sure he took the plastic. I'm pretty sure he took the plastic thing off.
No, there was no plastic on it because we were reusing his old Cooler Master cooler. I do what people pay me to do. I don't always do what I want to do.
Right on.
But I was just checking, see what he was getting because he's got an air cooler.
So here's the thing for you. So it does have an offset. Are you using the offset bracket? I mean, the 5000, the Ryzen 3 has an offset bracket. Are you utilizing the offset bracket? So you can buy, what I mean by that is you can play, there's two ways to place the what's it called, the ICD over the, the heatsink, right? There's actual two variations of doing that.
I mean, every single kit comes with different offset brackets for different LGAs, but like, it shouldn't, like for instance, the one I had came with blue offset brackets for the 1200. It came with black ones for like
literally had a Cooler Master D bracket.
Okay, so what about your fan configuration? What's happening there?
Oh, he's not worried about it. Like, he already handled the guy's system. Like, he's just asking me what mine is.
90 degrees is 16 cores running full speed. Nobody runs 16 cores running full speed. I'm just saying, what is he getting on average? See, AMDs are all wonky on temperature because each one of the cores will spike randomly. So you can't like just look at the temperature and go, oh, okay, it's steady at 45, because it won't stay at 45.
I know I have frickin' hardware monitor installed on my computer, but I always end up losing the damn shortcut.
It is a brand new processor. You also had one core that was like spiking. And that's why you run the Ryzen Master to undervolt just a little bit. Whatever core is wonky. It's like lines them all up, I guess.
Oh, Lord. He died, it did.
He died.
He died, it did.
I figured something happened because you got on. And you got in my game and then you're gone.
But again, right, how is your fan configuration?
Yeah, I mean,
don't
get me wrong. It's not that I don't care that the guy's computer's running hot.
95 on a Ryzen 3 5700. I mean, there's something wrong with that. It shouldn't be that hot.
I mean, he's talking about full Furmark. He's talking about full Furmark 16 cores being engaged on a stress test. We're not talking about like everyday average use.
Okay, are your fans facing inwards? So you're basically doing a pull from the outside into the system, right?
Yeah. We swapped a couple of his fans to configure it differently.
What's your video card at?
He's got a 2080.
So that's
The
not
video
bad,
card
okay.
was cool. Like I said, we switched a couple fans and we were good.
You switched the car. What do you mean by that?
He had all of his fans pulling air out. Every single one of them was pulling air out. None of them were going
Well, that's
in.
the issue right there, yeah.
Positive
You need a
versus
vacuum,
negative
in a
air
sense,
pressure.
right?
Well, you want it to actually be sort of like not a vacuum or a or the opposite. You want it to be like right dead center between the two.
Yeah, I meant like you
Yeah,
know,
you get
need
a bunch
that
of fans
breeze,
in the front.
you know.
It has to do with positive air pressure and negative air pressure, and you don't want too much positive and you don't want too much negative air pressure. You actually want it to be kind of like pretty steady in between the two.
Whenever
Too
you
much
said,
too much
"I run a
positive
computer," I
too
removed myself from the conversation.
too much positive air pressure causes issues, and too much negative air pressure causes issues. So if you have like two fans on the front, I'll simplify it as much as I can instead of using fancy terms. If you have too many fans on the front pulling in and only like one fan on the back pushing outward, you're in a position where you have too much positive
I'm
air
gonna go inside
pressure.
but I'll come back and catch you later.
If you have like two fans on the back and they're all pulling out, and then you have only like one fan on the front pushing in, then now you're at a negative air pressure situation. So like you force yourself into either situation and it'll mess up your temps. You want to be kind of like more balanced. Like if you've got two fans in the front, you want two fans in the back. If you've got one fan in the front, you only want one fan in the back. If you have two fans in the back and one fan in the front, it's going to mess things up. If you only have one fan in the front and you don't have any fans in the back, again, it messes things up. There's a huge guide on the internet that I went over back in the day, and like it actually encouraged me to like mess around with my system because I had way too many fans in my system. And even though they were all properly positioned and they were all pushing in the correct directions, I had more fans on one side than the other. So I balanced it out. And what do you know? My temps like went down incredibly. And it's just as simple as balancing it out.
Ginger, he explained that he basically had everything pulling out.
Exactly.
Right?
So he had a huge
no fresh air at all coming into the system.
So he had a huge amount of negative air pressure. So basically he was creating a vacuum inside the system. If all the fans are pointing outward, then that means every fan is exhausting. And if every fan is exhausting, then they're all sucking the air out of the system at the same time, which means you end up with a vacuum. No, it ends up being a vacuum. It does. It actually ends up being a vacuum. It's not a 100% vacuum. It doesn't evacuate all the air from the system, but it will actually evacuate most of the air from the system to the point where it actually starts to create a negative air pressure space, kind of like going into outer space. And the same thing happens when you have the opposite. So if you have too many fans pulling inward or outward in either direction, one creates a vacuum, one creates like too much pressure, like being under the water. You know how like they explain like when you go under the water, like you have a lot of pressure pushing in on you and it can like squish things. Like if you have all the fans pulling in instead of all the fans pulling out, again, you're creating a weird situation where there's like pressure, like the air is literally being forced in and it's not coming out like it's supposed to. Like it just gets weird. That's why it's important to have a balance. You want it to be balanced both in and out.
I used the wrong word. I meant like a tunnel, you know. You need stuff from the outside going inside in the same amount, like exactly how you explained it.
Well, that's the thing. See, I always used to thought in my head, I always thought that just having a tunnel was enough. So like if you had fans in the front pulling in and you had fans in the back pushing out, I always thought that was enough, but apparently it's not enough. Like you have to have an equal amount of fans or equal amount of power, I guess, would be even better way to put it. Pulling in and pushing out at the same time. It also helps to remove things from the airflow. The airflow is also important because if you got a bunch of stuff in the way and the air's not flowing properly, it does cause issues as well. I remember back when I was a kid, though, I was like, more fans! More fans! Like, I had so many fans on my computer, like, that thing could have took off and flown to the moon.
Now, like, everything that dies is a quarter bar of
They're pretty high level here in level 94, so you should be getting tons of EXP.
Yeah, like 1 death quarter bar.
I don't understand how in the first place you only gave a headroom of 50 watts.
Well, I mean, I didn't give a headroom of 50 watts. I had a power supply that was already at that, and I upgraded my system. This power supply has been with me for a long time. I paid about like $300 for this power supply when I got it. I upgraded from a i5 3570K with this power supply, and then I upgraded from the i5 3570K to a Ryzen 3800X with the GTX 1080 from a 760 and an i5 3570K. And then I upgraded the 1080 to the 3090, which I still had plenty of headroom for. And it wasn't until I finally upgraded to the 5800X 3D that I was unfortunately not enough at that point. So it's not like I like deliberately bought this and was like, that's all I need, just a 50 watt headroom, that's it. Nah, this PSU's been with me for years. Like almost a decade, actually. I'm not even 100% sure. I'm pretty sure I bought this back when I was an avid Newegg shopper. I haven't shopped on Newegg in a very long time.
I saw that. I saw you steal his gold. Chilling.
Don't be stealing people's gold.
It's a late accident, but I'm guaranteed. I'm just rolling. If you knew how much it was, I could give it back, or I'll just give you a stack.
Just got back to live chat and we're still talking about computers? Nah, we're not still talking about computers. It got brought up again. We haven't been talking about computers the entire stream. You just happened to come in at the exact...
Computer.
You just came in at the exact moment we were talking about computers.
Outer space.
Right.
So we can go back to that one. Computer flying into outer space.
That's right, into outer space.
Depends on what kind of gaming server you're hanging out on.
I don't know. I definitely like though that the like I don't know if you guys built computers back in the day, but all the PC case fans were really small. well, I don't remember what was it 75 millimeters I think was like the first fans, and then they went to like 120s, and then eventually we went to 240s, like
80, 120, 140. I think.
Yeah, like the original ones were terrible. Like they didn't really suck very much air, and they were loud. They were so loud. And they had to hit high RPMs just to even like do anything.
I made the stupid teleport decision there.
I mean, it happens. Where are we checking out Care Bears at? Where's Care Bears? I like Care Bears. GGM brought to you by Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Dan K. See? Thank you for the $2, by the way. Do I have any Rice Krispies left? That is the question of the century here. I think I've already devoured all the Rice Krispies, my friend. I still have the box though, so I can do that. Smile.
And those freaking charging dudes they hit really hard.
Yes, they do.
Ginger, if you hated 80 millimeter fans, you'd hate 40 millimeter in servers.
I think I remember seeing those, but those weren't ones that you installed yourself. They were usually already in there. I don't remember ever like installing 40 millimeter fans in the servers. They just like came with an array of 40 millimeter fans, and they were stupid. They were loud too, if I remember correctly.
That old FX 8120 processor I had like I think a 65 millimeter fan on it. It sounded like a rocket ship taking off.
There you go. 3800 is 136 peak, and the 58 3D is 148 peak.
So it's literally a difference of like 10 or 11 watts, and it's enough to push me over the edge.
Technically, it should be enough.
It's enough. So it should fix it if I grab this, which is coming in tomorrow. I'll grab it and I'll install it tomorrow, and hopefully that'll fix it. Done. I had been meaning to upgrade the power PSU anyway. I just spent so much money on this PSU, and it's done me so well. Yeah, I got I think it was a F37 now or whatever. Man, somebody's cooking something and it smells good. It's making me hungry as all get.
Oh, don't talk about food.
They also put 40 millimeters on chipsets on motherboards.
But what I'm saying is that those of us who have used those smaller ones, like, you guys know how big of a difference it is for those nice 240 millimeters. Like, how well they suck in air and how quiet they are by comparison. Like, it's pretty crazy how quiet they are, like, by comparison to the old ones. My old one, I remember, sounded like this. It was like, and then, like, occasionally, like, a little cord would hit the fan, like, you know, and it would be like, ting, 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 ting. You have to, like, reach in there and figure out what cord was touching the fan. Am I giving you guys post-traumatic stress syndrome for those of you who built computers back in the day?
What is...
Give you guys post-traumatic stress syndrome. What's up, Magnus Torgensen? Look at you with your freaking fancy Heckenbo-Becken little thing next to your membership tag. I'm pretty sure Hecken is like a year or higher of being a member of my channel, sir. Sounds like you deserve a moderator, Dujank, Mr. Year member. There you go. I'm pretty sure that's part of the package for being a member anyway. There you go. Enjoy your moderator status. Ban somebody.
Oh, do you still need laying of hands?
Oh, somebody dropped them on the ground. I got them. I don't think I'm going to use these end game VIS, but I figured, you know, like, I need the IAS for the moment, so.
The fire res will help with the sunburn.
Well, I've already got Flickering Flame on, so I'm at like a pretty ridiculous amount of fire res.
Are you still using the 77 Sunder?
Somebody tossed me a 74 now, so I'm slowly upgrading.
Somebody found a 70.
And I may have given that same person that gave me a 74 a 70 Cold Sunder.
You did.
Oh, you got a 70, Sneaky Hobo? I need a 75.
Give it to him, Sneaky.
Give it to me, Sneaky. Uh-huh. That's so pretty fly for a flame rift. Oh, yeah. You tried to give it to me and I ran away. I do tend to do that. Here, everybody have a Dujank. You have a Dujank. You get a Dujank. You get a Dujank. You get a Dujank. You get a Dujank. Everybody gets Dujank. There you go. Have a Dujank. Done. Magnus said too much to read. I don't want to read. Oh no, Magnus doesn't like reading. Ooh, a superior man catcher. What
now
is
here's
that?
another question: is that better? Is the Might Fanaticism Merc better than the Enchant Merc?
I would say yes. Unless you want to multi-spec damage types. So like having the fire is nice because it just gives you an extra damage type and it makes all your minions have the fire. But
I mean, it also
are you
gives
running
attack
like
rating too?
It gives them attack rating, it gives them fire damage. You lose physical damage. So like going with the hustle might gives you more physical damage. And then of course you amp. But going with the enchant merc gives you a whole bunch of extra fire damage. And it does spread out pretty nicely. It ends up being like 200 or 300 fire damage across all your minions, which adds up pretty heftily. It's slow you slow down pretty heavy on the fire immunes though. I did a whole solo self-found with it and it worked out pretty well. The attack rating is the real boon, though, because it's like 300 or 400% extra
Right, because
attack
they have a hard time landing their hits anyway, right?
Yeah, and that's why Infinity works so well on them, because it reduces all the defense of all the monsters nearby. Which is another thing you can do with the you could do like a hustle bow girl with to get the negative defense. But the problem with the bow girl is she's never with the army like the Act 2 merc is.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Hustle on the Act 3 or the Act 2 or Act 1 just doesn't work because they're too far away.
They're too far away, yeah, exactly. It might work on the Act 5 though.
Yeah, it'd definitely work on the Act 5.
You could do a double. You could do a double hustle, and then you could you could do a hustle.
That's not that good. That's only fucking level 2.
That's right, level 2 fanaticism. See.
I'd rather have might than level 2 fanaticism.
I like my hustle plague on my Act 5.
Take your charm.
What charm?
Yeah, I definitely don't want cleansing because having I might once I'm not thorns anymore.
No.
Cleansing is nice.
Yeah, once I'm not thorns, it'll be great. But right now, when I'm thorns, like when my minions get amped, that's a huge damage increase.
Why can I click on Chunk's corpse?
Yeah, everybody else is afraid of extra strong.
I can click on your corpse, Chunk. I'm stealing it.
But the Thorns Necro is like, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. You died real quick.
Thorns is extra damage, which is definitely nice. It's just like it's never like your main focus, but you definitely it's nice to have. It really is.
So you don't even think like Bow Girl with Bramble would beat Might plus Hustle?
So the problem with Thorns is that it's
fate,
not just the amount of damage that they return. It's the damage, it's the speed of the monsters as they attack combined with their regeneration. So what happens is they end up regenerating most of the damage that the Thorns does. It's really kind of strange. And I did some testing on it, and you basically what you need is you need something that cancels the regeneration.
Need like Poison Nova.
You need something that cancels the regeneration, yeah. So you need like a what I did was I actually tested it. I went around and I grabbed an edge bow, which has prevent monster heal, and I just sat there and I wore the edge bow. I literally just swapped to it, and I just wore the edge bow for the thorns for my army, and shot each one of the monsters so that they all had prevent monster heal on them, and then watched. And the difference between it was massive. So it really is the regeneration that's causing thorns to be terrible, not necessarily the thorns damage itself.
Right. And Poison Nova don't even work because it's like only 2 seconds.
No, you'd have to have something that's like stopping all the monsters from regenerating to really get good use out of it, unfortunately.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, poison stops regeneration, right?
Only while the monster's green, which is a little strange, because the monster can be poisoned and not be green. So if the monster's green, yes. If the monster's not green, no.
Wow, that's a dumb mechanic.
Also, yeah, well, so basically how it works is poison damage does damage based on the ticks. So there's 25 frames. Obviously you can dish out damage for each frame of the 25 frames. So if a monster, let's say he's poisoned for a certain number of frames, and let's say it's 15 frames. Well, the monster's not poisoned for the entire second, so he's not green. So he will take damage for the 15 frames, and then for the remainder of the frames of that second, he will not take damage, and he will also regenerate for all of those frames. So
what would cause that? Like Venom? That'd be like the only one, right?
Anything that doesn't fill out the entire thing, poison length reduction, all that can have an effect. Like if a monster has 75% poison length reduction and you put Poison Nova on him, then it's only going to last for, 0.5 seconds? So it's going to be half of 25 frames.
Oh yeah, 25, okay.
And that's kind of how the stupid poison damage goes. If you can keep them green, they won't regen. But as soon as they're no longer green, they can regenerate.
Ginger, so what you're saying is FCR works to pick dots.
What?
FCR equates to dots, right?
FCR for what? The poison?
For dots, for the ticks, right? So it works with that as well.
No, FCR doesn't do anything for the poison damage now. It'll just let you reapply the poison damage again. But if you reapply a poison damage while the monster is still poisoned, It just refreshes the duration. It doesn't actually add anything. It doesn't add any damage, and it doesn't add any seconds. It just refreshes the duration to the new duration. So like with Poison Nova, if you Poison Nova a monster, and then they're still poisoned, and you Poison Nova them again, the damage stays constant, and they just are poisoned for another 2 seconds. It doesn't add, it just simply refreshes the duration to 2 seconds.
So, Thorns with Poison Mages.
So the Poison Mages don't stack either, and that was one of the silly things that I found out about them. So literally only one Poison Mage is needed for any like situation.
Or even if they're spread out, they can hit more targets, right? If they're all together, they're going to bunch up on one target.
Yeah, if they're hitting multiple targets, then you're getting multiple damage outputs, yeah. Unfortunately, they also kind of nerfed them, too.
I was just thinking strictly for the prevents monster heal, because I can't think of, other than like an Amazon, anybody who can just like poison for a long duration of time.
How long was
So they
poison
so they
explosion
changed
last?
so they changed the poison mages, all right? And the goal of changing the poison mages was to fix them. I mean, what they did was the poison mages used to have this bug where no matter how high their damage went, the duration of the poison would just increase instead of the damage itself. So as their damage went up, the duration went up, and as the duration went up, the damage stayed the same. So like really high level mages had like ridiculous durations of like a minute or like a minute and a half poison damage. But they weren't really
don't do that anymore.
But they weren't really doing very much damage. So they fixed it so that their damage actually scales up properly, but the seconds no longer scale up. And so what they did, honestly, was they actually reduced the effectiveness of the mages, because the mages' damage never stacked anyway. And now the monsters are no longer stuck in a poison loop. So like with the mages before, they would actually permanently lock monsters into a green state that they could never leave, because the freaking poison duration would be like some insanely large value that never went down. And now, unfortunately, they did it so that it only lasts for like, I think it's like 4 or 5 seconds. So it's nowhere near as useful as it was before. It is higher damage,
Right.
but it's nowhere near as useful to the Necromancer.
Right, especially not for this kind of setup. Like it literally really is just Plague Javelin, because they're the only ones that have like a stupid long duration.
No, but if you want to set up an optimal Thorns Necro, it's basically amplify damage, Thorns, and then you still want to have like other things dishing out damage. You got to have other things in the mix. I mean, having open wounds on your mercenary, you know, having various other things. Amplify damage is mandatory if you're going to run Thorns, because it reduces all the physical resistance.
Yeah, I figured that out real quick. I'm like, okay, Iron Maiden or Amp. Oh, Amp just doubles the damage. Iron Maiden, I got to get to like 26 or some shit to double the damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, and Iron Maiden and Thorns do stack, but the problem is that, well, then you just don't get Amp, and so Amp is still better.
Right.
I made a swap game if anyone wants a few good things in here.
We're having fun running through the tower.
What's the name of the game?
GGM Swappy.
Definitely shop yourself a, if you don't have a teleport staff, definitely shop yourself a teleport staff. Being able to focus your army in emergencies is like one of the most important things for a Necromancer.
Oh, I gotta spell steal pretty early.
Yeah, just having that ability to very quickly focus your army. Like one of my go-to tactics, I call it my defensive tactic. You just teleport into any corner and let your army proliferate out from the corner. And it's the easiest way to save yourself. Because what happens is you teleport into the corner, you're in a safe spot, your army comes out from the corner and just protects you. And it's an absolutely a great way to save yourself, unless there's like spear cats that have pierce on them, or like lightning. You know, anything with pierce is still going to go through your army, unfortunately.
That swap game, was it password 16?
No, the password's usually in chat because we try to keep it. We try to keep it
I was
safe.
just trying to throw out an at to get more people noticed about it.
Oh, here, I'll put an at.
Oh right, you're streaming. I forgot.
Well, yeah, and then you know, if you say the name and password on a stream, then people will come steal all the stuff.
Correct.
I have a couple items that I can drop too, I guess. I got a demon machine that we found earlier. If anybody's looking to make an Enchantress.
I hate the AI on the bow girl. I hate it so much. She's never attacking.
She's a little strange. You switched to the bow girl?
Well, I don't have. Like I said, I've just stepped in the hill. I'm in hardcore, so I'm just barely trying.
You playing with the other group?
Yeah. But I needed your expertise on Necro.
Well, Necro is a very safe, very slow class. I mean, if you take it easy...
Why I picked it for my first hardcore. I've
I
already
would,
died twice.
I would also put life tap up,
I
like when your army's in trouble. Like if you ever get in a situation where it seems like your army's just getting melted, just throw life tap up. It'll save their lives and it'll save your life too. It slows down the entire battle, obviously, but if your army's getting annihilated anyway, well, guess what? That's not really going to do you much good now, is it?
Right. I'm currently looking for a head that gives me lower resistance to crit. And hopefully tap. That way I can save all those points.
Who is playing their game through their mic?
Is anyone excited for Diablo 4? I think we're all pretty excited for Diablo 4.
It's on my monitor, dude.
Cautiously optimistic.
I think most of us are definitely going to give it a try. And we're ready to complain.
I'm gonna pass. They already soured me with Diablo Immortal, and the fact that Diablo 3 is just dead now. I'm like, okay, yeah, so yeah, just anything after Diablo 2 just can't live.
Well, Diablo 3 was never really gonna be a long game. I mean, it had its day, like most games do, but it was never gonna be the same longevity as Diablo 2.
I don't know why. Like, shit, if Diablo 2 could last this long, why couldn't Diablo 3? They just screwed it up.
Because they put it into a single player mode. You can't trade with anybody. You can't freaking like share stuff. Like these swap games that we do, that's like not even a thing like in Diablo 3. Like good luck with that. Like that's like one of the most fun things that we do on D2R. We're like, yeah, let's do a swappy. Everybody's like, yeah, let's do a swappy.
That's what I mean. They screwed it up. Like it could have been just as good as a Diablo 2 with better graphics, but
no.
There's a Trank's belt here if anyone still needs.
Alright, let me come drop
Diablo
off some
Immortal
stuff
was
in this game.
even worse. And I'm like,
whoppy game.
Well, Immortal wasn't even made by Blizzard, so I can't really hate on that too much. They gave it straight up to a Chinese company named NetEase. And NetEase literally just poured in the heart and soul of every frickin' just horrible RMT-filled bullcrap game that ever existed.
yeah, I can't see spending $60 to $80 on Diablo 4 until like way later down the line.
And then they went to the on the Diablo 4 news article. Like they had this one news article they put out, and it was like they went through and hammered down like over and over and over again, like basically that it wasn't going to be like Diablo Immortal. And it's funny because they literally put out this game full of exploitative practices, and then they're going to tell us that this game doesn't have those exploitative practices. Like, why did you put them in the other game in the first place?
Because money.
We like money.
They wanted to give us a shit game first, so that we'd be more proud of the other game.
I mean, honestly, it was a tactical error on their part because they've literally turned people away from Diablo 4 by putting out the crappy game first.
I'm pretty sure they made billions and don't care.
Exactly.
I mean, in the short term, yeah, but in the long term, is it really going to be?
That game did exactly what it was meant to do.
I mean, do a poll on your channel, Ginger, and see how many people are going to buy Diablo 4.
I mean, I've got a lot of people.
It really hurt them.
I've got a lot of people checking out Diablo 4 videos, but I think most people have given up on Diablo Immortal a long time ago.
How is Canos affected by terror?
Did you put your deaths in the hardcore cemetery?
I didn't. One of them was freaking Morbius talking me into doing Diablo at level 20, so that one didn't even count. My summons didn't even have resist yet. Of course I was dead.
Every time he talks, we can hear his monitor. It sounds terrible too, because it's coming. It's coming through like. Ooh.
Let me turn it down. I always play it with my monitor so I don't miss anything.
I'm sure it sounds fine to you, but like by the time it hits our ears, it sounds like somebody's crinkling some aluminum foil and like punching it with a doll or something. I don't even know what the hell's going on. Like it just sounds really bad.
Oh, it's those little random sounds the skeletons make.
Well, I know, and I can kind of tell what they are, but like it's corrupted.
It should be better now. No, maybe not. Maybe not.
No.
Hand of the Blessed Light.
Throwing your money around.
We got a bunch of Annies on the ground in here. Hand of the Blessed Light. There's a spell steal if anybody needs a telly item.
You probably can lower the sound effects of like the characters.
Yeah.
Well, he's on push to talk. It's just when he talks, basically, right?
Right.
I found this really decent little MF Ammy. I don't know if anybody wants it. It's got 23% MF. Multi all reses, a bunch of other dujinks on it. Like,
any lacerators in here?
I got a crow call. I'm gonna drop that on the ground.
Hello.
Anyway,
Someone
back
actually,
to
Does anybody need an F-spired helm? I got an F-spired helm that needs to be either Larzicked or rolled. I'll drop that on the ground. It's a 225.
So I'm trying to figure out.
Orb of King Leoric on the ground. But you wish you had that.
How is what's her name? I have Karen Shard.
Karen Shard is the other good one, yeah. The Arm of King Leoric's a little bit better for skellies, and Karen Shard's like better for like generic stuff.
I have a 2-1 Karen though. I think it's probably the worst.
Do you know about all the free bodies?
Yeah.
Even the free bodies outside of Haragroth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because like that's like super important to like playing a necromancer. Is you got to take advantage of all those sweet free bodies.
What's the next game?
I think we went to the swap. That's what's going on right now.
Oh.
I'm trying to drop everything I've got for the swappies here. The swabbies.
Is Heaven's Light the Mighty Scepter? Is it just ground worthy?
I mean, it's a pretty decent item, to be honest.
I've got a single socket one right here that I'm not doing anything with.
If it's a single socket, then it's ground worthy. It needs to have 2.
Also 3 skill.
Yeah, 2 plus 2, 3 skill. Those are the ones that are worth trading off and getting something for. If we got any FOH pallies, there's a Hand of Blessed Light on the ground in here.
Anybody still looking for Thunderstrokes?
Grave Palms.
What do they roll?
Oh God, 158. They're probably poopy, huh?
What's those plus skills?
+4 to javelin and spear skills.
Those are good then.
Good skill,
You want
lowest
'em?
damage.
I'll grab them while you're in the swap.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm GGM chilling, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
Chillin'.
So the rune drop table of Countess
I'm right
not
here if you
changed
bump me in.
by her
I don't know which character you are, but
by the terror zone, right? By her level.
TZ does affect the Countess. Yeah.
Not her special rune drop though.
It doesn't affect that one. It only affects her. Okay.
She's got a bunch of weird things going on in her loot table. Like it's her loot table is like funky as all get out.
Right.
It's a funkadelic.
Whatever affects her key
It's
drop.
not the way to get rich. Let's just say that.
Like increased player count will increase the runes that she drops like from one part of her table.
Right.
And then like increased player count also decreases the rune drops from the other part of her table. So like if you farm her from player 1, the specific rune drops that are good for player 1 have a better chance. And if you farm her in player 8, then the specific rune drops that are better in players 8 have a better chance. But then it decreases the other. And, like, it's all very stupid with her. I'm pretty sure somebody who, like, dives into the XML files could show us exactly what's going on. But because I'm pretty sure that there's, like, an and or if, like thing going on in there. Jinx said, I have a terrible one if you want it.
A Frostwind Cryptic Sword.
Cody, what are you crying for? Go play with the chinchillas. Go play with the chinchillas. Okay.
You just rang the dinner bell.
What's this? There's nothing in there. It's empty. Why is it empty in there? It's empty. You got nothing in there. It's empty. And you always got to lick everything. It's grody. Okay? Licking everything in the world is grody. I don't even know how you do it. You just lick the floor. I literally, one day I saw him just licking the floor for like an hour and a half. I'm like, you're going to get splinters in your tongue. And he's just steady, just licking the floor. Just licking the floor, just licking the floor, just licking the floor, just licking the floor.
Anybody looking for Mavina's armor?
Meth.
Or is that just ground worthy as well?
That's usually pretty ground worthy. It's a nice plus skill if you want to do like a pre-buff for your passive and magic, like your Valkyrie and stuff, but unless you're building the set, there's not really a whole lot of use for it.
There'll be, here in just a second, there'll be 3 pieces of it right over here.
Yeah, it's good for a frost zone.
Got the
I prefer Wizendraw.
gloves, belt, and armor right over here. The hard part's the helm, right?
Yeah, the diadem is because it's a diadem.
Yeah.
That's why everybody gets upset when the diadem drops. They're like, it should have been a Griffins. They sound just like that too. That was 100% accurate. 100%. Cody, what do you want from me? Your whole life. Dogs are like that best friend, by the way, that always promises you that he's gonna be your friend. Like he asks you to do something and you don't want to do it. He's like, "Oh, come on, man, I'll be your best friend." He's that guy. Like, that's the dog. The dog is literally that guy that always promises to be your best friend if you'll do the thing that he wants you to do. Always. He's like, "Oh man, come on, I'll be your best friend."
But never comes through, right?
If you just give me one of those pizza rolls, I'll be your bestest buddy in the whole world. Just one little pizza roll.
Here's another good question. Does
And
the
then he's a
TZ
crackhead.
affect your forge?
Does the TZ affect your forge? No, I
No.
don't think so. It's a quest.
Yeah, it's just updated off of the quest, right? Not the area level.
Yes, it's a quest level.
It's got its own quest table.
I don't even think it goes off your sea level either, because I'm pretty sure like you can take like a level 1 and bring them to your Hellforge and still get a decent root out of it. Oh, decent little Marshall. Crappy little doojinx. Beak. How do you join the kinship? You join the kinship by number 1, first joining the Discord. The number 2, then when you're in the Discord, you're gonna read the kinship charter, and then you're gonna bother the hell out of Jack, and you're gonna message him over and over again, and he's gonna let you in, and probably with a disgruntled look on his face.
If he remembers how to do it. He forgets from season to season.
I don't remember.
83.
Ginger, do you ever hear from Elemist Man? Is he gonna come back and play at some point, or is he just freaking done?
He's hardcore.
Oh, he's hardcore this season?
Okay, sweet.
Well, there you go.
He's on his third character.
Elemis dies a lot. I'm actually kind of surprised that he chose.
No, he didn't. He didn't die. He didn't die.
No, I'm talking about like so last season he was with us and he would just like randomly go AFK like outside of town and he would just die like just like he just I guess maybe he's just got a really busy life or whatever. Like I'm not hating on him or anything. I'm just saying like he died a lot last season. Like just randomly like he'd come back, he'd be like, oh. He's like, oh yeah, I had to go do something real quick, and oh man, I forgot to go back to town. Oh, he's just like dead on the ground for like 10 minutes.
Are you ready to hear what's really funny? His first character died because, and he was like one of the highest level characters, because he went AFK at the River Flame waypoint, and somebody hostiled him and went and killed him.
I told you.
Oh God!
I told
Don't
you.
go AFK in public games.
Like I'm not even like see. Didn't I just tell you he just randomly goes AFK outside of town? And then you tell me he literally dies because he AFK'd outside of town. Like absolutely 100% accurate.
At the waypoint, he literally clicked the waypoint. 2 seconds, been back in town, and went and took care of whatever his daddy needed.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. No, it's just something he does. It's and that's why I was like he's playing hardcore. I'm like, wait a minute. Cody, I don't know what it is that you want from me, sir. You always want something. Your whole life. I don't even got nothing today. What do you want? You want a single pumpkin seed? I'll give you a single pumpkin seed. One tiny little pumpkin seed. Will this be enough to sate the hunger of the beast? How about 2 little tiny pumpkin seeds? There you go. Is that enough? Would you like another one? Here, 3 tiny little pumpkin seeds. There you go. Look, see.
It'll never be enough for
4 tiny little pumpkin seeds. I swear he's the embodiment of my dad always used to have this phrase he used to always say. It used to crack me up. God bless it, you and your slobber. Over some little tiny pumpkin seeds too. He used to say, my name is Jimmy Gimme. Like whenever you'd ask him if he wants something, it was always yes. And then he just stopped saying yes. He would just say, my name is Jimmy Gimme. And that's literally my dog. My dog is just like,
Gimme,
hey,
gimme,
you want?
my name is Jimmy.
Be like, hey, you want this? And he's like, my name is Jimmy Gimme. They'd be like, it's a piece of trash. They'd be like, I don't care, I want it. But it's literally garbage. No, I want it. Just give it here. It's mine. It's mine. Don't touch it. Don't touch it, cat. And he chases the cat away from the trash. Cat's like, I wasn't gonna take that anyway. Why do you want trash? Wah, 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 wah. I tried to cast myself a faster cast amulet. Didn't work. Crafty. I got some Thul runes. I don't need blocks though, but I gotta craft them anyway. Let's try some.
So last season they killed like the insane druid helms because they made flickering flame, and now this season they killed the insane blue assassin claws because they made mosaic. Next season we're getting barbarian helms to get rid of the insane blue ones.
Yeah, you're gonna get something like the Druid Helm, which is.
I mean, technically, you could make a bulwark in one of them freaking amazing druid helms right now. I mean, imagine just a.
Maybe for fire claws, but that doesn't beat for like just regular fire druid.
I mean, not druid, barbarian. You can make an amazing barbarian helmet right now in bulwark. Get yourself a +3/+3/+3, and then put a bulwark in there, and you've got yourself a vamp case with plus skills.
Yeah,
I would have killed the blue
blue, you can get +6.
Yeah, but you can socket the blues, put facets in there, and they're still viable.
That's what I'm saying. Right now, Barb can get +6 blue helms, where he can't get that anywhere else.
They keep making these weird amulets. Look at this. 10% faster run walk, 19 strength, 21% better chance of magic items, and a bunch of other stats like life and lightning res and stupid stuff. But like, it's all stupid little magic find ammy. 10% faster run walk with 20%, 21% MF. Get you in there fast. Run in, run out.
Grab faster.
And you'll never guess what just dropped in chaos.
What'd you get?
A freaking Hydra bow.
A Hydra bow, the freaking wind force.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
The force of the wind.
I booted my non-ethereal 3-socket man catcher right on the ground for it.
Oh, nice.
I think that's number 5 this season.
Decent start for physical zone.
Dropping some of my crafted amulets on the ground.
Oh yeah, Wind Force is great for Boson.
Oh, look at all these runes up here.
I can't carry anymore.
How long that would last in a drop game?
I mean, it's a fizz boson item, which is actually kind of rare as a build. I think our fizz boson actually does already have a wind force. So do we have another fizz boson?
Switch mine over to ice.
Because it's literally like the best character for it is the fizz boson.
Dragon Speaker, I gave a wind force on day 2.
It may force me to build my next character.
Multi-shot.
If I could just get a few more of those max damage charms, that's what I need.
Dragon Speaker.
A pair of crappy war traps goes a long way too.
Man, I remember back in the day, I couldn't find that freaking Hydra bow to save my life, and now it's at two a season usually.
You'll find one in a swappy eventually.
It's the
That's
curse
just-
of never finding anything you need.
Well, that's the power of having the kinship, is that like you'll find a lot of those hyper rare items, and then you can get them to the right people that actually need them. Because like it seems that how it always works for me. Like whenever I find the item that's actually good for my character, I'm never on that character. What was it? I found like some godlike Necro head the other day that had like the perfect stats on it, and I was like, oh look, that would have been nice if I found that in Season 0 when I was on my Necromancer.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I dropped it in a swappy game, but it was a pretty sick head.
Quit complaining. They'll Diablo 3 you.
Oh, then I can't give you the head? Oh, no head for you. See, that's what she
You'll
said.
only get smart loot.
That's what she said, no head for you.
+1 to Jav and Spear, 20% increase with 22 magic fine gloves, but it needs to be +2.
Smart loot is terrible. Smart loot needs to die.
Look at the ring I got in ladder chat.
I don't know whoever thought smart loot was a good idea, but they're terrible people, and they do.
Holy cow. I mean, it works in a game where you can't trade.
The only way that smart loot works, and I'll give it this, is if you're by yourself and you only play one character.
It's a funny hybrid
If
ring.
you only play one character,
9
then smart loot actually works, because then it's good for that one character that you're playing and nothing else. The problem comes in is that people who actually play multiple characters, it sucks for, because then you're on your Necromancer and you're trying to find loot for your Paladin, and literally what ends up happening is the game gives you some gear for your Necromancer that literally has the same freaking like class as a Paladin. So you end up getting like a Paladin shield that has Necromancer stats on it and stupid stuff like that, and so you can't even share items between your own characters, which is just dumb.
It's like when you get them all in D3 and it, instead of having strength on it, it has freaking intelligence.
And I got this I got into this like with somebody, I can't remember who it was. We were talking about it, and they're like, but most people don't make more than one character, and I'm like,
no,
like what?
Like, at least a monk.
I'm like, who doesn't make more than one character?
And
What world are we in?
Well, unless you're just tweaking to get to 99 and it takes you all season to do it, maybe.
Tweaking to 99, tweaking.
I mean, I could see that in old Diablo 2 standards, but Not in Diablo 3 where you're max level in a matter of minutes.
There's no max level really, unless you want to grind for
you
like
get up to like
14 years.
What, Diablo 3? I had tons of
I had
freaking
like
characters in Diablo 3.
26, 2800 Paragon level average season. It's just grind, and then you just go do greater rifts on 50. It's all about. It's not even about the gear at some point, because that will eventually come. It's just about grinding the freaking level for your what is it?
Eventually come.
Godly level.
You mean like within the first couple greater rifts, you've already found like 18 set items and like
Yeah,
6
you found most of the
legendaries.
gear on day one, and then it's just upgrading the minor stats, making them the one level higher. What is it like the with the red border? I forgot all the names. And then it's just Paragon level grinding. And as long as your Paragon level is high, you can play the end game. It's just a grind. That's why I hate it.
Right, but your Paragon is shared across your characters, so you just
Yeah, and the game doesn't
run
really start until you get Paragon level 800, and you can actually put points in useful stuff.
I mean, he's not wrong. The Paragon level being shared across your characters literally makes it exceedingly easy to make new characters. Because then you literally load into your character, and your character already has, like, literally godlike stats. And he's literally already in, like, Torment 1 at, like, level 5.
Free twink.
Will you get out of here? I can't move with you right there. Move out. Wait. Jeez. Gotta fight the dog just to play the game. See, y'all don't know how hard it is. This is why I can't play hardcore. I would be playing hardcore, and he would just come over and shove his arm, like his whole head, underneath my arm and get me killed. And he has done it before, many times. He literally just decides he wants attention at that particular moment and just shoves his face into whatever I'm doing. Just shoving the face right in.
Door Ginger?
He's literally in the same room as me.
Right, you just put him out of the room and close the door.
And then the girlfriend takes him and puts him back in the room. Because you know what happens? Because he's terrible to her to the point where she doesn't want to be with him either, and then shoves him back in here. Because he's rotten to the core. He's bad.
Ooh, essence of suffering.
Bad to the dog.
Big one.
Bad. Bad. That's right. I said it. You're bad.
Nice.
Yeah, that would be a pretty sweet find.
That's at least the
Man,
vaccine.
there is a ton of really good stuff on the ground. I'm not gonna lie. There's some pretty good crafted ammies, some hustles laying around, some insights.
Hustle la pasta.
By the way, rune words only last for 10 minutes on the ground, so
yeah, I'm picking them up and dropping them occasionally.
I probably wouldn't drop the rune words because they'll just poof real fast. Even in Enigma, it doesn't matter. Like rune words, game treats rune words like they're garbage.
Well, they're made out of garbage items, essentially.
That's how the game treats them. All right, I'm gonna hop out of here so somebody else can hop in. I think I'm done. Can you join me? Lucas was here. Would you like to join me and steal all my loot? We'll be opening up that swap game for everybody, by the way. Just give us a little bit of time.
For real, the coronet with 3 traps and 37 lives is good.
Alright. I think I got what I needed out of here.
Do you have what you need? Do you need?
Brush off the head.
Is Enchantress easy to start with? I mean, if you have some equipment, yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
If you got a Ravenclaw, you can pretty much just build enchant right from the beginning. Get yourself a chippy bow, throw on Ravenclaw at level 15. I mean, for the most part, the build really doesn't have much issues. Like,
It really doesn't have a really lot of super expensive gear either, except maybe your
no.
flame.
Honestly, the only thing you're going to have trouble with on the Enchantress, if you play by yourself, is when you get to Hell Nightmare Act 4. There's a lot of fire immunes in Lightning and Nightmare Act 4, and it does get to be a little bit of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I hate that feeling too, man.
But if you're in a group, it's not gonna matter. You're gonna enchant. You're gonna be enchanting everybody. They're gonna have tons of attack rating. They get the extra fire damage too, so it helps out versus the non-fire immunes. You can take out all the non-fire immunes, which is pretty sweet. And there's a lot of nasty non-fire immunes in Act 4, which you're gonna have no problem killing. Like for instance, the grotesques, which are a pain in the butt for a lot of characters. Not you. You're just gonna like roll right through them. And then your endgame equipment isn't even really that expensive. It's things like Demon Machine, Razor Tail, Flickering Flame, which is a Vex rune, a decent like plus skills equipment. I mean, as you can see, I'm using Laying of Hands right now. Sandstorm Shreks. I mean, none of this stuff is ridiculously expensive. Bull Kathos is a good choice because it has +1 skills and then a Raven Frost. I mean, overall, like, the build isn't really that much of an expensive build to make.
Be sweet if they'd put the.
You get holy bolts on ranged attacks?
Yeah, you can, yeah. I built an entire paladin around that, like, Holy Bolt Zealer thing, which was pretty funny.
Strafe will probably.
Well, I was thinking about like a holy, like a paladin version of the enchant sword, but with maxed holy bolt.
Yeah, it works.
Synergy.
You get principle, and then you throw Laying of Hands on, and then you need some sort of actual, like, piercing and stuff like that. You can do Holy Fire, so that you have the Holy Fire with the the Holy Bolts.
That's usually what I use on my Straphazons, is that it procs them too.
And then, of course, you can enchant yourself with like a Demon Limb or something like that to help out a little bit more. I never did find out the temps for my brother. I was trying to find the hardware monitor shortcut, and I lost it again. I know it's installed on my computer. Somewhere. And now that I mention it, I don't think I actually installed it. I think that's what it is. I think it's just sitting in a folder somewhere, and I just open it. I bet you that's what it is.
Hey, Scott, come to Acid 2. Normal password.
Acid? What do we want to do acid, people? Alright, well, I can't find it, so I'm just going to re-download it. The tried and true method. Okay, installed. Drugs are bad, I'm gay. What? There we go.
18.
You want me to make space for you?
Alright, that's the motherboard. CPU. Package temp is currently at 77.3. That's not bad at
Acid
all.
2, I put it in ladder chat.
Some of the cores are quite cool. One of them is at 58 degrees C. A couple of them are at 53 degrees C. And some of them are at 73, 74. One is at 80. Maybe I got bad spread on my cooler.
You're running a hardware monitor?
Yeah.
I opened mine in a while.
You need jaw and burr. We all need Jaw and Burr. Lucas was here. We all need Jaw and Burr. You might as well have just come in and said, I need to win the lottery. We all need to win the lottery. Lucas was here.
What were you checking? Your processor temp?
Yeah, my brother was asking me earlier, and I forgot to check for him.
What are you running?
74 is what I'm currently running at for my package temp.
Wow.
74C.
Mine's only at 47.
All right, I'll make another one. Just change the number to 3.
47C?
Yeah. But you're running a AMD, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm running a Ryzen 7 5800 X3D.
It's Intel i5. I don't know which one.
I mean, max and min are like two different things. The maximum my package temp has gone up since I started this was 78.4, which isn't really like ridiculous.
No. I've got pretty good airflow.
Yeah, I'm streaming and gaming at the same time, which is also a thing. My 5800 X3D is actually being put under quite a significant load between OBS. It's got to encode, it's got to go through the process of sending off the data. There's a whole lot going on in the background.
Now, what's your video card at?
Let's see. You got way too much stuff right here.
You got a big old beepy video card.
67C. The memory is a little hot on it. Apparently it's 78 at on the memory. Although I have heard some issues with some of the 3090s having bad memory, like cooling.
Just a little video card compared to yours.
Yeah, these 3090s put out some heat. They put out some freaking heat.
Mine's just a 16.
You want your mind blowed?
What you got?
0 degrees Celsius plus 0 degrees Celsius is 64 degrees Fahrenheit.
I saw that the other day. Oh yeah, I got that demon machine here.
The only time 0 plus 0 is not 0.
Alright. Are we ready to open this one up, or like what's going on here? Superior Ghost Wand. +2 Bone Spear. All these amulets and rings.
Any Necro skills in there?
I didn't see any.
Okay.
Oh, nobody wants the Earth-Spired Helm? I'll take the Earth-Spired Helm then.
I didn't realize how many Necro helms were just freaking naked and so garbage.
Necro heads? Oh yeah, Necro heads. A lot of the times they're going to be garbage.
I've picked so many up and just had nothing, and I'm like, what? But when I'm playing something else, like they're amazing.
It's extremely common.
You need a Necro head then?
Oh, I'm hardcore, and I'm looking for something very particular. But I'm just picking so many up that it's.
I know you're looking for a point saver, but if you go into normal difficulty and farm like Act 1, Act 2, you could probably find a nice +3 skeleton mastery for pretty easily. Those are the only skills that can spawn on those. Skeleton mastery, and amplified damage and bone armor. Like that's it. It's
I've been
those 4
re-rolling
skills.
broken ones for exactly that reason, because they can't go past 6 or level 6 skills.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and open this up. So if you guys want to come in here and grab some of this loot, looks like we've sorted through it pretty good. I'm gonna drop the username and password in there. I'm just gonna paste it in the chat, alright guys? There you go. Pasty.
I should say I've never seen one past a level 6.
Pastry. Cody, your butt stinks. Your mom's a hoe. And come back here. I'm not done insulting you. Thank you. And your nose is really large. And you lick everything and it's weird. He said, what? Let me come lick your hand. He said, I lick everything, huh? Then that must include your hand. You want to fight about it? Because you're going to get fought, dude.
What I've learned by playing Necro this season is that Cyclone Armor has nothing on Bone Armor.
Bone Armor is pretty amazing.
It's so many things do freaking physical damage.
I can't count how many times I've been in trouble on the Necromancer and you just right-click spam Bone Armor to save yourself. Cody.
It's unfortunate that Bone Armor takes effect before Thorns. You could have like the Bone Armor Thorns Necro. The Bone Armor Pacifist.
The Gandhi neck.
But unfortunately it doesn't work.
I still have hope for a Thorns build. I'm not exactly sure how to pull it off yet.
It needs something to counter all the region in an area of effect, which is
Yeah. Oh, a Poison Creeper. Can you get a Poison Creeper?
Yeah, that's a ring.
It's only 2 seconds though. That's no different than Poison Nova.
Afternoon, Larzik. He just says afternoon like they're not under siege or anything. He's like, afternoon. How's it going?
This is just life for the barbarians. If they weren't fighting demons, they'd be fighting each other.
On your first hardcore character, when you talk to Akara, she's like, you can't die in hardcore if you never leave town.
I do not believe that.
Well, if you stop the siege, then he doesn't have anything to worry about.
I am so going to be checking for that next time.
What? The message? It's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh, okay. I'm like, there's no way she says that. There's no way they coded that.
Have you seen the one with Alcor?
Oh yeah, have you seen my Alcor short with all of Alcor's freaking sick burns?
I have not.
Alcor has about 10,000 sick burns. You should watch it. It's like a minute. It's literally like 1 minute, and it has all of Alcor's sick burns in it. Here, I'm gonna post it. Where's my shorts at? Alcor. Yeah, it's literally, I literally titled it Alcor Trash Talks Everyone in Act 3. There you go. You guys in stream can have it too, because if you haven't seen it yet, you should see it. Alcor loves to trash talk people. He's good at it. And Drizzle ladder chat. And Drizzle wants to be a member of the Kinship. Cody, get down. Cody. No, sir. We talked about this. You got big claws, and them big claws is going to hurt people. This character is so good at killing Pendle. Like, she just walks up to Pendle and is like, pew pew pew, dead.
Looks like you can kill an Eldritch.
I know. I was just thinking about what else I could kill besides Eldritch and Shank, and I was like, oh yeah,
Relax, Frosty bitch.
This be a trap.
I like how he says it too. He's like, I think she needs a potion. And he's like, Radiant Beauty, no. It's like a ray of sunshine, no. And then he just rolls into the frickin' B word.
I mean, yeah. It just from the scale of hotness, whatever they are in hotness, they also are in crazy.
Level 64.
Is that the new character is already 64?
Yeah. Nice, grats. Grassy ass.
I just need some...
What would you make your iron golem out of, Ginger?
You know, I'm not sure. That new cure helmet would be an easy choice just to make him defensive. Pretty cheap too.
I mean, you put. I mean, he already is immune to poison. He don't even need it.
I mean, he's immune to poison, but you're not.
And you're probably putting that on your merc anyway, right?
I mean, yeah, you could throw it on your merc too. You could also make him out of a hustle. The hustle, I think, is really cheap too.
The armor, though, right?
Better the fate bow.
No, the weapon, so you get the fanaticism more. That way you can have your cake and eat it too, and you can use something else. If you got enough co-runes laying around, I mean, you could just make an infinite number of hustles, and whenever he dies, you could just bring up a new one.
I don't know. I feel like the hustle plus might is the best choice.
You could still
him
have
having
might.
a level 1 doesn't do anything.
You quit it.
Pride, I guess.
I see you over here.
It could be your pride.
See you.
Make you all amount of cleansing or plague.
Again, cleansing.
The higher level.
Are you a monster? Like
Right,
the
but you don't need
noises
it.
that you make. It's just disgusting. No, it would be for your army. Your iron golem's in there with your army all the time.
Well, I'm assuming your merc's gonna have it.
I mean,
Yeah, but the range is tiny.
well, I wasn't talking about doubling it up, but I mean, you could do that too. Like you could have a pride on your merc, and you can have might on your merc, and then you could have a
Right.
fanaticism.
Once you're to the pride, you obviously do fanaticism in your golem.
I mean, honestly, I think a hustle merc is better. Like I don't like gimping my merc for pride, and I know people love to do that, but
Wait,
I like
how are
my
you
merc is
gimping your
too.
merc for pride?
Pride has no damage. It has no. It's like voice of reason or whatever. Like it's got no actual physical damage to it.
So it'd be better to make your golem out of pride?
I mean, if you're that rich.
I mean,
See,
rich
hustle.
is
See, hustle makes a good iron golem because it's cheap and you could replace it if he dies. Pride, on the other hand, like no, it's
I don't
not.
know, I've
It's
been
not
farming
cheap,
this
and
damn co-rune for 3 days.
it's not cheap, and you're not replacing that really easy if he dies. So you're gonna be pretty sad if your pride iron golem dies. You're not gonna be too sad if your hustle iron golem dies.
I had no problems with my golem. He's only died like 2 or 3 times. And that's just giving him random blue shit I find. Like right now, he's in a corpse mourn that I've had for like 2 weeks now.
Corpse Morn is a pretty decent merc plate early on.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people underestimate a lot of the uniques because they have better stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, you got better stuff. It's like, but when you're leveling up and you find a corpse morn, you're gonna lace it up and you're gonna put it on your merc because it's probably better than whatever
irritating me,
piece of
though,
crap
with
he's been using.
His damn Iron Maiden proc. Like, no, sir, amp.
It's water, Cody. It's a water bottle. It's just water. You're so jealous of everything. You got water right there that I filled up this morning. It's fresh.
You didn't put it in a bottle.
No.
So I'm summon Necro, right? And like early on, I found a freaking +3 bone spear +2 bone spirit head. I was so mad.
Splendor. You best back off. I'm a karate chop. You just gonna get karate chops.
What do you think? Should I max out my Heart of the Wolverine first, or my Barrel Rage?
Somebody told me Feral Rage doesn't need to be maxed out, like it caps out or something. You might want to check and see what like the max. Are you using Feral Rage like just as the buff, not as your main skill?
Yeah, Fury's
yeah. Check the Feral Rage like buff, because I think it caps out at some specific number.
Yeah, you don't need to put many points into it.
Just like check and see what the cap is, and then bring it up to the cap, and then you don't really have to worry about anything else.
Wolverine's ATD, right? Why are you running that?
What would that be on Amazon Basin?
Yeah, probably. Let me see.
I think I've got like 13 points in that thing.
All right, so attack rating and damage. It's the attack rating and the damage, right?
And the lifesteal.
And the lifesteal. All right, so I don't know, according to this, it doesn't cap out.
It gives attack rating, run, walk, speed, lifesteal, and damage.
Yeah, you just want to have it a little bit high so you can actually hit something with it. Like I personally have like I think 13 points in it, which makes its attack rating about 1,000 lower than my main attack.
Well, man, I got Fury maxed.
Yeah,
66 now. I've got my Lycanthropy maxed, my Werewolf maxed, but I've only got one in Heart of the Wolverine.
Hmm.
I bet it has to do with the run walk, because it like, yeah,
Run
like,
walk
it's
probably
very
Now,
slow.
the thing is,
low increase.
it has stacks also, right? And the higher the level, the more stacks it gets. So you have to attack more just to get it up to the maximum.
I don't know. I've never made a Fury Druid, so
It starts off at like 6 stacks and it goes all the way up to 8 or 9, I think.
it doesn't say anything about stacks.
So I'm looking at it on Amazon Basin right now, and it says charge level 3 at level 1. At level 10, it's charge level 8.
Oh yeah, those are the
At level
stacks. So they
20,
changed
it's
those.
charge level 13. At level
Oh,
30,
even
it's
more?
charge level 18.
Dang.
At level 40, it's charge level 23. I would assume it's one charge per hit. So
Yeah.
basically, at level 10, you've got to hit 8 times to get full stacks. At level 20,
Yeah.
you've got to hit 13 times to get full stacks. At level 30, you got to hit 18 times to get full stacks, and so forth and so on. If you got it up to level 40, it's 23 times you would have to hit to bring it up to full stacks.
Killing more than a full pack.
Which is weird because, like, whenever you use it, like, it has
Look at Maul. It goes like into the 30s.
Why is Amazon Basin not in our external resource?
because I don't really want everyone looking at it because it's old data. They haven't updated it in a very long time.
Yeah, but the other thing.
So you gotta have like some knowledge of like what's changed and what hasn't changed and like what not to pay attention to.
The same with Max
Aaron
Roll.
Summit's still on there.
I didn't know Arid Summit was on there.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that it is. I just know Area Summit's also old.
I'm looking right at it. It's on there.
Yeah, I would.
That is dirt old.
It's definitely outdated data. Mr. Cody is taking over the house. We often call him the tyrant. He literally just does whatever he wants to do, and we don't have any choice in the matter. He's rude. He's a rude ass.
Well, I haven't done any of my skill first either, or my ancients. So.
Why not?
Because I got glitch rushed.
Mhm.
What level are you? 66.
You wanna do some chaos ones for some levels?
I would like to. I'm gonna go do my ancients real quick and normal right now though.
I found a pub group for chaos.
I hate pub groups. They're just so awful.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Awful. Awful.
I want to get this girl to 90. And then,
Is there a Heart of the Wolverine charges?
yeah, the wisp projector.
Yeah, but it's really weak. Even if you boo it, it kind of dies really easily because it's not a high level.
I mean, but with an army taking the majority of the hits, it could be useful to make it so they hit harder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but-
definitely.
Definitely, yeah. But is it really worth it? Is the question. Because where would you really need it? In the higher area where things like souls and stuff are gonna kill it.
I mean,
gonna
it's
be
charges. You
expensive.
just cast it all the time.
And it doesn't count as a summon, right? Like it doesn't get your summon resist as a necro.
No,
No,
that
no,
only
it's into effect. Doesn't synergize with those things.
that only affects your golems, your skeletons, and your skeleton mages.
Damn it!
It
I mean,
also
if you can
does.
afford the gold cost, you can
Summon
do it.
resist also doesn't affect your revives, which is pretty funny.
Right.
Just don't take the ring off once you've summoned it.
Wait. It says it synergizes from it. What's the synergy for it?
It doesn't work.
It's a druid skill.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have synergies in the Druid's tree. It's just like there.
So it's just bugged, and it's been bugged all this time, is what you're telling me.
I don't know if it's bugged. I mean, I think it's deliberate. If you really think about it, it would be broken. It would be broken OP if it did affect it, because the monsters probably retain their resistances from when they're resummoned. So if a monster's
but
immune
it
to
should still
something, then
get
he would be immune.
If it says it synergizes, it should
then-
get something from it.
Then if you stack resistances on top of the monster as well, I mean, like, at that point, they would be immune to everything because they're monsters.
That's not that overpowered when they only last for 3 minutes.
Overpowered monsters.
Hell cows have 50 all rest, so with summon resist, they'd be immune to fire, lightning, and cold.
I've already had
Yeah, but-
some people, like, fight me on that one, too. They're like, it says that it is. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, all the websites say that it doesn't. Like, if
Right,
you go
I
to...
understand that it would be broken.
Like
I
if-
get that.
like,
that
if you go to
3 minutes of an
Amazon-
immune monster would be broken, but like it should still do something if it's a freaking synergy.
If you go to Amazon Basin and you check summon resist, like, it literally tells you that it doesn't work.
But yeah, by the way, those ghosts, those spirits, they have their own resistances based on difficulty level.
Right. Like I would say, like at least give it like 59. It could be off weapon ED for their spell types or whatever.
Yeah, so it's written right here. Does not apply to revived or other class pets summoned by the necromancer. It only applies to the following: the necro skeleton, the clay golem, the necro mage, the blood golem, the iron golem, and the fire golem. So it only applies to the skeletons and the golems, and that's it. Nothing else.
No, I get it. I understand. I'm just like, but if it says it's a synergy to revive, it could do something else. It doesn't have to be the resist. It could be that resist value applied as damage.
They can become immune, though. Your summons can become immune. That's why summon resist is so powerful.
Yeah, like your fire golem is already immune. Your iron golem is already immune.
Well, one thing that they've tested, and this was in the Amazon Basin, is that if you look, it specifically says that the clay golem already has like a certain amount of cold resistance. And then if you look, the clay golem, like with summon resistance, actually goes above that. And the like lower level clay golems with no summon resistance can be frozen and shattered, but apparently higher level clay golems with high summon resist cannot be frozen and they cannot be shattered. They're immune because they are immune to cold, which is pretty cool.
Ooh, I'm not ready for nightmare.
And like you can make an iron golem with summon resist out of a paladin shield that is completely immune to everything.
Basically, yes. So if you get like a really nice like 4P diamond like paladin shield, or make yourself like a a sanctuary and a paladin shield, and then make your golem out of that, he's basically like immortal at that point. Only way he's dying probably is if you kill him, like by dying yourself, or if like a really high physical damage monster like starts wailing on him.
And you can counteract that with life tap. You can keep him alive.
So how much positive res does he need to become immune to everything?
He's already immune to poison, and I think he starts with like 50 to everything else.
Here, I'll paste the Amazon base and do jank in ladder chat.
So
that's it right there for the clay golem.
So why not make him out of a 45 all res exile?
The life tap proc is very annoying if you're a normal necromancer who wants to amp and corpse.
Not in town.
I mean, I see where you're going. I see where you're going with that, but I mean, number one, it's expensive. If he dies, then then you're out in exile. A 4P diamond 45 all res pally shield is going to be a hell of a lot easier to come by than an exile.
I mean, to be honest, any good paladin shield is going to make him immune to elements.
He has to breach 100%. If he doesn't breach 100%, he won't be immune.
You want to come kill something?
Well, I mean, yeah, but even like 1 point summon resist, you're still going to have like 60 right there. And if you have a 40 plus pally shield, he's going to be immune.
I'm running Arcane if anybody wants to come hang out with me. Just GGM.
Kill my ancients real fast?
Kill your ancients.
Yeah.
In normal?
No, nightmare.
I geared you out. You'll be getting.
I can't equip my stuff yet. And I haven't spent my stats because I'm waiting for my torch and need to equip.
He's doing an old school Diablo style, like where you can't reset your character. He's like, I gotta wait until I get all of my gear on. Got 400 stat points sitting in the bank.
No, I've only got 100.
Only 100.
Yeah, I put a whole bunch in stream. Summon decks, 100 in vitality.
What's up, Sean? How's it going, man? I'll come give you a hand in a second. I was just having fun in Arcane Sanctuary while it was on TZ. Cody. Do you know how to howl, Cody? I've been trying to teach you how to howl for a while, and I'm probably going to regret it, because then I'll just howl all the time. Cody, we got to do a howl. Can you do a howl? You ready? We're going to do it together. You got to go like this. You go, ow. Come on. Okay, go, ow. No, that's a whine. That's not a howl. That's a whine. Howl is much more throaty. You got to do a throaty. I'm gonna go help him with his thing real quick. I'll be back. And you coming over here wiping your? What did you go drink some water? I just literally just wiped off your jowls. Did you go drink some water just so you can get wet jowls to bring it back over here? Jowl boy. He's so easy to trick too. Like you can just be like, oh, what's that? Oh, who's that? Tricked you just like that, huh? That was a real easy one. Back it up. Cody, who's outside? On the window. At the window. Go look. Go look at the window. Who's out there? Who's at the window? Outside, outside. Go look. He said, "Shut up, fool." He said, I know you're not telling me truths."
I can hear him getting excited.
Yep. We already there. Okay, let's kill stuff then. Static, 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 static. Ow! Rude, stop it.
Hey, I gotta do it in hell.
They're gonna be immune to fire in hell.
You got a sunder, don't you?
What?
Come on, you tried to kill D-Clone. See if you can kill some angels.
You wanna fight, Kubus? You wanna fight, Kubus? You... I think he's winning. Stop it. Get down. I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna get your ear. I see it. Give me this ear. I'm gonna.
Well, I'm got a couple levels. I'm gonna go do my normal quests.
Is M.A. Sin as good as a smiter for Ubers? Yes, works just fine. She's honestly just as good, if not a little bit better. Especially if you set her up specifically for Ubers. Where's my game invitation?
I'll send it to you.
Where's my game invitation?
Scroll up through your spam bot chats.
Where's my game invitation? Cody.
I don't have this waypoint though.
Calm it down, shitbird.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Hello, waypoint, my old friend. I've come to kill the demons again. The Carver shamans slowly screaming as I burn them from their meeting. The Lancers came around the corner, straight into an exploding arrow.
Vortex shield.
Vortex shield of the holy bolts.
Come on, at the Archon stab drop. See, aren't those guys fire immune?
I don't know. I got my Sunder on. I can't tell.
I was about to say, they don't look it.
Pew. Pew, 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 pew.
Does that sage help you at all?
I mean, it gives me a little bit more attack rating, a little bit more physical damage. I mean, if I do life leech, I mean, I've got a decent amount of life leech on this character. I need to work in a little bit of mana leech too, just so I can, you know, refill my mana pool as well as refilling my life pool while I'm shooting.
You're wearing flickering flame now?
Yeah.
Should be easier to tell if they're firing you and they take 3 shots instead of 1.
Could always just P-skull the weapon.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have a full fire facet in it. I just put a perfect fire facet in there, so. we can.
Fire merc,
What?
dude.
Yeah, I got the merc with fire too. Yeah. So he has my enchant. What are you barking at? The chinchilla's not going to play with you because you're mean to him. That is not how it works. In fact, when you bark, he's probably just going to run away. Dusty Buns, are you playing with him? You can bite him on the nose if he's mean to you. You got my permission. You hear that? I told him. He can chomp you right on the nose if you're mean to him. That's right.
Dusty butt.
Dusty Bones.
Oh.
There, I enchanted your spirit for no reason. Dusty Bones, Dusty Bones. Radioactive Dusty Bones. Dusty Bones, Dusty Bones. It's going to be a whole lot of kiting.
Follow me. Let him shoot you.
Merc stays alive pretty good too, because I mean most of the time I just kite away. Kite away, kite away, kite away all. So she stays alive with me because I'm kiting and she's kiting at the same time. Like it works out pretty good.
You both just blasting away.
I know she fires the frickin' exploding arrows too, and they do pretty good damage.
Not to this guy. He's fire immune. Not to you, but to her.
He can't be fire immune. He's lightning and cold immune. He can't be tri immune.
Yeah, he is.
There's no way he can be tri immune.
Well, if he stops chasing me, I will take a picture of him. So, nope.
He's tri immune. Well, holy crap! I didn't even think that was possible outside of the Ubers. Okay, well I'm running out of arrows, so I should have brought some more bolts.
Anytime you transition act that you're transformed, it converts you to your normal form.
I have never seen him be any of these guys be tri immune before. That is the first time ever.
You talking about trying set?
He wanted to give you a challenge.
Yeah, apparently. The real challenge is that I should have gotten some more bolts before I came up here.
Somebody join on me and bring some bolts.
Yep, there we go. I'm out of bolts. Time for my Merc girl to prove her worth. Actually, she can't do any damage except for physical. Because she doesn't have the Sunder, not like I do.
It's in ladder chat.
She'll kill him eventually. It'll just take a while.
You guys are doing ancients, right?
Just bring bolts with you.
All right, I'm
He's
away.
literally almost dead. Like, we probably got this. I'm just letting...
When I bring in the bolts, it'll reset it.
No, if you...
Well,
no, it won't. Watch him die before you get here.
probably. I don't know, I put a portal down there. Might make it.
Oh yeah, he'll probably die before I get there.
He's not behaving, so you might make it.
I've got a portal up.
He won't behave. He keeps, like, doing stupid stuff.
He don't want to die.
I mean, that's obvious. Keep firing, girl.
Metallic or Matic?
Well, I just got credit for it.
God is strong from the counter.
Can I get the World Stone Waypoint from you?
No.
That's just mean.
Was it Talic or Manic was giving you trouble?
He was tri-immune. He was lightning, cold, and fire immune all at the same time.
Yes, he was.
I've never seen the Ancients be tri-immune before. They must not have the limiter. So if you guys are unaware of this, there is a limiter that's put in place for all monsters within the game, except for those in the Uber Zone, which are the only exception as far as I knew until today. Always learning new things about this game. But basically, if any monster is ever more than 2 immunities, they are immediately nerfed back to 2 immunities. So, like, if, say, a monster was naturally immune to poison, and then he rolled Cold Enchanted, Lightning Enchanted, and the Cold Enchanted brought him to 100%, and the Lightning Enchanted brought him to 100%. So he would theoretically be immune to Cold, Poison, and Fire at the same time. The game will automatically take the last modifier on his list, so in the order that the modifiers are listed on the monster's name, and will remove it from the monster, because monsters aren't allowed to have more than 2 immunities. But apparently the Ubers are allowed to have more than 2 immunities.
Alec didn't get that memo.
So if that happens, does it set their resist to 95 to 75 or?
It just pretends as if that modifier never occurred. So if the last modifier is Lightning Enchanted and the Lightning Enchanted makes them immune and they already have 2 immunities, the Lightning Enchanted just doesn't exist. It just takes that straight off the character and just pretends it's not there. Alright, I'm going back to Arcane Sanctuary now. GGM 3 with the Arcane Sanctuary. What do I think about making unlimited arrows? I mean, I've already said that before, like, make a unique, you know, like, quiver that you can find. And then, you know, like, make it rare or whatever, but make it, like, level 85 plus. So that, like, when you hit max level on your boson, you can just put on your, you know, your unlimited quiver and never have to worry about arrows again. I think that's a cool idea.
So how does spawning the golden or the jade figurine?
The what?
First set of champions.
Badly.
What are we asking?
Go kill the Travancore, it'll drop.
I killed
The Jade figurine's not dropping before Act 3.
Make another game. There's a bug with the Jade figurine that if you kill any other monster that can drop a quest item, and in the same game that the Jade figurine is supposed to drop, it just won't drop. Ever. So, just make a new game. Don't go and kill anything else first, and then go to Act 3 and start killing monsters.
I feel like I find it like right outside of town most of the time.
Yeah, just go outside Spider Forest and just start killing monsters in Spider Forest.
That's perfect. Ooh, wolf owl.
It's supposed to be the first champion or unique pack you run in.
Yeah, and if you don't see it after the first 4 or 5 champion or elite packs, then you probably got a bug one, and you should make another game.
How's that wolf owl roll?
What Wolfhound?
It just dropped in front of you.
I didn't get it.
Oh.
Apparently Icy Panties got it. The Panties of Le Ice.
Better PC than 2, 4, 6, 5,
4, 6, 5.
Yeah, just 2 skill. 2 wolf drives.
Lightning Spires are worth so much EXP. Lightning Spires.
More level. I get my Annie. cheaters.
Teleporting cheater, says the person who made Enigma this season.
I kind of had to. I mean,
3 sockets, superior grade Hallberg with 547. You need that for a Rinward?
no, I've got a just so I can try to keep up. Oh, mean wolf guy.
Cobus. Dang, 2 Grand Charms just plopped on the ground. Yoink. 41 attack rating. A smoldering Grand Charm of Incineration, and it's only 714. Double roll on the fire. Still ended up with garbage.
Is that Cubus?
That is indeed Cubus, yes. He sounds like a whale or something. I don't even.
He got a tummy ache.
I don't know. I'll take him outside here in a minute. I take him outside all the time, though. Like, half the time he just plays. He's probably just bored. You'd think he'd be used to this by now. Like, I've been a YouTuber since we got him, so since he was just a puppy, he's been hanging out with me while I'm doing my streams. Like, he should be used to it by now. Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take him outside real quick. And then I'm gonna drop him off with his mama.
I'll try to
And then I'm gonna go get the Chinchilla.
try to find a Bell Quest game.
Hours of good tier zones. I'll probably never sleep tonight.
Anyone want to help me do my Hell Bell quest?
Hillbill? Sure.
I'll help.
Can somebody give me Crystalline Passage in normal?
Was it chunk 4?
Yeah.
Because I need Hellbell too, so.
I'm probably writing a name wrong.
CHUNCK.
Alright, I'm in.
What kind of weapon you using?
This is my my call to arms. I'm using the death in a decapitator.
Nice.
You need the world stone way by?
I think I had the waypoint.
I'll just put it up just in case.
I don't have any of the other ones. I got Ancients and Glacial Trail. That's pretty much it. But I can get those later. I just need the Bell quest.
So I can kill cows.
We may have a problem.
What?
Not 100% sure I can make it through the frigid highlands.
I know
All the
I can.
doors are immune to poison.
I'm not even trying to walk to the frigid waypoint.
I'm just trying to get my normal.
Serval drop in here 5 minutes ago, but somebody else snagged it.
Oh.
I was happy that was his first dry run. I was boosting the guy, and I was like, oh, okay, well, you deserve a room. It's not like I'm wearing multiple burrs here or something. Because I gotta say, I'm pretty decked out, to be honest.
All right. I require the crystalline passage waypoint in normal, and probably a nightmare.
Alright, level 3's up. Managed to make it that far.
Oh yeah, quick.
Well, it's always to the right of the waypoint.
Oh yeah, I'm not even thinking. I'm not thinking. Just kill stuff.
Yeah,
It was a good experience. So
Yeah.
I can't kill anything down there.
What's your name in normal?
Gear 1, usual password.
So it's always to the right.
From level 2, so well, like 99, well, 95% of the time, it's to the right. Sometimes you get the weird wraparound map.
Oh yeah.
Sweetness, thank you very much.
Let's see it down here.
poor Merc.
I'm very, very squishy. I will get one shot, like, instantly.
No, you're in your 60s, right? So you're a bit under level, maybe.
I haven't put any points in. I'm trying to equip my Annie and my torch before I do that.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, I put some in, but I've still got a whole lot left.
You need.
I haven't done any of my skill quests except the den in normal. I've done none of my Anya quest or stat quest or anything.
I just go through it by difficulty.
I will, but I mean, again, like I said, I just want to get my.
What's the
I want to get my
done?
torch equipped. Once I hit 75, then I'll put all my stats in. And
I need to find out how you leveled that fast to 68.
Bumper.
Bumper.
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
bumper.
I thought he was
Thank
in
you
the-
very much. I'm moving on to Nightmare to do a bunch of quests. I probably need the crystalline passage.
Oh, I got the
Just let me
Annie
know.
on.
Alright, so you just
More
need a couple of more levels.
5 more levels.
17 more levels.
5. I need 5. You want to join in on this bell run, or are you staying in your arcane?
I was gonna go play arcane. I was doing pretty good in arcane. I'm like rolling through here like it's nothing.
Well, I'm wanting to unlock my terror zones.
Yeah, I'm doing Nightmare Arcane and I'm getting pretty good XP from it.
Oh, I've got crystalline passage in Nightmare.
Anything else? Or...
I could use trap.
I immediately do that.
Yeah, that was close.
It's spicy.
Walk down them stairs, so I'll do nuts on one side, and souls looking me right in the face. Nope.
Oh, you should not come here then. Oh.
I'll hide behind a wall. I'm okay with that.
Might be
I'll hide behind a wall. Fear not, my friends, for I am here, behind this wall, over here, yes.
Maybe
even
under druid. but it's not regular.
Yes, Mr. Dusty. Mr. NiNi, no, this is Dusty Buns, Ron Masters. This is the Dusty Bones. The Dusty Bones.
What are you leveling now, Chunk?
Fury Druid, first one ever.
Oh, nice.
Never made one.
Using Breath of the Dying.
I want to find a Eth Archon staff to make one.
Nah, it's not that good, honestly. Got one in the bank. It's like, meh.
I actually had somebody post a pretty large guide on all of the weapons, and it was actually Eth Decapitator, which actually beat out all the others.
But you kind of need a merc with the fate bow to make that happen. Otherwise, you're not gonna have a huge amount of attacks coming from Fury. It's gonna be really slow, and you're gonna get pummeled easily.
You're gonna get pummeled.
See, I didn't really like my Fury Druid. That's why I'm rolling a Paladin now.
I just got the fate bow.
Well, I've never made one, so.
But you can.
I'm gonna make one. And I'm gonna make
That's
one how I want to make one.
There's a whole bunch of very useful weapons for the druids, like Cryptic Axe thing.
I know there's Tomb Reaver and Reaper's Toll and
Yeah, all those kind of
Breath
things.
of the Dying. I mean, I know all the gist of it.
But it's still kind of good. It's nice and fast.
I'm gonna try it my way.
I don't know. The thwack of the staff is very pleasant, though. You have to admit. It's nice to get that nice thwack noise as you bonk people on the head.
Bonking
Again,
stick of doom.
You know, like I'm like Ginger. I don't use guides or anything. I build what I want to build, and either it works or it doesn't.
It's fun figuring it out. That's the whole thing.
It's mine. You know, like that's the only way I've learned anything about this game is by making bad characters. My first barbarian was a frenzy barb using 2 Baroneer stars, the shaft style.
Hey, Baronairs are great. You kidding me?
Yeah, that was my first character. And I never did restat that character, even whenever I swapped over to Breath of the Dying whenever they came out.
You won't fight? Hmm? You seem like you won't fight, sir. Do you want to fight?
Yeah, nice Cryptic 30.
You do want to fight.
Yeah, I've got a nice baseline pally going. I've got an Oath, and then I've got a Hawes, and a Duress.
Come here, you.
I've got a Duress in the stash that was given to me, but I think I'm going to use the Arcane's Valor, honestly.
What mercenary do we use on a poison necro?
What mercenary do you use on a poison?
Yeah.
Can I have that essence, maybe?
Plague?
Do you need to restat right now?
No, I don't need it to reset, but I can make a token for someone.
Well,
if you don't have low resistance, then plague.
No, then you take it. No.
I mean, I have one.
I've got.
So I was just wondering.
I'm just making tokens for people. I've got my 2 respect tokens I need for this season.
Super aggressive and tanky.
Thank you, guys.
Anybody want a +3 battle orders Fury Visor? White.
I need a CB machine.
Then obedience. Obedience with a like a duress, and then put like a really nice lifesteal helmet on him.
Is it an elite base?
What, the Fury Visor?
No, the obedience.
Oh, I don't have one. You want one in an elite base, though, yeah.
If it's in a Thresher, absolutely.
I would recommend the man catcher. Eth man catcher is your goal there. Negative 20 base. He attacks really fast. 40% CB. Throw in a duress, that brings him up to like a nice 55%.
Oh yeah.
Gives him open wounds too. Turns him into a CB machine.
Got an ethereal duress and bulwark.
5 years. Sorry, I'm always talking to multiple people.
So if next time I see a 5-socketed man catcher, I'll return the obedience to.
Yeah, when you're trying to make a CB machine, freaking obedience is the key. Cheap, super effective. Also comes with free enchant.
So do I want to make him like a defiant merc then?
I mean, you're a what? Poison necromancer?
Yep.
Do you have an army at all?
No, I'm not planning on putting an army in because of the way you said poison.
Well, then probably, yeah, like Defiance would probably work well to keep him alive. Or Holy Freeze.
I was gonna say freeze would be good to keep everything slow.
Holy Freeze or Defiance would both work. You really want him to be tanky enough that he can kind of like work on his own, you know?
I do come to.
Of course, he's not going to be completely on his own because, you know, you're going to have the Golem, so.
Yeah, I do have the Golem.
Yeah. If you pair him up with a Clay Golem of a high percentage with Holy Freeze, everything for the most part will be just like at a standstill.
Has anyone ever tried a necromancer that doesn't have a golem?
I think most Necros usually at least grab a Golem.
1 point wonder.
Yeah. Even if it's just 1 point in 1 point in this and 1 point in that, like it's usually like I don't think I've ever seen a necromancer not have at least something.
But in theory, dim vision and attract could eliminate the need for one, but you have to be really good with curses.
But at that point, I would lose access to my lower res as a poison necro.
No, attract actually doesn't overwrite lower res, and the lower res doesn't overwrite attract. So what happens is you attract one monster, and then you can lower res all the rest. And lower res will not overwrite the attract. Attract only actually works on one monster at a time also. So if you lower res the entire field and then attract afterward, it would still only affect one monster. It's a great ability.
Thank you. I have an ethereal bulwark and an ethereal.
This one's finished. Number 5. Mr. Dusty Bones, you're being a very good boy. Would you like a pumpkin seed?
Is it still arcane?
Yeah, it is. Would you like a pumpkin seed, sir?
I'd come in there, but I can't keep up with you in arcane.
There you go. Sounds good. You like want some more? There you go. Another one? You come hanging out with me, sir?
So how many Howrings have we got from Arcane so far?
How many what? Oh, I haven't got anything yet. I've just been killing stuff. It's kind of calming going through there as this character. Like everything's in nice neat little rows, and I teleport down, and as soon as I find monsters I just start shooting, and then everything dies. Half the time the stuff behind the monsters is all dead too. Like I'll teleport forward and they're like everything's dead on the next platform, and I'm like, oh. That's gotta be embarrassing, right? Your little monster gravestone says died from an accidental arrow that wasn't even fired at him.
Collateral damage.
Poor guy. You want to fight, little sir? Because I'll fight. I'm surprised at how quickly I can kill these fire immunes. The goatmen. The goatmen die pretty dang fast for being immune to fire.
flickering flame, right?
Yeah, and then I also have a fire facet in my demon machine. Honestly, like when I take on just one at a time, it is obvious that I'm having a little bit of trouble. But what I am noticing is that when I'm taking on like big groups and it goes through and it explodes in all of them, like it doesn't seem to matter that they're fire immune because I just dish out so much massive amount of damage to the crowd. Like, because they all pile up, you know, and like you fire one arrow in and it hits like all 6 of them and does like 6 explosions and like they're dead pretty damn quick. Don't chew on that stuff over there, sir. Don't do it. Oh. It's about to change TZs.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Keep up, maybe.
Yeah, this character does go pretty fast, doesn't she?
Well, I mean, without any kind of teleport, Arcane's just hard
Pain in the butt.
with anyone teleporting around.
The Fist of the Heaven Paladin has a fairly easy job.
Yeah, it's just
Superior
gonna say
or
my
mine?
Fist
I
of the
can't
Heavens
check it.
Paladin's moving pretty quick to the rear.
On my foe paladin with a 120% run wall, it's pretty easy, but still doesn't compare to teleport.
Oh, it's not a comparison. It's just he's one of the few other builds that doesn't dramatically struggle.
Well, I don't think it's just the teleport. I think this character just walks right through this area, though. Like, the fact that I can dish out straight line damage, and this is a straight line zone. So I literally teleport to a like a platform and fire down the line, and literally everything dies down the line. It doesn't take a whole lot of effort for me to kill like an entire group of monsters on that line.
What's the best you can get out of your Nightmare Hellforge?
I believe that...
Yeah. I just got a number.
Krats.
You usually get better out of Nightmare Hell Force than Hell.
Where do you think you're going, sir? Would you like another pumpkin seed? Hmm? Your little chunky booty butt. They're so small he can like shove like 3 of them in his mouth, and then he holds another one in his hand.
Gonna have to steal Ravenfrost from my druid.
I feel like everything this character has been stolen from my assassin.
It's locked.
More level. I got my torch.
Lightning fire.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a couple hamsters. And each one would try to shove everything in his mouth so the other one could get it.
Mm-hmm. Chinchillas are a lot smarter than hamsters, though. Very, very intelligent.
Don't let the hamster hear you say that.
And hamsters are douches
had hamsters in
that
years.
eat their friends.
The thing you gotta watch out, you can't have hamsters and rats in the same house.
You can't have you can't have hamsters with other hamsters. One of my hamsters, literally, we had a couple hamsters in a cage, and I came home one day, and the one hamster had eaten the other hamster's face off.
My hamsters
while he
never
cried
attacked
delicious.
each other. They just tried to out-eat the other one.
Delicious.
But I had a rat behead one of my hamsters once.
Hamster was probably rude to him. I'm not even going to stick up for the hamster. Not even going to stick up for the hamster.
They were next to each other for months, but when the hamster went to escape, the rat came out and bit his head off.
Yeah, because hamsters are jerks. He probably tormented that poor rat until the rat just, like, decided one day that enough was enough.
And then fatality.
Yep, fatality. I like to think of hamsters as little jerks.
You know what's funny? Years and years ago, my grandmother would not touch my hamster. She was afraid of it, but she'd pick up my rat.
Mr. Dusty Buns, what are you doing?
Did you upgrade your YouTube or something?
Upgrade? Why?
Because I haven't had like one ad.
Did I forget to turn on monetization? No, it's on. I don't know. Maybe did you get a premium?
No.
Well, I don't know.
I haven't. I mean, normally I have to like fast forward a little place through watching.
Did you install ad blockers and no scripts?
It's on my TV.
Sometimes there's just no ads, from what I understand. They tell me all the time. They're like, just because you put an ad thing in here doesn't mean we're actually going to display an ad. There has to be an ad to display. And I'm like, okay.
I don't know.
Maybe they showed you enough commercials about genital warts.
That's probably it.
People always come to me all the time and they're like, do you know your YouTube channel is putting out such and such ad? And I'm like, if it's putting out that ad, it's for you, my friend.
I need a key. I
I'm
can't
like, I hate to tell you this, but YouTube customizes their ads depending on the person that's watching, so...
Yeah, do you ever notice that Facebook always tries to sell you what you've already just bought.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's keyword recognition. Me and my girlfriend played around with it one day. Spin Mop was doing an ad campaign like for a while, and so like if anyone even remotely said the word spin mop, I really could use a spin mop. And I'm cursing all you guys now because you guys are all gonna get spin mop ads tomorrow. Tomorrow, when you pull up your Facebook feed or your YouTube or whatever, there's going to be a Spin Mop ad. You watch. Spin Mop head refills, Spin Mop bucket, Spin Mop replacements. That's right, Spin Mop.
I'm afraid that's not true.
It's 100% true, by the way. We've tested it. Literally the next day, we had Spin Mop ads all over everything.
It's true for everybody else, but you're not coming through my speakers.
But did your phone hear it, though? Your phone's really good at picking things up.
I don't know where my phone is at. I haven't touched it in 3 days. So.
They're always listening.
It's always listening. They're not actually listening, by the way, for those of you who think that someone's actually listening. Nobody's actually listening. It's a computer program. The computer program, like, listens for keywords. It doesn't care what the hell you're saying. If it hears a particular keyword that has to do with something that may have to do with an ad, it then serves you the ad based on the keywords that you're saying. So when I say the word spin mop and then the program hears the word spin mop, it's like, oh, they're interested in spin mops. Let's give them some ads about spin mops. And there's no human interaction involved. It's just a computer program that recognizes keywords and then serves you automatically based on those keywords.
Yeah, my roommate and I tested it as well.
It's super easy to test. If you don't believe me, just start talking about something. Doesn't matter what it is. Make it a product that's advertisable. And within the next couple days, you will start getting those ads all over your feed and phone and everything.
Yep.
They also serve by state. They serve by county. They serve by the city that you're in, your age group, all sorts of things like that have to do with what ads you get. So, you know, if you're in your 50s or 60s and you're getting a bunch of ads about, like, funeral homes, I mean, they know that you're 50 or 60, okay?
Are you dead?
Are you dead yet? If you're not, you should have...
Number you on?
Number 6. It's about to change. We got 1 minute left.
This is what I'm using right now.
Doombringer. 20% increased maximum life. What's up, champions? God, I roll through those champions. Yes, Mr. Dusty. Uh-huh. Do you know that I'm here? You want to play game? What kind of game you want to play? You want to play Helicopter Tail? We can play Helicopter Tail. Do you want to play Tickle Tummy? I can tickle your tummy? He's like, do you want to play Chew on Headset? He said, I like that game. Chew on Headset's a good game.
Bloodborne.
Bloodborne and Den of Evil. Not exactly the best TC. Grandy Jammy. Oh, a Sacred Charge. 3 sockets, all res 9. Poopies.
Well, the poison Necro's terrible at farming bosses, but I assume he's one of the best ones at farming easy.
It's a little strange with him. Like, he does a lot of poison damage, yeah, but, like, I definitely feel like there's potential there for something else. I feel like the Rabies Druid also always needs to be something else, not just Rabies. I think if you rely on just Rabies, it's not going to go well.
The poison necro is really good at tower. Countess. Countess and pits basically is where you live, unless you're running with a group.
I've seen a lot of poison necros run Neolithak a lot too.
Yeah.
I figure with all the minus poison res, it's easy for him to get. Plus the Thunder Charm, Terror Zones, any Terror Zone should be fairly good for farming.
It was pretty good, huh? You
Terror
like
Zone's
them?
pretty good for XP.
It's all, no, bring it back. I want some more.
Hello.
Little fatty.
Ow.
Chunky butt.
Ow.
No. Players count does.
Man,
For what? What are we doing? Oh, you guys are in the Bloodborne?
those quill rats.
Oh, God. You got Clover. No, don't do that. They killed me. They killed my 97 Paladin. Like, literally just, like,
I know.
one-shot him.
I was about to say, I remember when they murdered your paladin.
They
And
murdered...
people those people that will make public games called free, just to boost the player count and then go kill the founder.
F-R-E-E, that spells free. Look at the Chinchilla chewing on my wire. Don't think I don't see you, sir. He said, what? He said, I got to chew. He said, this is illegal. You can't have a Chinchilla and not let him chew. He said, these teeth keep on growing, sir. These teeth keep on growing. And that's just what they do. These teeth are gonna keep on growing and I'm gonna chomp on you. Small Cham, a Sacred Rondach. A Sacred Rondach. That's some cool lightning. +1 strength. Ew. Sacred Rondash, what are you? Crimson Sacred Rondash of Deflecting. Unfortunate.
I'm too fast.
He was born to be a fast kin, 'cause at least he knows he's free. And the Chula wants to jump on top of my head, please. He said I'm floofy and I make a good hat, so put me right up there. I promise not to pee on you. If you make me your hat. Here, be a hat. There you go. Hattington.
Isn't the den? We found the den yet?
I'm too busy killing quill rats. Evil, evil quill rats.
They
Evil.
are evil.
Evil.
Especially when they got holy shock and fanaticism.
I see you have met them.
Yeah.
I see if you've met Lucifer himself.
I think Lucifer is nicer.
A rune staff.
And it's that's just a tease.
An Eth rune staff. You can turn it into an Archon staff. Is it any good?
No.
Has it got dual leech and all other crazy stuff on it?
It doesn't have 60 ice or 400 ED, so I don't.
What? For shame.
ED 6 max.
Part of me wonders if it might be worth it to put a Cham rune in my weapon. Having a freezes target on a character with cold mastery at that could be rather interesting. Especially since it pierces and it hits multiple targets.
All of our Hort barbs would love that.
I mean, it wouldn't shatter everything, but it would shatter everything that I physically hit. I'd have to physically hit them. Well, this is a tiny little den of evil.
New game?
I'm not really sure I want to do Den of Evil.
Well,
you. Stop it.
Sorry, no refunds on TZ.
Let's go to Chaos then.
I was born to run a chaos, and at least I know I'm free.
You could help me finish off my hell quest.
What?
Here, Plains of Despair is good this time of year.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard it is.
I never did Neothak. Let's do Neothak.
Wait for me.
Waypoint?
No, I don't even have the waypoint.
Well, guess we're going the long way.
What game are you in?
GGM 6. That's right, get beat up. Get you beat up.
I can't. Could this be a trap?
Shoom, 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 shoom.
I stole your kill.
I want them to pile up at the door so I can kill them all at once. Will you quit chewing on stuff over here, sir?
Can't I find the summoner for shut?
I know you're just a little baby, but that doesn't mean you get the free pass to chew on everything, sir. He said, I'm the baby, got to love me.
Not the mama.
Not the mama, not the mama.
I loved that show when I was a kid.
Boom, 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 boom.
That show had one of the most depressing endings to it, though.
Oh,
I think
I gotta say, though.
I think the one freaking thing that really depressed me about that show was the freaking garbage disposal. His whole life was literally just sitting underneath of the thing, and they got rid of him.
Oh.
It was so sad. He's like, his whole job was just to sit under there and eat scraps. And they were like, "Oh, it's time for you to go. You're not pulling your weight anymore." And he's like, big fat pig underneath the thing. Apparently, he just eats everything they shove down him.
Okay. Thank you. for
What?
that.
Thank you for what? Did you get your antlers?
For bouncing those antlers for me?
I did bounce them.
Yeah, those are going to my other druid. Look at that.
Carrion cow. Ooh, 2-2-2-3-2's nice.
5 NATO 2 socket.
Ooh, fancy. Mister, leave my wire alone! No, and then you chew on my microphone. Stop. Go over there. I don't trust you. That's right.
3 socket monarch.
No trust. There's no trust in my heart. Rude.
I mean, the shockwave really doesn't help me. Let's see what it looks like on my head.
You look like a goat.
Hey, I got a blue head. I like it.
You can upgrade it for extra defense too, can't you? Why are you so interested in my microphone and my wires? Stop it.
Just found a 4-socketed Grim Scythe in the Terror Zone.
Junk.
Yeah.
Grim Scythe is the nightmare version.
Yeah, it's exceptional. I've got a...
You're looking for the elite version, which is the Thresher or the Giant Thresher.
For what though? What do you...
Just in general, like if you're looking for bases for mercs and stuff like that, it's always the elite base that you want.
See, when I found the elite base, they said, "Oh, you don't want the elite base because then the skill set's too high."
Are you talking about for like an infinity or something?
Yeah.
If you're gonna self-wield it, you do not want a elite.
No, I'm not self-wielding it. I'm just looking at making an insight for another merc.
Oh, then yeah, you want the elite base.
Yeah, you want 4-socket elite. Here, have a key. Here, take that. Take it. Take it. Take it. Grab it with your little hands. You got little hands. Grab it. Grab it. Grab it. There you go. Grab it. In your head. How about that?
I don't really think it's worth upgrading this belt. It's only got 25 ED on it.
Yeah, but the base defense on those helmets is pretty good. I mean, a nightmare base probably won't even. Those helmets don't even have high strength requirement on them, do they? Even at the elite bases, I think they still don't even have high strength requirements.
It's 24 right now.
Let me look real quick, because I'm pretty sure that the druid belts don't actually go up very much at all.
I think Antlers is a normal base, isn't it?
Yeah, so you can upgrade it twice. You can upgrade it to the Hunter's Guise, and then you can upgrade it to the Earth Spirit. The Hunter's Guise is a base of 81, so you're going to go from 24 base to 81 base, plus whatever the ED is. And then the strength requirement on that is only 56, which is nothing. And the Earth Spirit is strength requirement 104, which again is probably nothing. You probably have 156 for a Spirit, don't you?
Well, I have an Enigma, so I have more than that.
Yeah, it's 104 with it double upgraded. So yeah, and the elite base is like 124, 152 defense.
Throw 2 runes in that bad boy.
Ow!
That would be very nice, very nice.
Lummies.
I've got some if you have some poles to trade.
I think I have some ums. I don't think I have any poles.
Hey, Halls of Pain. So which means the waypoint is right here. Oh.
Fast. What are you doing?
I'm trying to find the waypoint.
I need to find a pole so I can make my oath.
You can send me the waypoint via TP then.
That's what I was planning on doing.
I can't run over it through all that.
Are we on? I don't even know if we're on the right one. I don't think the waypoint is on this level, is it? It's on the next level.
Yeah, it's on the next level.
Yeah, it's on the next level.
Yep, Hall's
Uh-oh, Moon Lords. I mean, Night Lords. Ooh, flares. Beautiful, lovely flares.
I resist blow, but I can hit hard.
The flares go pop, 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 like little popcorns. They go pop, 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 pop. And a pop, 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 pop. Ah! Teleport right in the middle of a bunch of Night Lords. Thankfully, my Merc is always ever ready. Like, when I teleport in, she's firing off her freaking exploding arrows. Right off the bat. She's very useful. I really like this setup with the exploding arrow fire Merc.
I can't.
Well, help me.
You got my enchant. I'm already helping you, sir. Soul rune. Oh god.
I'm guessing enchant doesn't work for strafe for multi-shot.
For what?
I'm guessing enchant doesn't work with strafe or multi-shot.
Yeah, it works with strafe and multi-shot. Why wouldn't it?
Do a lot of damage.
It is.
It is a lot of damage. Will you stop chewing on my microphone? Okay, I need that for my job. No, bed. Here, have a pumpkin seed and shut up.
But I want it.
He said, you can bribe me with pumpkin seeds, but they will only last for a short period of time, and then I shall return for more microphone chewing.
Was anybody needing FCB?
So you get, there you go, done. That's all you get, sir.
Anybody up for helping me get cane?
More Amrunes for the pile.
I can help.
A Sir Rune.
Whoa!
Nice.
Sir Rune.
I'm just running through to find Duriel, and then I'll hop in my source.
Pork to Sir. Not even the Burberdin.
I'll roll on it.
Yeah.
Roll up with several other.
Yeah, roll it. Roll it. I mean, he horked it, so I don't know. He hawked it. It's a hawking.
I want to find the waypoint first. Then I'll...
He's got them dual Alibabas running.
Alibaba's done.
Karash shield, rune staff. The wheel of destiny.
Wasn't someone needing just talking about an F-Merc base?
4 sockets?
Well, it's a CV, so
CVs are guaranteed 4 sock from the Larzik quest.
Yeah.
So if you Larzik it, you'll get 4 sockets. That's what people use the FCVs for, is guaranteed 4 sockets. They hit really hard, they're a little slow, but they do hit really hard.
Here's the waypoint.
Oh, now that we found the waypoint, we know where it is.
Okay.
Mr. Dusty Bones, no thank you, sir. Don't you think about it. Don't even put it in your brain. No thoughts in there. Empty the brain meats. He said, what? Chew on everything? Are you sure you don't want this key? Can have stick. Tick. Tick the key. For chewing. It's good for non. But the chain.
You know, there's trades they accept to trade, want to trade, and then just disappear.
What are you standing up for? Showing everybody your white tum-tum? Hmm? You do got a pretty white tum-tum.
Bar. I'm just putting bar in there.
His name is Barbar Jinx. I'm pretty sure it's Jinx.
Well, it doesn't really matter on the wheel.
The Wheel of Jinx.
Do we have a summoning druid?
You're just.
I'm the one, but I'm an alt.
I'm pretty sure our other summoning druid is also there. Do you want a summoning skills, Charm?
Sure.
Sup, mage plate.
Streams up.
Can't even check and see what percent it is. You need to go back to town. Bink. Bink.
Who's gonna win it?
Grats chunks.
Thank you.
All these dang gems. Skulls.
Let's see. I have 2 perfect skulls. I got a diadem to reroll.
I need a diadem to reroll. Actually I need to like imbue one next time I get a chance. I need to actually, hey, Chunks, you want this?
What?
For the druid that you're on right now? That's the diadem that I've been re-rolling, and that's what it re-rolled, and I was like, you know, that's actually not terrible.
I'm wearing a Jalal's right now.
Yeah, I know, and that's the problem, and that's one of the reasons why I was thinking about like possibly re-rolling it, but then I'm like, it's still really freaking good.
I want to find a pelt.
I mean, it's +2 druid with 6 life leech, 18 dex, mana life, and it has 117 lightning damage on it, which I thought was pretty crazy.
I missed the Neolithic quest.
We didn't do the Neolithic yet.
It says I can't complete it.
I'd re-roll it because I don't know, man. Jolos would be kind of.
I know Jalal's is the answer to everything. I don't even think we killed him yet.
Do you need a Jalal's, Chuck?
Did somebody go kill our Neolithic while we were trying to kill Neolithic?
There's
No.
one in here.
Still says that it's open and ready to be completed.
Oh, I bet because I haven't done Anya. That's why.
Oh, terrible.
No, my character was level 11 earlier.
Ralried. There's a bone weave.
Yeah, I rushed him from Act 1 normal to Act 4.
404. Reload.
I was in it. Barely. He's horking like crazy.
Horkin Sir runes. I'm still trying to train little Dusty Bones. He doesn't quite know the deal yet.
You Act 3, everyone Everyone's favorite.
It's the best act.
Not when you don't have teleport.
No, you just throw up a big wall of ball in front of everything, and you blow up corpses, and it's all kinds of fun.
I don't know. There's a lot of fun monsters in Act 3. The flayers are really fun to kill. They pop like little popcorns. Depends on your character, of course. They're kind of a pain in the butt for some people, but
Isn't Nilithak down here?
yeah, he's over here.
Oh, down here.
No, he's over here.
Well, I see the little pedestal thing down there. I didn't know what that was.
I've been deliberately avoiding Nilithak. I was just farming for 2 jinx. Oh wow, a +5 max large with 29 attack rating and 10% extra gold from monsters. Sharp large charm of greed.
I'll use that. Absolutely. I've got a few inventory.
I shall keep my end of Bale's bargain.
Wasn't even going over there. Stay over there. Die, Nilithak. I'm gonna go customize my crossbow. GGM Spicy Arrows Demon Machine. Demon Crossbow.
You have stopped.
I gotta find out what to do with all these runes.
Yeah, look at my GGM Spicy Arrows Demon Machine.
Well, I just gambled a cat's eye.
Nice.
She does have a lava cannon. You were playing a Holy Fire Demon Machine Paladin last time. It was pretty much the same thing. There's really not much difference between the 2 builds.
Do what?
Holy Fire Paladin with a Demon Machine versus an Enchantress with a Demon Machine. It's pretty similar.
Except for the Fire Mastery.
Yeah, but he's got the synergy bonuses, which are essentially the same thing for Holy Fire.
Actually, better, I think.
Yeah, the synergy bonuses from Holy Fire are pretty insane.
Well, they were better. I don't. Fire Mastery doubled might be better.
Well, Fire Mastery will work with Holy Fire as well, but then you don't have the synergy bonuses, so then your Fire Mastery is working on the base damage, whereas Holy Fire is working differently.
Holy Fire is stronger than Fire Mastery, but it isn't. With that patch, I don't think
Okay.
it gets doubled.
But here's the thing, my brother. Alright? If you were to play with me, your Holy Fire wouldn't help me, but my enchant would help you. I could tack on an extra 3,000 fire damage straight onto you, and you would then multiply that out with your ridiculousness going into your build, and you would far exceed me. Like, that's probably the best build, honestly, is having a Holy Fire Paladin Strider with maxed out Holy Fire, Fire Facets and the lot, Flickering Flame and whatnot, and then also have a maxed out Enchant Sword cast Enchant on him, and then, like, it would just be off the chain ridiculous.
So it's a coincidence that I'm on the Holy Fire Paladin right now.
Mr. Dusty Buns, why do you think you can jump down, sir? You better be good, or I'm gonna eat you. Like
I need
this.
help killing his wall. And,
It tastes good barbecued.
No.
Waypoints.
So on
Normal?
that,
Hell.
so on the antlers that we found,
Yes.
the last pair that was sold, even close to it, was 2 days ago for 15 birr.
15 burr, nice. With 2 sockets? Hell yeah.
2 to Druid, just 3 to Tornado, 2 socket.
2 socket makes all the difference.
With repair durability.
That beats out your Jalals.
My Windy Druid doesn't use Jalals.
What character would you want, Gear?
Whoever you think would be best to kill Izzy with, because I'm a poison necro, so that's not going to happen.
Eh?
What game are you in?
Gear 10, usual password.
Gear 10.
I need help with several quests. I need Izzy. I need the
a lot of
book.
those, too.
I'm hunting the Jade figurine right now.
I'm just wondering about Izzy, because only thing I ever did was Clay Golem, Decrepify, and then I kept stabbing him in the back with Poison Dagger or Poison Nova. And literally, you can just sit there and he moves so slow, he doesn't do anything.
I think most people with Izzy are more worried about the giant nastiness of glows
Souls
that surround him, not necessarily Izzy himself. Although Izzy does have a large amount of HP, I don't really imagine a lot of people really have trouble with him. More so, just maybe takes them a little while. Izzy's a good DPS check. Always been a very nice...
You doing all them quests?
I'm just helping with Izzy. Govid said he needed Izzy, right?
I also need Anya's.
Gear what?
Gear 10. I'm currently rolling through outer steps right now.
And I need all the same quest.
I think I've done Radamant and the Den of Evil. I need everything else. As well as my Ancients, since everybody's here.
Well, that's the wrong character.
As long as I don't end up with a Triimmune Talic again, I'll probably be alright. Everybody bring me some bolts, just in case.
Bolts. I got plenty of room.
Ooh, TP.
There, I'll put one
So did you?
selection in.
So did you see the bug with the Trang Necro?
Yeah, every time you change axe, he switches out of the vampire form.
No. There's a run walk bug.
No.
Yep, there's a run walk bug. I believe.
Just try to walk.
Okay, so you have your head on one weapon swap, right?
Oh, there's no movement speed.
There's some bolts.
Okay, so this is what you do. Toggle it to run. Make sure you're running. You might have to switch forms because you can't tell. Run at full speed. Do not let go of the forward key. Do not let go of your character's movement forward, I guess is what I'm saying. Then hit the W key so that you swap off of your set and it transforms you back into the Necromancer. And then hit the W key again so it transforms you back into your Trangul form. And do all of this without stopping your movement. And you should double your movement speed.
Good lord.
It's actually pretty damn crazy. Like you go from your 100% to like 200% movement speed, like instantaneously.
Also, I see no loss in move speed from walking.
Yes, that is also the case. But this is a specific bug that lets you run at double speed.
Say I've already got 80 faster run walk.
No. You don't understand. It's going to literally double your speed. It's not just going to give you 100% extra speed. It's going to double your run walk. So whatever you're running right now, you will run 2 times faster than what you are running right now, to the point where you're literally like a crackhead running around with like frenzy and burst of speed at the same time. It looks like you got it, too, because I can already tell you're going really fast. Can you feel the speed?
I feel the vigor aura.
You feel the wind.
I mean, Vigor Aura helps, too. And yes, you also run at the same speed that you walk, so it doesn't change.
Yeah, I've had it on my Necro. It's extremely fast.
Sanic the Hooch Hag might have a competitor.
There's some more bolts. Just dropped another.
Oh, the bolts. There's a Suaya over here, too.
I checked it.
Is it garbage?
It's got Cobra Strike. One.
Aw, you got my mercenary. That's rude. Stupid Dole Rune keeps winding back up in my inventory. Every single time I drop it, somehow I end up picking it back up.
Hey,
Fanaticism, a whole lot of
I'll
it
take
done.
that.
A whole lot of it done. Where is it?
We got lucky with no souls.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's your payback for what Ancients gave you.
I'm
Very
worried what
unlucky.
my ancients are
I don't see him being tri-immune twice in a row.
Oh, he's dead.
Your lower resistance helps your damage quite a bit.
Oh, yes.
What? Is whoever wanted that SCP in here?
I don't want it. I'll wait for a better base.
It's just inside.
Oh, we do my health torch. That's another one of those things I know I'm gonna have major
Oh, I was already on my way to do Frozen River, but sure. Hellforge is fun, too. Let's go. Erdar City. Erdar City.
It won't do my forge too, will it?
No.
No.
It's
whoever puts the stone in.
Yeah, it
No,
can't.
it's whoever
It
smashes
cancels.
the stone.
It cancels the stone for everybody else. Yeah, it's not who puts the stone in; it's who smashes the stone.
Okay.
I've had other people put the stone in, but I had the hammer and I stole it.
Yep.
They stole it.
Stole it.
He hates them forever.
I just noticed that some of the pit lords have a straight blade weapon with a pointy end, and some of the pit lords have a I don't know like what I'd call it, like more like a butcher's cleaver kind of a sword. I've never ever noticed that before. They actually have different weapons. I thought they were all the same. He's got conviction. Is it just me, or does Hephaestus have conviction a lot?
Pretty much almost every time.
He dropped a small charm. What we got from the small charm factory? 1 to 2 fire damage. Garbage. Malroom.
Congrats.
That's a pretty good drop.
A Mal from these two forges.
Would you like another pumpkin seed, sir? Hmm? Something to fill your gob so you do not chew on my wires. Hmm?
You know, the funny thing is, I already hit max res without the Anya's quest.
I did.
So who's winning my poll? Like, Yu Yu Hakusho's winning? Wow, D Greyman only has 9% love.
Yu Yu Hakusho's just superior.
Soul
Well, it's all
Eater,
about
Soul
them
Eater
Soul
got
Eaters, man.
24%, and 24% went to Claymore. But only 9% to D Greyman? Really? You guys didn't like D Greyman?
I liked it, but I just like Yu Yu Hakusho better.
I mean, Yu Yu Hakusho is a good one.
I mean, it's one of the few where the supporting cast is more than just
Spread
left
it up.
behind.
Well, not only is the supporting cast, like, yeah, important, it plays a crucial role in the plot. Frickin' Yusuke Urameshi. Frickin' Kuwabara and his frickin' goddamn dimensional blade.
I mean, that was one of the OG first animes that I've ever seen, so... Back on Adult Swim.
I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, Adult Swim, yeah.
Redeem's arc didn't get a proper showing of the demon world.
Nadesco is my first anime, I think, other than Robotech.
By the way, if you guys
yeah.
if you guys like Yu Yu Hakusho, there is another anime that came out around the same time. I call it a Yu Yu Hakusho clone, but I'm not really sure if it's fair because it came around the same time as Yu Yu Hakusho. It's called Flame of Rekka.
Yes, I've seen it.
And it's very similar. It's very similar to Yu Yu Hakusho. You know the entire arc in Yu Yu Hakusho where they go fight the four mythical beasts, Suzaku and the Saint Beasts. Like, I swear that's like the whole show of Flame of Rekka is they're literally fighting like very similar type beasts.
Have you seen the long series set? The ones that weren't released in America?
I'm not sure.
Basically, there's a season after he has his fight with his brother.
No, I haven't seen that. The last episode I see was the end of the tournament, the Dark Tournament, the one where all the demons fight together and they figure out who's going to be the lord of the demon lord of the demon realm.
I thought you were talking about Flame Rekka there for a moment.
Oh no, I don't. I haven't seen the other alternate season of Flame of Rekka. No.
Yeah, because when he goes into the magical artifacts, there's actually a season that covers like a lot on them as well.
I see it down there. I just can't.
Mr. Dusty Bones. Your bones are dusty.
I've got one of the most convoluted Act 3 maps ever.
Ow! Ow!
I got you back.
I can't carry anymore.
There's some bolts. Thank you.
I'll take them. So now that you know about your double speed bonus, you're going to be using it all the time?
Probably.
You'll be like, look at me. Speedy, speedy, speedy Gonzalez. Speedy, speedy, speedy Gonzalez.
Does it stick around after I transition areas or stop moving?
I mean, it's so easy to do. I mean, you pretty much just swap your weapons all the damn time. You can do it by accident. You just swap your weapons while you're moving, basically, and it occurs.
Had to say something about souls.
Pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Lava cannon, a cannon of lava just for you. We got the lava cannon, oh my god, they got conviction. Lava cannon for you. Stop burning me with your lightning. I just like firing arrows off in the distance. They usually end up hitting one or two of the evil monsters.
There's enough down here. You're hitting something.
Oh yeah. Dusty, what are you doing back there? Why do I have a feeling you're up to no good?
Thumper got a thump.
I am overburdened.
Stop shooting random doojanks at me. I'm trying to check armors.
Just ask around.
I did.
Somebody in that.
There's somebody up there who wants to talk to you.
I'm just gonna fire arrows up in there. I ain't gonna play with them. Hello, Glomies, my old friends. I came to shoot you again. With an exploding arrow, mildly exploding. With possibly some more explosions. Why are you trying to go through my headset? You are so silly. No, my headset is not bad. Stop trying to chew on it.
Oh, almost made it around the corner.
Yeah, you're gonna get me killed, sir. Stop.
Oh, it's TP.
Why are you trying to go through my headset? Stop. Stop it, 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 stop it. You look so dang cute, though. You do. You do look cute. This is true.
They can shoot the cuteness.
Still not letting you chew on my wires, but you look very cute. Ow.
Good boy.
Oh my god, we were walking through the mall earlier on Sunday when I went on my little family day. And apparently they have a new store in the mall called Kawaii. It's literally the Japanese word for cute. And you go in there and it's like full of like Hello Kitty stuff and like all sorts of crazy things like that. Like official merch.
I need to go there.
Will you stop it? You to be in the rumbunctious, and why? Why? You want another one of these? Here, take it. Shove your little fat gob. Chunky butt. Chunky butt. Come here, get
If
bits.
you guys are up for some bail runs, that'd be awesome.
Okay, where is the flare jungle?
So, well,
It varies.
so let me help you out with the stupid Act 3 stuff. All right. So, Cold Plain, or sorry, Cold Plains. Spider Forest always spawns in the center. All right, because it's connected town and it can't move. All right. Flare Jungle and Great Marsh spawn on either side of Spider Forest, straddling it like a lady, or they can spawn on either side of each other. So Spider Forest is always in the center, and imagine Great Marsh is on the left and Flare Jungle is on the right, or Great Marsh is on the left and Flare Jungle is on the right. So like it literally like gets to the point where sometimes you can skip because Spider Forest will be connected to Flare, but then sometimes you can't skip because Spider Forest is not connected to Flare and you have to go through Great Marsh. And then sometimes, in the really weird happenstance, you end up where you can't even get to Great Marsh without going through Flare Jungle. Because the two zones literally spawn on either side of Spider Forest or on the sides of each other. So it can go Spider Forest, Great Marsh, Flare. It can go Spider Forest, Flare, Great Marsh. It can go Spider Forest in the middle, Great Marsh on the right and Flare on the left, where you can skip straight to Flare. It's like lines, basically. Like each one of the zones is like a column, and they spawn in various places on that thing. So sometimes you do have to go through Great Marsh to get to Flare, and sometimes you don't. That's why when you hear us talking about Flare, we're like Act 3, we're like, did we get a skip? And what we're talking about is if we got a skip, then we don't have to go through Great Marsh. So you may have to go through Great Marsh to get to Flare.
It definitely wasn't one of the cases where I went all through Great Marsh and it wasn't there. It was on the other side.
Yes. So in that particular case, you got a skip and you took Great Marsh, and you literally ended up wasting all your time because Great Marsh was not connected to Flare.
Yes.
Sir, I'm trying to talk, and you're being very rude. Great Marsh is bad if you get glomes.
So bad, guy.
Luckily, I don't have to worry about Golem sitting at normal, so.
Yeah. Ah!
You don't have to worry about them as much, but
Hey, I got my first dad. Fine.
By the way, I keep throwing javelins at you.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Dude, he literally looks like a monster. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Like, oops, sorry, oops, oh, my bad, oops, I'm sorry, oops. Oops, oops.
I understand. You have a thing against vampires. I don't blame you.
He does. He blames. He blames.
I'm
He
afraid.
told us secretly that he absolutely 100% does blame you, but he just didn't want to let you know in person because he didn't want to make you feel bad.
I think GGM went to go solo the seller.
I did indeed. Well, we found the cellar, and the cellar's really small, so I figured, you know, whatever. Just go kill everything in here real quick.
Ow, those flamethrowers hurt.
They do indeed. If you're a Zon, you can slow them down with slow missiles.
So does it slow down the firing speed or just the rate at which they hit you?
It slows down everything, including the distance that they go, which is hilarious because there's a max travel distance on those things, or a max travel time, and because it slows them down, they can only travel for a certain time, and they don't make it very far. So it not only does it like completely slow down each missile, it also, as a funny consequence of slowing them down, it can't travel anywhere near as far as it can normally. Oh, I don't have a key. God dang me not being an assassin.
Ancients is up.
At your service.
I don't care about your stinky ancients. I want to get my chest. I'll be there in a minute.
I advise you pick up more bolts.
What? I thought you guys were going to pick up bolts for me so I didn't have to carry them all.
Carried up 3 stacks.
I can't carry anymore.
You know
You
what? I'll go
used
buy
them
you
all.
something else since we got time.
I mean, I might run out, okay? I might run out.
Why don't bolts carry as many as arrows?
They do now. They
So-
changed them both to 500.
Well, it only sold me 125 each.
You gotta do the what?
Well, when you buy arrows, it gives you.
Who's got the? Oh, no. Okay. Yay, bolts! Look at all my bolts. Ah ha ha! It's so sexy. I like all my bolts. All right, I'll start off with a static, and then we'll go from there. There you go. Ditalic. Dicorlic. Oh, well, that was easy. I didn't even need all these bolts. What'd you guys bring all these bolts for?
Overkill.
Now we got to do bail.
Yes, Bailey Eliotson frame. Bailey Eliotson frame.
Just walking it.
Yeah, why not? Ooh, defilers.
I found a lot of runes walking the world. So.
Oh yeah, me too. Tons of good runes to drop in here. Not that Am rune, but I mean, that's useful, but not that one. We were talking about you. We were talking about that Sir rune.
Jobber. One right after the other.
Jabberian. Easta Jabberian.
Where is our Jabberian?
Not Horking.
We don't have a bar, period. Unacceptable.
We had one on launch today, but he stopped about 68 and I haven't seen him since.
Some people stick around, some people don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. I try not to ever be judgmental of people's lifestyles and work habits and, you know, all that other stuff. You know, they have jobs.
1 to 22 light damage.
Show up when they can. Unlike Mr. Poopy Head over here who keeps trying to chew on my wires. I'm about to chew on your ear. How about that?
Hey, what's max on a cold, Joe? Cold damage.
It's been a little while. I had it in my mind when I was playing my freezings on. It's a lot lower. That's really good. That's actually really good, yeah.
It's a large charm.
Oh, it's a large charm? Not as good as a large charm, but still very good, though. If I was a freezing arrows on, I'd totally use that. I'd work it in somewhere.
15 to 26 seems like a lot.
I want to say it's 20 is max for a small.
On cold?
Yeah. For small, it's 20. That's why when I saw 26, I got excited, and then I realized it was a large charm.
Yeah, I got a large charm that does 14 to 30.
Beat'ems everywhere. Man, having 1 point in cold mastery for frozen armor was a genius idea on my part. If you're a sorceress and you're not a cold sorceress, put 1 point in a cold mastery, okay? Just 1 point. It will enhance the capability of your frozen armor or your shiver armor, whichever one you chose to use, tremendously.
Unless you're using Taos.
What's wrong with Taos?
It has cold mastery on it, so you don't need to put a point in it.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Can we find the waypoint?
Yeah, sure. Beat'ems with fanaticism. Beat'ems with fanaticide. Beat'ems with... Oh, my mercenary's dead. When did she die? I tried to shoot at you, COVID.
Got level 3 up. Whatever y'all want it.
Afternoon.
Where in the world is? Oh, waypoint's all the way
It's
up
over
there.
near me.
Spicy arrows.
I've got 16,800 attack rating right now.
Why you gotta be so silly, sir? No, don't chew on my wire. Get out of there. Wire chewing wire chewer. Think you're so cute. And you are. But that doesn't mean that you get to chew on my wires. No, sir. Oh, god dang it. Freaking booby trap portal by the door. I got 5 skill points. I don't know what to put them in. Mama, I can put more points in the stack.
I got 14 skill points. I don't know what to do with.
I can throw more points in the energy shield. I do like having high level static. I mean, it is
I
nice.
suppose I could pick one up in dim vision.
Dim vision is amazing crowd control.
Oh
especially
yeah,
around corners.
that could be quite interesting. You zooming around all the blind monsters.
I wonder what the new TZ is gonna be. Sewers.
Loot Golem?
Yeah.
It's a good TZ.
Can't see it because we're in a non-TZ game.
Sewers.
The small TZ.
Sewers isn't too small.
3 levels.
And a whole lot of density.
Oh, I was thinking of the other sword. I was thinking about the sewers in that merchant city in Act 3.
Without your enchant, I've still got over 13,000 attack rating. Now I have 18. There's the
I'm just spreading it around, my friend. Just spreading it around. So many skeletons and thingies around here. Mr. Dusty Bones. Why don't you go take a nap? Here. Come on. Here. Goes inside. Goes in there. Here, have a key. You can chew on that key in there when you're in there.
My cast rate is so poor I can't imagine it.
Hey, a bonus.
I can throw on my torch and my sunfire.
A 15 IAS, 10 all res jewel, Andrew Nixon. I think you just found a freaking bank right there. I'm gonna say a burr rune easy. It's not perfect, of course. 15-15 would be perfect. But, honestly, a 15-15 would probably fetch more than a burr rune.
Alright, so who's making the TZ game?
I'm playing the cheesy in Nightmare. I'm not in Hell.
What? GGM 7? GGM 7?
I'm out. It's already midnight.
It's midnight. Loot go lanes. I might not do that well in loot go lane sewers. No life leech.
Yes,
Mainly fire immunes there. I do like me some loot go lane, and they are nice and clustered, so I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how it's gonna work out.
Yeah, 15, 15s, 14, 15s, going for about a burr on tradery.
14, 15.
Yeah.
He's got a 15-10, so.
I was gonna 15-10. That's probably like Sir then.
Here, check out this bug. Do I look like a vampire to you?
Yes.
Okay, I don't look like a vampire to me.
What game did you go to?
I'll beat you up. It's number 7.
I also do not suffer from the cast speed problems.
That could be a desync issue. It might still be forcing you into the cast speed, even though it doesn't look like the cast speed is an issue. Like, on your side, it might be letting you cast things quickly, but on this side, it's only letting you cast them every couple seconds. That would be like a desync issue. Alright, Mr. Look here. Look. You see this? You see this helicopter tail, sir? Calm it down, helicopter tail. Calm it down. You're in timeout because you're being bad. Timeout. That's right. I boop you on the nose like this. Big good boy. Oh no, it's a tiger tail. Oh no, it's a helicopter tail. That's a helicopter tail. Why you got the big helicopter tail, sir? Good. Now sit and be good and stop being bad. So don't tell me what to do.
Hey, Daniel.
What's up?
Earlier when I was asking about your temperatures, I was trying to see if your air cooler was super kicking ass when it comes to keeping that processor cool.
I mean, it's a double 120mm Noctua. It's kind of like the same one you sent me, except mine's like the higher dollar version of that one.
Yeah, I figured you were just trying to budget that other computer, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think the 11700K gets that hot anyway. I put everything in the case today. I just can't figure out where to put the monitor. I guess I need to like throw a mount up on the wall or something. Have like another monitor coming down over top of the other monitors.
I got a couple small little metal ones.
I've got some small metal brackets too. I just need to dig them out.
Just realized you guys weren't with me.
We are on level 2. Portal up.
Got it.
Lots of bodies down here too.
Yeah, like your toasty fire character.
Uh-huh. Makes everything burnt. You get burned bodies.
Yeah, it gets scorched bodies. The Necro doesn't discriminate.
Who knows? I might not be burning anything at all. It might just be explosive damage, right? So, like, I'm killing things by breaking their inner eardrums.
Concussive damage.
Mm-hmm. Just like massive concussive damage. Except for the skeletons, they get busted to bits.
Did you get a new SSD too?
Actually, I have my old SSD from this computer. It's an Evo 9 something. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a pretty damn good one. I think I was just gonna like swap it to that one.
Did you get a Gen 4 when you got your new motherboard?
Gen 4 NVMe? Nah.
Well, you got an AMD motherboard, right?
Well, the motherboard that's on this one is the same one I've been using.
Oh, you just upgraded the processor?
Yeah. It's this motherboard was perfectly capable of running the new processor. What's the chipset? I just had to do a BIOS update. It's a 570.
Yeah, I got this board that this guy trashed, and I had to take the cover off the socket and try to fix the pins inside.
Yeah, this is that was a blue Archon plate. It's a really high dollar motherboard when I got it out. I had told myself I was going to
Radman's up here.
I told myself that I was going to upgrade the CPU on this one. I normally tell myself that, but I promised myself I'd actually do it this time. I'm glad I waited though, because the 5800X3D is like, I think, the bombest processor you can get at the moment.
Was it on sale when you got it?
Yeah, it went on sale because the what was it? 7000 series at 3D. I can't remember the name of it. It's a specific 7000 chip. Why can't I remember the name of it? Just came out, and apparently it's been like the new hot poop.
Yeah, hot snot.
Where is it? It's the 3D is apparently like a special thing that's apparently come out for the AMD chips. So you have all the regular AMD chips, and all the regular AMD chips are separate from this. Apparently, any of the chips that have the 3D moniker on the end is using what's called AMD 3D V-Cache, which is an innovative 3D stacking technology that enables the processor to basically just process faster. The 7000X3D is the newest one. But the 5800X3D was the previous generation that used the AMD 3D V-Cache. And apparently, like, stacking all that V-Cache on the chip, like, enables it to just, like, do really well in the gaming field. I think there's only 2 3D chips in the entire market right now, which is the one that I have, the 5800X3D, and the new 7000X3D series.
The 7000 has 3. The 5000 had only 1, which is the one that you currently own. And the 7000 series has a 78, a 79, and a 7950.
Yes. So they actually came out with multiple on the 7000 series, whereas the 5800 was the only one from the 5 series that had the 3D cache. Apparently it's been really popular though, but I've heard something bad about the 7000 series, something about the 3D cache isn't working properly. Some people are saying that it's not doing what it's supposed to or something, and like, so the 5800X is still edging out over the 5800X 3D is still edging out over the 7000 series 3D cache.
They're working on it. The new design has 2 chips instead of 1. So you had the 1 chip, like the monolith design, just like the Intel's, and the new chip has a dual chip inside of it. And only one of them has the actual V-cache. So Windows has a hard time differentiating between which one to park.
Okay. So it's utilizing the bad chip basically sometimes, and then it's utilizing the good chip sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense, and that would definitely be an issue because the system is probably having trouble figuring out which one is which. Because they're probably the same thing to the system, except one just simply has more cache.
Well, it's the same thing how in the beginning when Intel got their 12th gen and they had the what's it called, P-core Z-cores. So Windows had a fucking a fun time differentiating between which one is which, and so for the beginning, for the first few months, people actually had to turn off the E-cores.
Alright guys.
So Ryzen 7 you got, Daniel, right?
Have a good one.
Yeah, it's the 5800X 3D. You don't really have to even look up the model number because it's just gonna pop right up.
Yeah, that's the one that I put in the guy's computer today.
Yeah, the 5800X 3D is the only one from that generation with the 3D cache.
Yeah, he said it was on sale at Best Buy. It was like $350 or something.
Yeah, and it went down
a few days ago again.
I got mine for cheaper than that, but it went down recently because of the 7000 series X3Ds.
Yeah, it looks like it's cheaper on Amazon.
Yeah, I got it for like $3.
So the X3D
something.
is not out yet, but the NDA was lifted off the benchmark, so it's like any day now it's actually going to be out for sale. But it's, you can might be able to pre-order it.
My system can't use that processor anyway, so I'm not really worried about it.
But the beauty of the AMDs is they promise up to 5 years of using the same motherboard for the chips. So Intel does every year you get a new motherboard, you get a new chip, right?
It's like 2
Or
years.
I think the last series was actually 2 years. So you were able to keep your 11th gen with the 690Z, right?
I'm using the
So you
570X, I believe.
Yeah, ours are 570, 670, 470, 370, you know, so on and so forth, right? But they use the 690, right? I mean, like they use the 6 number, like the 69 prefix, and we use a 5, you know, like well, whatever, 47, 470, 570, 670.
This is my board right here. I'll link it in ladder chat. It's a pretty expensive board. I mean, you can probably get it cheaper than what I picked it up for brand new, but I ended up getting the Ultra Edition. Comes with 3 NVMe slots on the board. Got multiple PCI Express slots. Like it's a pretty solid board, just all around. Comes with a USB-C on the back.
Look at that beautiful gigabyte board.
At that time, the USB-C, I couldn't find USB-C on like any of the boards. I had to get the Ultra Edition just to get USB-C. I think nowadays, I think it might actually be like standard. I've been using the crap. I've been using the crap out of it though. The USB-C is absolutely great. I can just plug my phone directly into my computer, and I can just transfer files like super speed.
So you know how you have the X, right? So they have the B suffix, right? So
For what?
The B suffix, well, for AMD. So AMD and Intel, they both have 2 suffixes, right? So for Intel, it's like a Z, right? And the other one is like, I can't remember the letter that they use, but for us, it's an X. So X is like the better one, and then there was like the budget boards, right? And then they won't have, like, for example,
Yeah, there's
7000 series.
They usually do your
70.
budget bottom dollar board, and then they do your slightly better than budget bottom dollar board. Then they do your like regular board, which is what they consider to be like your everyday board. And then on top of that, then they start doing your premium board, and then they usually have like your ultra board, which has everything on it, like all the bells and all the whistles, and it's usually pretty damn expensive.
Okay, so you have the X, right? So you have the X suffix. So for example, in your X suffix motherboard, you have PCI Express 4 on both the North Bridge and the South Bridge, right? So the budget board would have it only on the CPU, for example, on the North Bridge, but it wouldn't have it on the you know what I mean? So you would have less PCI lanes, right?
Yeah, and PCI lanes is what I needed on top of the NVMe slots, because I got 3 NVMEs in here. I might actually have to upgrade my NVMEs at some point, because I think they're getting a lot cheaper now.
Keep in mind that also, if you are utilizing all of your NVMEs, you have to read in your manual, then you will suffer your first PCI Express slot, right, where you typically plug in your GPU.
Yeah.
It might go from a PCI Express 4 X16, it will run in X8. So keep that in mind. If you will fill even the godly MSI God or Aorus Ultra, whatever the fuck it's called, or Maximus from the Asus, if you will utilize all your NVMEs, they will steal lanes from the main GPU slot.
Well, that's
so
only
just
if they're.
Look at your motherboard.
I'll have to check and see if
manual.
it's on X8 or X16. It should state
Now,
that in one of the
again,
hardware
at the
things.
same, it will definitely in like whatever somewhere there. Aorus usually stays that right up at the top. Asus likes to put in the middle somewhere. But yeah, so just keep it. Also, you can actually just Google, for example, what is the difference between, I mean, are you gonna, like, how much bandwidth are you gonna lose on your GPU? And you might, even in an X8, like, you remember obviously SLIs and all that, right? So
Yeah, I haven't like
pending-
even thought about SLI in like a decade.
we can't do SLI anymore, so forget about it. SLI, NVIDIA completely canceled it, so we're not getting SLI. The last SLI was at 1080 Ti's. So finally, the 4090 beat triple 1080 Ti's. Finally, the 4090 beat. like this year, right? Before that, on the benchmarks, the triple 1080 Ti's, which was the last card, well, the 10 series, which was the
Oh,
last
giant threat.
cards that allowed it.
Which one is that?
Storm's Fire. It's terrible. I mean, I don't know a lot of people that were running double or triple 1080 Ti's. That's that was pretty expensive back in the day.
It's stupid, yeah. But I mean, it was an option. They removed it as of the 20 series, so there's no more at all. And AMD, I'm not quite sure because you can still find Crossfire written on boards.
My understanding with the SLI was that even in the games that it did work for, which it did work for some of them, like it wasn't even that big of a performance gain, and then most of the games didn't even have support for the SLI. It wasn't even taking advantage of multiple cards.
It's only for benchmarks. That's it. It's always only for example, when you overclock your CPU, it's actually like you were saying how it kills the CPU, it's running hot. You're absolutely right about that. Another thing is, when you're overclocking a CPU, it's always sitting at max boost clock. It's not coming down at all. And it's purely for overclocking. It's purely for benchmarks. When you don't overclock your CPU actually will idle. It will go down to its lowest, decimal point, whatever, its lowest clock, right? But when you're overclocking it, it's always sitting at its max clock. So it's always getting high temps and it's always draining power all the time. It will never downclock at all, which is just stupid, like ridiculous, right? Like, what's the point of this? Why do you want, like, you're surfing the internet, let's say, and you're just maxing your clock all the time? Why?
Sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes that's a bad thing. Like, it's been my experience that, like, the CPU constantly dropping to lower frequencies can sometimes happen literally in the middle of a game while you're playing, and it can cause some pretty terrible stuff. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Yeah, you don't want it burning power all the time, but then at the same time, sometimes it just sits there and and it will just like completely 100%
crash. All fans.
It will
all
just
the time.
completely crash your game. I've had a couple times.
Perfect.
I've had a couple times where that happens, and it literally just tanks the whole system. It's like, oh, you're not doing anything right now. But like, what? What do you mean I'm not doing anything? I'm literally right in the middle of Fallout 4. And it's like, yep, nope, 1% power outage. Yep, that's it.
Oh, we call
Energy
those
saver.
0.1% lows, right? So when you're watching benchmarks, those are the 0.1% lows.
Like I've had it happen
They
to me
all
a couple
do it.
times, and it
happens to everybody. Yeah,
and so what I had to do was I had to actually go into the NVIDIA control panel and put it onto high performance. Apparently that's like one of the easiest fixes is you set the global settings to high performance instead of power saving, and it'll stop downclocking your GPU every time it thinks that it doesn't have anything to do. Which happens more often than I would like to admit.
If you want to, like, so if you're gaming, that's a good option. But the problem is, so when you're not gaming, right, let's say you alt tab, when you're like browsing the internet or whatever, it will switch to your, well, in your instance it won't, because your CPU does not have a GPU inside of it. The 7000 series do, finally, again. So like, it's like the K and the KF.
Look at that stupid thing.
It is, but at the same time, when you're browsing the internet,
So nice.
you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna use your internal GPU, the iGPU, instead of using your dedicated GPU. So it will save you energy.
I would not ever do that. I tried that one time before, and it's terrible.
Well, it's automatic, but not in your case, not anymore.
Back with
because you
my
don't have an
i5
iGPU anymore.
3570K, I remember trying to do that. There was actually a tool that would it would automatically turn on the iGPU whenever you were in situations like that. It was supposed to automatically detect one or the other, and I just remember the iGPU being terrible. Like it couldn't even handle like basic desktop functions and like
On
Chrome
a 3770K?
without messing up. 3570K, yes. Like,
Oh,
it was
the i5.
it was incapable of running just basic Windows functions without being laggy and annoying. And so I switched right back to the frickin' 760 that I had at the time.
I had a 37. I still have the 3770K, and I mean,
Now
I can see that.
I have heard that the newer iGPUs are better. I still wouldn't game on them, but I would be willing to give that another shot. But I just remember specifically having a very horrible time switching back and forth between the two. It was like night and day. Like you could really tell when you were on your GPU and when you were on the iGPU. Like it
Well,
just
they do it for
didn't-
multiple reasons. For example,
I know
one
it's
of the reasons
it's
would
power
be
saving. I know
power
that,
saving,
yeah.
and the other reason would be, for example, if your GPU starts fragmenting because of a bad BIOS or whatever, you know, and you're sending in for an RMA. Meanwhile, you can still watch YouTube. You know.
I had trouble even watching YouTube with the i5 3570K, but that was I don't know. I can't remember what year that came out. i5 3570K was release date. Let's take a look at the release date. April 2012. So that was a 2012 processor, and the iGPU on that probably one wouldn't be as good as one today. Like if you had a
3000 series, isn't it?
integrated GPU, where is it? It's probably listed here somewhere. Intel HD 4000, so it's a 4000 series.
Now those weren't horrible.
And they had a frequency of 650 to 1150 megahertz. HD 5000 probably is a little bit better, and then of course I'm sure nowadays they're probably using
It's
something.
Intel Iris is what it's called.
The
Better.
Iris is for the 11 series, 11 gen only and up. Before that was HD 600, 800, you know, all that crap.
It's just the iGPUs just weren't really that good. I remember reading something about the new Vegas from the AMD, like the integrated Vega chips or something, have been able to play like Counter-Strike at like 200 FPS or something.
Yeah, the Ryzen APUs
You
and stuff
you
like
understand that, right? It's for office situations, like, you know, you have a secretary or whatever, right? Like, you're not going to give them a dedicated GPU, right? This is the only reason for this.
It's a granny PC.
I mean, I just like, I've been on some of these PCs that have these like bad integrated GPUs though, and like they have trouble doing even basic tasks like watching YouTube
Well, of course they do, because
and
they're not
pulling up
No,
like a crazy
they can't play the
website.
junk. Like on a web page, they can't play the videos and the pop-ups and
Like
the load up.
it's like if the computer can't handle basic web browsing tasks, then
There's
at
a lot
that
of- in
point
your
we're hitting
situation, it's
we're hitting a problem. I'm not even talking about I'm not talking about streaming. I'm not talking about playing games. I'm talking about one monitor, maybe like 1920 by 1080. In fact, I'll even bring it a tad lower to 720p. I'm talking about one monitor, 720p, and it's having trouble playing YouTube and integrated videos. And if it can't do that, then it's not good enough. Like, it needs to be able to at least handle YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, things like that are basically the more basic standard tasks that you're going to use a computer for. I work at Kroger, for instance, and Kroger has these little what are they called? They're called
25-watt processors.
Yeah, 20 like net. They're called like net boxes or whatever. I can't even remember the name of them on top of my head. They don't actually have hard drives in them. They connect over the internet. They barely have any processing power. They pull up a freaking web application and they try and play a video and the whole thing spazzes out. You try and go into full screen mode and like it ends up covering like half the screen, like in like quadrants, and then like the other half the screen ends up being some sort of spazzy ridiculousness. Like it can't even handle playing a video. And these are computers. These are computers that do nothing. They're computers that do nothing else other than Microsoft Office and training videos.
Those are all pure OEMs. What do you mean? It's an OEM.
No, they're like the manufacturer makes this nice processor, and then they go, look, how much can we rip off of this processor to make it just freaking good enough to use the itty bitty amount of electricity, but be like just enough.
Yeah,
they can't even do just
4
enough.
watts.
Those systems are designed to be not computers even. They're like beyond computer systems. They connect to a server somewhere. The server has an actual computer running, and then the computer that's actually running on the server does most of the work. But like the system itself, the little box can't even handle the stuff that it's being thrown at it.
Remember that in
Yeah, I mean, who cares how much power they use if they can't process a web page? Then they're not worth a damn.
Well, that's just it. They're used for training. They need to play videos. The videos literally play on the machine. It has trouble even playing the videos on the machine.
Yeah, because it's like a nothing computer.
And that's the main thing that they're used for is training. They're used for training new associates, and they can't hardly even do that.
Yeah, they might as well have a TV with a DVD player. Just have a DVD player.
They're thin clients. Thank you, Noons. They're called thin clients.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to bed. You guys have a good one.
I believe they're Lenovo thin clients, actually.
But you can do better than that with like 5-year-old hardware.
Well, look, he's talking about an 8-year-old CPU. He's talking about the 3rd gen Intel, right? For example, which is already questionable because, like, it's the 3rd gen Intels were actually, you know.
No, it's a type of computer. Not just that it's old. I mean, they make brand new ones right now. You go to the store and buy them.
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying that that 8-year-old computer, right? Like you have to. It's like when you were telling us about your friends overheating the CPU and then you change the fans.
Okay, but
right.
Let me explain
It's the same thing.
Let me explain how the computer world works. Okay, the i5-3570K was at one time a top-of-the-line processor, right? If you were building a system around that time period, the i5-3570K was a processor that you looked at as a serious option to build your rig. It was a top-of-the-line CPU. Okay, companies don't just throw this stuff away. They take it, they repackage it, they maybe add a couple more cores, they find a way to make it work, and they sell it to the highest bidder. These top-of-the-line chips that used to be the top-of-the-line chips 8 years ago become the bottom-of-the-line chips that go into the exact machines that you're talking about. The PS2 chip, which was literally like not even really a good chip, got bought out by the U.S. military, and they used the PS2 chip, the CPU from the PS2, in like thousands of devices across the military, and it literally, there's probably literally still ones out there that are literally still being used with PS2 chips in them. So like these things go on a regular basis in the business world. The GTX 760, which was a very nice card, you know, when it came out, is not a very nice card anymore. It's a decent card. You can still play games with it, but it's not top of the line by any means. The 1050 Ti, which was 2 generations later, is literally just the 760 repurposed and repackaged with a little bit of overclocking juice added in. Like they do this stuff all the time on a regular basis. So when you're talking about like a budget system, I guarantee you the budget system is probably just running an older CPU with a little bit of tweaks, maybe a little bit of overclocking, and they just throw it into this system for cheap because they have a surplus of them sitting in a back room somewhere.
You know what I got today? I got a i9 9900K. I look it up and I compare to that processor you got, the i7 11700K, and it's literally the same exact processor.
It probably is the same exact processor.
3 years apart.
From
Like,
what I understand, everything in the market works this way. Like for instance, when they came out with the GTX 1080s, I found out that a lot of the GTX 1080s were literally, or sorry, not GTX 1080s. I'm naming the wrong processor. The HD series AMD set chips, the HD what was it, the 5600s and stuff like that. I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah.
But anyway, they were basically what they were doing was they were making the cards, and then when the cards passed or failed the QA check for the number of stream processors that they needed, they would then take it, cut out or like basically deneuter them from the board so that the stream processors,
to a 3-core.
so the processors weren't available, and then they would put a new stamp on it saying it was a, you know, like the one lower or 2 down lower, and then they would just sell them. But as it turned out, people figured out that they were literally the same exact card, that it just failed, and they just removed some of the stream processors from it. And then what ended up happening was sometimes the cards didn't have the stream processors removed. Something went wrong in the deneutering process, and so they were a half step between 2 cards. So like
people were using, they were unlocking the core.
And these are
call them TIs.
These are completely, you know, like this is a completely arbitrary number. I'm just making this up. But like imagine the high dollar card had 1,000 and the mid tier card had 500, and for some reason they messed up and they didn't actually like fix it, so it ended up with like 750, and it was like some sort of weird in between card.
It's a TI, right?
And they do this all the time in every single field. They constantly are repurposing the older chips for newer purposes, because yesterday's top of the line can be today's bargain.
Well, the
For
IBM
the
did that with
11
their computers.
For the 1100, for the 11th gen, you're comparing a 9900 to an 1100 to 11700. Also, look it up. The whole 11th gen for Intel was called a waste of sand, because from the 10 series to the 11 series, they literally had less than a 5% uptick.
Twin-tailed Comet said you could reflash the BIOS of the Vega 64 on the Vega 56, which basically meant they were the same exact card.
Yeah, with
on a
more or
video
less
card. Well, you remember our MMX CPUs that were non-MMXs?
What was that CPU that came out about like 3 or 4 years ago? I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it was the buzz because people found out that they were like one chip higher that had been binned.
It was the triple cores. The
and-
triple cores turned into 4 cores.
Well, apparently what happened was somebody figured out that they were literally just the same exact chip and that they were supposed to be binned, but they weren't. And so people were taking them and then overclocking them to the stats of the other processor, the one that it was supposed to be, and they were working just fine.
Well, the Celerons were. Some of the Celerons were just Pentium 2s, and they just called them Celerons, but they could actually
This
just
was recent,
run
though. This was like an AMD chip that recently, like, people were like, oh, well, you could just get this one instead, and it's like $200 cheaper, and it's literally the same performance of the top-tier one.
Wasn't it the
Single
B550? The one they sold was dual cores.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. It was, like, sold as a dual-core, and it came out a quad-core or something.
If you had the EC firmware, you could unlock it in either the other two cores.
Yeah, because they were still there. Like, it was still the same chip. They just turned them off or something.
It was like a B550 XE Black Edition or something like that.
Yeah, and you just went in and you just turned it back on, and it was like, okay, well, I guess I got a pretty nice one.
It's like you got factory fog lights on your car, but they're just not hooked up.
They were built as 4 cores, and some of them, 2 of the cores just worked, so they sold them as dual cores.
Now, the only time I know that companies will just completely stop producing something is when they switch dies or die machines. You know how they have like 14 nanometer, and then they go to like 10 nanometer and whatever.
Lithography machine.
Apparently, when they switch machines, a lot of the times they don't keep around the old machines anymore. Like, not really sure what that's about, but like apparently, like they want to just stop producing that nanometer ever again. So like, at that point, they may stop producing those chips. That doesn't mean they don't still have them sitting in the back, by the way.
Well, maybe they design them on the new die, same chips.
No, they don't.
They can reduce the nanometer.
Cars,
yeah, they make their money
cars
back.
use 20 NMs. Cars to this day, like the brand new car. It's
Yeah,
using
so if you got a
20
20 NM machine and you don't want to use it anymore, there's somebody out there who's probably going to pick it up. But yeah, you can literally just take the same chip and put it on a smaller die. A lot of the times they can shrink it, and they can increase the performance. They did the same thing with the Nintendo Switch chip. The Nintendo Switch chip was just shrunk and put on a smaller die, and it became a lot more power efficient. What is that? The NVIDIA...
US chip Act. The U.S. Chip Act disqualifies selling lithography machines under 20 nm to China. That's what it's all about now.
No.
Yeah, well, they've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, but repurposing older chips for new technology, like, that's what I can tell people all the time when they look at 1050s or 50 series anything like NVIDIA's. If you see a 1050 or a 2050 or a 3050 or whatever it is, all it is last year's tech or even 2 generations back tech, like repackaged, repurposed, and usually overclocked just a tiny bit. It's literally the old card just brought back. Somebody was like, "Why don't you just get a 10?"
It's the top end, and now it's mid grade.
I was telling somebody the other day. I was like, just get a. If you don't have a good video card, if you got something lower than a 760, I was just like, pick up a 760 off eBay for like $30.
Well, they have
And
to
then he's
be
like-
able to get rid of their dies, right? Like they buy
Well,
a
yeah.
shitload of dies. How are they gonna get rid of them?
But
right?
he's
So
but
this
he's
is what they
like
do.
he's like, just buy a 1050 Ti. I was like, he's like, it's better. I'm like, is it really though? And I went and compared them, and there was like almost no difference between the two cards. Like the 1050 Ti and the
would
760
never
were
buy
like the same.
50,
They were
60
literally
all the
like the
way.
same processing power, like all the way across.
It was a phenom processors.
Well, think about it this way. Also, you're underclocked, obviously, right? So that also, like, obviously for the masses, that doesn't have, they wouldn't know about it, but for you, for
Undervolting is
example,
great, actually. Undervolting is very good.
It's amazing. It's fucking amazing, right?
And
so
and the thing that you got to know about undervolting that really sells it is all you're doing is you're just doing the job that the factory should have done in the first place. Like you're just finding the correct
that's why
voltages
you
for
never
your
buy
unit.
overclocked graphics cards, because that's just a $100 cash grab for what you can do by yourself with EVGA Precision or MSI Afterburner. That's the whole point, but people don't know. Like you're gonna go out and get a Gigabyte Gaming because it has like 66 more
I'm gonna be honest with you. I just like the frickin' Founders Editions. Like I've had bad luck with branded video cards. And Gigabyte, as much as I love Gigabyte, as much as I like the various companies that put out different products like MSI and Asus and all that stuff, I tend to avoid any branded graphics cards. If it's a branded graphics card by one of those companies, these days I just avoid it.
There's that.
Well, also FE.
FE is Nvidia, and most of the time they're not like ridiculously overclocked or like played with.
EVGA was my company, but they stopped making video cards.
Hey, they still make power supplies, PSUs.
Blackthorn's face. Anybody want some gloam protection?
Yeah, they said they make like a 400% markup on those, so they're going to stay in that market.
Well, the thing is now that Samus Afterburner, the guys from Ukraine, the guys from Russia, and they can't pay him because there's no more money transfers. So now you notice how your MSI Afterburner is like can't connect to the server, but EVGA Precision is still. I mean, like MSI Afterburner is still working, right? But it can't get any updates. But EVGA is still working, right? Precision is still working. It's still being updated. We don't know how long for, but
We'd be using that clone CD from like 2008.
Best place to farm
and
demon
I
machines.
heard now Microsoft is actually gonna make you a fucking Afterburner, and they're working on it.
Look,
so
look
we'll
at
see.
Chunks got a lightsaber. Look, turn around, Chunks. Let me see your lightsaber.
It's not a lightsaber.
It's a Doombringer. He's got Doombringer.
It looks like a lightsaber.
Mr. Llama found a claw, and he wants to socket it. How is he going to socket it? He's just going to take it and put it into the Larzik quest. He's not going to roll it. Larzik is going to give it 3 sockets no matter what. Like, there's no reason to risk that. If you find like a perfect claw base, you're not going to risk a socket quest on it. Or, I mean, a socket recipe on it. You're just going to take it to Larzik, and he's going to give it max sockets, which is 3. If you put a white item in Larzik, he will always give it the maximum number of sockets that it is capable of, which changes based on eye level, C level, and all that other bull crap like M level and like yeah. But like once it hits its maximum amount, it always gets the maximum number of sockets. And I'm assuming he found it in Hell, so it's going to get 3. If you found it in like Act 1, it might get 2. I don't know, but I doubt it. The best place to farm demon machines. Demon machines are Choco News, which are relatively low-level items. Honestly, you can probably find them anywhere Nightmare up. The exact best place to find them, I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to pull up Silo's pen, but I can't imagine it would be ridiculously difficult to get your hands on one. We've already found like frickin' 10 or 15 of them this season. I dropped one in the swap game last swap game we did. If you go on Tradery, you can probably pick one up for like a frickin' Kogurn or something. Probably less than that. The real trouble with the demon machine is socketing it and getting the perfect facet to go in the fire facet to go inside.
You got one in yours?
Yep. I got one. Somebody gave me a perfect fire facet earlier. Sexy, sexy. Now I got the -5/+5.
Sosu gave you the fire facet, I believe.
Sosu? Yeah. I suck with names, alright? Please forgive me.
It's all good, bro.
Plus, also, like every season, everybody changes the name of their character, which doesn't help.
Exactly.
Well, Chunks is always Chunks.
Yeah, Chunks is always Chunks. We can always count on Chunks to be Chunks. Although sometimes he's Chunk, and sometimes he's Chunky.
Anytime you talk computers, Daniel, I'm like, you've been working at a computer shop since you were like 16.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes people try to school me on computers too, and I'm like, I know.
Like your whole life, man.
I know, it's like my whole life. I was there at the dawning of the age.
Before the internet, before the .com boom. Well, not before the internet, before the
Oh my
.com
god.
boom.
Do you remember when we used to have to download frickin' drivers off of AOL and we had to, they kept like timing out and would kill our download?
Hey, I remember when I first could download drivers on my smartphone back in like '01.
I remember copying games on a tape deck for Commodore.
Yeah.
Zip disks. Zip disks were real big up until thumb drives came out, but like that was a great way to transfer stuff between computers, was just copied onto a zip disk.
So
and
did
take
you
it to
guys
another.
use BBS, bulletin board systems?
I think I played around with some of that back in like computer class. Not
I
really
think this
though.
was just a little bit before AOL, right?
We were out in the country, so we didn't have
We
anything.
didn't even have internet for a while.
We didn't have internet until dial-up came. Like that was the beginning.
So AOL brought the internet.
Yeah. Well, dial-up, but yeah.
Yeah, we didn't. We were way out in the boonies, so dial-up was the first internet we had, and then
Yeah,
we jumped on
yeah.
we jumped on cable when it finally did come to our neighborhood.
We had the spindle sitting in our road for what, like 9 months? The spindle of cable.
So here now, cable coaxial is they're gonna go up to 2.5 gigabit.
It's like more advertisements.
I've
Pardon? What was that?
more advertisements.
More advertisements. So many web pages are just like filled with junk.
Oh my god, the ones that really get me that I freaking hate and I can't stand is the websites that have so many advertisements on them, but the size of the advertisements isn't steady. And so what happens is like every time an advertisement loads and unloads, or like a new one loads into its place, everything on the web page is constantly shifting up and down, and you can't like maintain what you're doing. You can't read or look at what you're looking at because the page is constantly going like up, down, 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 up, down, 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 up, down, 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 up, down, down, down,
Modem that you have?
Well, we didn't have 56K to begin with.
Robotics, Motorola.
We
had 28, we had US Robotics.
We were out in the boonies though, so we constantly had to replace the damn thing because every single storm it was popping.
We put in so many modems and computers over the years.
Oh yeah, like that was a whole business, by the way. Like every single time a storm would come through, we'd have like 10 or 20
Placing
people
modems,
come
yep.
in asking us to like why their internet wasn't working, and we'd test their modem, and it would fail whatever test we had. I can't remember what test we did.
Oh, I don't even remember it either.
Can I make the next game?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. And then we basically would just keep doing that, like every single freaking storm. We were just constantly replacing modems and stuff.
You remember when the software modems came out?
Yeah, weren't those even worse for blowing?
Yeah, they did. They needed a fast computer to run because they used the computer to do the modulation and demodulation instead of hardware. They were kind of garbage.
Well, the computers couldn't handle it. Like a lot of the older computers couldn't handle it.
They had to have a 586 processor or faster, so you couldn't put them in the old 486s.
Oh, and then DVD drives were like the other big thing. So like
And the CD burners.
so when DVDs came out, when the PS2 came out and all that stuff, and like DVDs were like the big mamba jamba, and everybody had to have a damn DVD player. Like we got to the point where literally we couldn't sell a laptop unless it had a DVD player in it. So we would literally make sure every single laptop had a DVD player in it, and if it had a DVD player in it, if it could play DVDs, it would sell.
$400.
It was like $400 every single one.
So
Sometimes
like a
sometimes we would
CDR-W, DVD-R, DVD-R-W, right?
sometimes
And
we
then
would
you had,
prep.
No, just DVDs. Just a DVD.
Sometimes we would prep systems, so we would like literally get like 10 or 15 laptops ready with DVD players, and like literally in 2 days we'd sell all of them for like $400 a pop.
All day, every day. No,
So
every
how much were
weekend.
you buying them for?
We would
It
we would get them in
depended.
lots. So like a lot of the times we would buy these big lots of like 20 or 30 laptops, and we would just like slowly piece together you know,
the
as many
CDs,
as we could so that it would all work. So we did a lot of piecemeal repair. So, you know, take as many of them as we could. We had like 30 broken laptops. Some of them had broken screens, some of them had broken keyboards, whatever. We would swap all the parts until we had, you know, like X number of working systems, and then we would sell them. Sometimes we would get just one or two and fix them, but like most of the time it was like these big lots.
I know how I do it with the runes in Diablo. Get a bunch of runes, keep them up, make a fate bubble.
Hey, quick question for you guys. Did the US, the last, what's it called, the mortgage thingy, you know, did you guys go up or did it stay? What happened?
Well, I have no clue.
Some people got down in the 2s, but like low 3s, stuff like that.
No, I'm not asking what the rate is. I mean, at the last meeting, right? Did they raise any basis points, or was it held the same? Was it frozen?
Oh, I don't know.
Like the main rate or whatever, you know, not the prime, right?
Yeah, I don't really keep track of that kind of stuff.
I gotta pay for my house no matter what, so.
Yeah.
Now we'd even ham it up, and we'd have all the laptops in the room. Would just be playing DVDs when people walked in, like The Mask.
We even had infrared remote mice that we could use the same remote control and just point it at the laptop. Each laptop we pointed at, it would control that mouse.
Yeah, we got this really crazy deal. Like because we're in a flea market, so we keep our eyes out for things that we can repurpose and resell. And this guy came in and he had like a freaking whole box, like a freaking box you'd get off like a truck, and it was full of these like infrared mice that didn't look like mice at all. They looked like a controller that you would have for like a TV or something, and they had a click button, and they had a little like little thing that you could use to control the mouse, and they worked perfectly.
Like a D-pad, a joystick D-pad.
Like they were amazing, and you only had two components. It was the controller and the little infrared thing that you plugged into the computer. I still have one of mine around here somewhere.
Serial and PS2, we had some of each.
And we started selling those all the time too, but we were using them to control the DVD players. I mean, they worked really good. I think they're actually called presentation mice. Is what they actually were. They were made
hooked up to, like, projectors.
They were made for like business presentations, like to hook up to projectors. Yeah.
Oh, they were super cool. I still got a case of them around here somewhere.
You can still hook them up to the computer. I've got a serial to USB adapter little thing, and you can still hook them up to the like Windows 10 computers.
Well, they work with anything infrared.
I mean, they just automatically connect, and they're like, it's like, oh, mouse.
Yeah, it's like 4-button mouse or something is what it picks up as.
Boom. Mr. Dusty Buns, you get them bored over here. Would you like some more little roasted salted do drinks? You shall partake in at least one pumpkin seed. Would you like another?
What was the seed that you
Yeah.
said that made him bloated that one time?
Oh, I gave him the helicopters.
Oh yeah, the maples.
The helicopters.
Hey, listen. What do you think, Steam Deck wise, D4?
Oh, I'm
Do you
gonna
think
I'm
it
gonna
has
load it
a-
up there. I'm gonna see if it works. I'll probably make a guide on how to install it and everything, just like I did with D2.
How to keep it from catching on fire.
I mean, honestly, if the
Always.
specifications are any indication, it doesn't necessarily look like it's going to be that big of a deal.
Pretty close to D2R.
It's
you like
actually
it though,
it's
right?
actually a little bit less on the requirements than D2R.
Yeah, I think so.
It's very interesting. Do you like it though, right? I mean, it's enjoyable.
What, the Steam Deck
Yeah.
or Diablo 4? I haven't played Diablo 4
No,
yet.
the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck.
I mean, it's nice. Like I think it would fit a lot better in my lifestyle if I wasn't like constantly glued to the streams. Like, because, you know, like, whenever I'm out, I'll play it. But, like, whenever I'm here, I'm on the computer. So, like, if you're out, if you're ootin' a boot, I think it's perfect for you. But, like, if you're not ootin' a boot, I don't know.
You know what I really like about it? It's a USB-C charger. And anything else would be, I would have to run an inverter.
Well, the USB-C charger that it has is pretty high wattage. So,
Yeah, USB-C gets messed up when you use the wrong chargers.
No, I know it's like, all my stuff is like 45, 65 wattage, right? So,
yeah, I mean, I could
quick charge
try and
4
pull
and
it
all
up,
that good
but
shit.
yeah,
It's more than that. It's like
that's what I like about the
5 amps
Chromebooks,
or something.
actually. The Chromebooks are USB-C charge.
you
See,
multiply
that's-
them together with 19 times
It's
5.
like 100 watt, right?
19 times 5 would be close to 100, yeah.
I mean, if it's 5, I don't know. It's something high like
It's a
that.
65 watts. That's all it is. It's 65 watts.
It'll
It's like the
still charge
Huawei
it.
shit.
Don't worry about it. It'll still charge it. It just won't do it at full speed.
Yeah, it's the max is 65 watts, so it'll charge it at anything, literally, especially if it's off.
Yeah, but when you start saying like other chargers, people will start using cell phone chargers, and then the low quality ones will break stuff.
They can use cell phone. They can use anything, but the thing is, it will take forever, and you can't be playing it at the same time.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people have some crappy cell phone chargers. They plug them
Yeah,
into
the
their
1 amps
switches.
and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna destroy the switch.
But what I like about it is the whole fact that you can just plug it into your cell phone charger. I mean, obviously you would have a better one since you know that you would need like a quick charge. of
Some cell
4
phone chargers
minimum.
are pretty good. Like if you get a good one.
I use a MacBook 85 watt charger next to my bed for all of my USB-C needs.
Exactly. Yeah, but you know, I mean, you can get a car. Like I have a 65 watt car. You know,
Hey,
with
nice.
a single USB-A and 2 USB-Cs, right? For example, right? And the ones for home, you know, you can do 100 watts easy with the AliExpress and the Amazon crap, right? So it's not an issue anymore. Like your Apple one is obviously a ripoff because it's Apple, and you know, something for $25 can do the same thing, right?
Well, it's a laptop
No,
charger.
it's a high-end charger.
It's a laptop USB-C charger. So like when you're talking about 65 watts, you're talking about like regular devices. USB-C is a something that does more than just simply like phones and like gaming devices and stuff like that. So the laptops now are using USB-Cs to charge instead of the old style, like, you know, rounded
The
plugs and
laptops
all
are
that other
not.
stuff.
Only Chromebooks are.
Some
apparently the
MacBooks
Steam
use them.
Deck.
No, the MacBooks use them.
Yeah, some of the newer
MacBooks use
laptops.
Thunderbolt,
the
but it's the
Novos,
same shit, yeah.
the HPs, there's a whole bunch of laptops that only have a USB-C for their power adapter.
As far as I know, only Chromebooks and Macs have this capability. Everybody else is using
yeah,
your
work on
typical
them.
3
But they're starting to go a lot higher, is what I'm saying. Like these ones that are made specifically for laptops, they actually do go higher than 65 watts.
Definitely.
Just saying,
you got the Huawei's pushing 100 watts now. The Huawei's.
I mean, it doesn't really matter what the wattage of the charger is anyway, because even if it's like freaking 150 watts, When you plug it into your Steam Deck is going to go, hey, what are you? And it's going to go, hey, I'm this. And it's like, well, I need this. And then the charger's going to go, okay, well, here's what you need. And it's going to give the system exactly what it needs. It's not going to give it any more or any less. And that's just how these things work these days, because they're all usually PD unit. What is it called? Power delivery system. They have a power delivery system set up in them to basically relay the information correctly, so that the system is using the correct current. So it's always going to give you like the highest rated value for whatever your device is, as long as your cord can actually handle it.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Because you still need a compatible, whatever it is, a 60 or 100 watt USB-C cable, not just the plug.
The beautiful thing about USB-C though is it's a really open standard, and it can really push out some numbers in terms of like power output. I mean, it's basically 4 USB-A rails, and also it has other stuff in there as well. So, like, its power delivery capability is pretty massive.
What's the Thunderbolt 4 or even the USB-C? I know Thunderbolt 4 though, it's double of the USB-C. What's the throughput on that? 40 gig or 80 gigabit now, or 40 gigabit?
I don't know. Thunderbolt is different than USB-C. I did learn that. So I did a lot of research into Thunderbolt, and USB-C is not Thunderbolt, and Thunderbolt is not USB-C. They're two completely different things. So you have to actually have Thunderbolt on the device. It's like a chip or something that's in the device and allows for Thunderbolt connections. Like, it can go through a USB-C connector, but it's really just like a protocol inside the system. So you have to have 2 Thunderbolt compatible devices that can connect to each other with Thunderbolt protocols.
But it will always backtrack onto the onto the USB-C's fastest available speed. And I know Thunderbolt is usually like the latest one, which would be 4 is double the USB-C speed. So without the chip, you're getting, USB-C speeds, like Gen 3.2. But then Thunderbolt would go push that double the limit, because they have doubled the bandwidth of USB 3.2.
But to give you an idea of USB-C's like maximum capability, like USB-C is capable of 240 watts being pushed through it. Like that's how insane
ridiculous,
it is. Yeah. And so they're probably going to use USB-C for pretty much all the laptops, like, going forward. Because if they can just have like a generic USB-C adapter that they can make, as opposed to making a specific adapter for every single laptop, you can damn sure they're going to just push out the generic adapter. They're not going to waste money putting out the adapters.
You're talking about OEMs who live on proprietary.
Well, see, that's
like everybody else.
Well, see, that's the thing. So let's say that a company put out, created like, a bunch of 19-volt 5 amp or whatever, like, adapters. They're going to use that until they run out of that source, until they run out of the materials, until they run out of everything they purchased, until it's no longer cost effective. But eventually they will run out. And when they run out, they're going to look and they're going to say, okay, well, do we create more proprietary adapters, or do we just simply go with this, USB-C that we could mass produce and save tons of money? And they're going to look at it and they're going to eventually change over to the USB-C. It's just going to take time. They've got to work through their backstock. They're not going to just throw away their backstock. They're going to work through all their backstock, and then eventually they're going to switch over to the new USB-C connectors that are cheaper and more cost efficient, and they literally save them millions of dollars. Because they can just outsource it even. They can just call up a company and be like, okay, let's get the USB-C connectors, let's get, like, what does it cost us? Like, and then they're going to see that it costs them a hell of a lot less than it was to make the AC adapters that they were making before.
Of course.
And then you spread that across all the different laptops that you have, and now you no longer have to have a proprietary connector for every single different laptop. Now you just order one type for everything. And it's probably even future-proof too, because if it goes up to 240 watts, then you could potentially have an adapter that works for new laptops even 5 or 6 years in the future.
Well, the high-end stuff is at least 220 minimum. 3080s, 3090s.
It's a little bit more than high-end stuff, though. That's like gaming laptops.
Yeah, gaming laptops are going to be pretty.
Just gaming laptops.
The new stuff, it's 220.
They're
A lot
gonna
of
be
the Elite books and the Z books and the really high-end precision Dell laptops, they use big chargers. I don't know that they can't
big,
use
beefy
USB-C.
boys.
You said it's 240 for the USB-C?
240 is the maximum wattage that those things can put out. Yeah.
You know, like
I've seen
here,
90 watts.
that's
I
a
haven't
good
seen any
point.
bigger power adapters.
That's a very good point. So there you go, right? So you got a little cigarette lighter adapter, or you got a a little wall plug, right? But I know, like offhand, the highest wall plugs you can get or cigarette lighters, they're between 65 to 100 watts. Now, look at the Apple wall plug that you were talking about, right? It's much bigger than that. It's maybe 4 times the size. And then
Oh, yeah.
look at
They
the
definitely-
bricks that you're getting on your cable modems and on
They
your.
definitely have to be beefed up. Like, definitely. Nobody's saying they're not. Black Martian, the whole...
Yeah, I'm here running around.
See, I really thought this year Apple would go away with their lightning chargers, but they're still at it.
Because
they got
because
the
they
magnet
have
back. They got the magnet back.
because they have surplus. We're talking about this. They bought a whole bunch of them connectors from China. So at some point they contacted them. They're like, "Yeah, we need like 50,000 million like of these lightning connectors. We're going to be using them for years." And then USB-C comes out. And they're like, "Fuck, shit." They're like,
And
"You know
all the
what?"
stuff is USB-C.
And they're
but
like,
it goes to lightning.
And they're like, "You know what? We're just going to keep using them until we run out."
Look, champions.
As soon as they run out of lightning connectors, as soon as whatever contract they put out, because they probably also put out a contract too. They probably have some sort of contract with whatever company it is, like for a certain number of years, because that's the way they do things. Once they run out, they'll switch to USB-C. It'll be a complete and total switch, and you'll never see a lightning connector again.
All their power adapters are USB-C, and then you have to have a cable that goes to lightning for your own phone.
It's ridiculous. And I love how you go to the Apple Store and you pay $50 for a cable, but then you go to Dollarama and you buy it for $2.
And those cables are crap.
I mean, yeah.
That does the job.
But,
Those cables are crap.
But there's definitely cables in between for much less than 50 and much higher than 1.
Well, there you go. See,
that are definitely
There you go.
still decent cables.
You got companies like
I just buy the
Anchor.
OEMs on eBay.
That EXP shrine, Ginger.
Where's the EXP shrine?
It's right there. I just ran circles around it.
Boom, 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 boom. Now, when it comes to silly stuff like cables, like there definitely are good ones, but it's really obvious that the frickin' like companies will overcharge the crap out of you for them cables. I usually just try and figure out which brands are the ones that give good cables. By the way,
What kind of cell phones are you guys using?
speaking of big
Apple
good
or-
brands that usually you can get really good chargers and really good cables from, Anker is one of the best brands I've come across so far.
Oh yeah, I use them.
If you want like a not
And
OEM,
RAM-POW.
you want to get a decent charger, you want to get one that actually puts out good wattage and charges your phone not like crap, and doesn't like break the bank too much, Anker tends to be one of the better ones. Same thing with their cables. Their cables are really good as well.
The holes over here.
I like their power banks too. Their power banks are pretty solid.
Are you using, speaking of cables, I actually have one of those magnetic cables. I love Anchor, don't get me wrong. I've been using them for years. Their warranty is amazing, right? Their warranty is really nice.
I've never had any issues with their products. Sometimes
Never.
Sometimes their charger, like, it's probably my fault because like I get like the little tiny Anker USB-C, and if like I want to say like when they end up getting covered up with blankets and crap, they end up overheating and dying. But I literally
Well,
have
that's because they're more powerful, and that will happen. But it's good quality stuff. Have you ever seen the magnetic cables now that you can just leave the little pin inside your?
I've never messed around with them now.
Oh my god, it's amazing. You're not busting up the charging port, and it's magnetic. It's like, you know, in and out of the car, like wherever it is, it's just instant. Like there's no more pulling and pushing. It's amazing, and it does data transfers. You know, nobody really does that anymore, but I mean, it still does it.
I data transfer with my phone. I plug my phone into my computer all the time. That's why I got a USB-C port on this board. I had to have
there's
it.
two types. There's two types. There's the one that like rotates. Those ones usually do not do data transfers, but the ones that do not rotate, they do data transfer.
Hole level 2. This is when you marry your girlfriend.
Level 2.
Level 2.
So what about Apple or for cell phones, Apple or Android?
Oh,
I got S23 Plus.
I always go with Android.
There you go. There you go.
I don't want the overpriced junk. I tell people all the time. I'm like, you could have just got this one. It's like way cheaper. I'm using a Pixel. I'm using a.
to trade my old one.
I'm using a Google Pixel 5 right now. Honestly, love it. Having like ever since I got with the Pixels, even though some of the Pixels have had horrible issues. Some of the Pixels have had horrible issues. I'm not gonna lie, but ever since I've gone with the Pixels, like I never look back.
Well,
all,
they get the
all the
they get the
Samsungs
process updates.
They
get
do.
updated first.
They do. And all of the freaking like Samsung and like all the other Motorola and all the other bullcrap, like they always got this like bloatware all on them. And the Pixels come like real nice and clean. Like there's nothing on them. You don't. It's like the difference between installing the OS on your computer yourself and like putting what you want on there, and like getting a computer from Dell and like it's got like the Dell software, the Dell update software. It's got like the Dell driver package. It's got like the Dell internet package with like all of the trials, and it's got like the game thing on there, but the game thing you don't own it, and when you open it, it's got all these shortcuts all over the place, and there's crap running in the background that you don't want, and it's got Norton Internet Security and and McAfee Security Plus, and you're like,
for
what?
1 month only.
Like, why do I have all this? But like, it's the difference. That's the difference, and
better.
it's.
They didn't have all this bullshit. Like,
But
they
it's
have a
so
little
great
bit.
though. If you've never experienced Android operating system without all that bloatware on it, without any bloatware whatsoever, you've never experienced the Android operating system, because it runs.
Did you ever put custom firmware on it?
It runs so beautiful without all that crap. I absolutely love the Pixels. I've done it a couple times, but it's just a pain in the butt every time it updates. You've got to reflash it.
Yeah.
It's like creating a little baby.
It's not.
It's interesting. Right?
It's not worth it, in my opinion, for the time investment that you have to do. Like if I was talking about like a device that was never going to get another update, and I didn't have to worry about constantly needing to reflash the system.
Yeah, like Mod Navita or something.
Like Mod Navita or something like that. Yeah, I would totally be behind it. But like with these Pixels, especially with, as you said, they get the updates first. The little Pixels get the updates before everything else. Like, I'm literally getting a new update like every single freaking time.
Oh, dude, also Google promises 4 years of updates, just like on any Chromebook promises 8 years of updates.
Yeah,
and Samsung at best it's 2 or 3 years.
And so I'm constantly like getting updates, and I would constantly have to keep reflashing it, and I just don't want to do that. Plus, on top of that, I have messed up a device or two by flashing it wrong. And I just don't. I don't enjoy at all the way that Android devices function with their firmware and the way that they flash their devices. Like, it's really not pleasant at all. Like the way that they
Linux.
do stuff.
What do you expect? It's Linux.
It's not even just not
just like
pleasant.
The Steam Deck. It's also Linux, right?
I don't really know exactly how to put it. Like there are times when I was flashing devices where it wouldn't work and I couldn't figure out why. And come to find out that
you use the F word a lot.
Well, version I don't know, like
It's just
F-
like
F-
overclocking. It's not for the faint of heart.
No. I'm gonna outline this as best I can. So I used to flash a specific device, the NVIDIA Shield Portable, and the NVIDIA Shield Portable, apparently, like on version 5 or version 6 or something like that, there was a flash that increased the amount of available memory for the firmware. So if you tried to flash, let's say version 7, which had already had the increase, version 7 would not increase the available memory, and so version 7 would fail. And then you would have to go back and you would have to find the exact version that increased the firmware of the available space, because if you didn't, you couldn't flash the newest version. So you had to, I had to literally do them in order until I figured out which one was the one that increased the firmware size.
Motherboards do this too. Sometimes a certain motherboard, right, it would actually tell you in the BIOS download section, you have to flash this BIOS prior to flashing any other BIOS.
Yes.
Sometimes they do that as well.
But here's the thing, like with a computer, that is something that is evident. They make it apparent to you because you're supposed to be able to modify your computer. You're supposed to be able to do all that stuff. They don't give two shits about, like telling you that, like when it comes to like Android devices, because you're not supposed to be doing any of that stuff. And they don't want you to. So, like, they're not going to let you know that on version 5 you needed to flash that version before you could go to version 6, that you can't just go straight to version 6. Because they don't care. They don't want you to know that kind of stuff.
Come on, the best ad blockers are when you're rooted.
Oh, look at that poor shotgun. No, we even had to, like, flash CD-ROM drives from cable select to master slave. The weirdest things where you'd have to, like, beg the manufacturer to send you the firmware. They just didn't want to give it to you.
Well, apparently right to repair is becoming a thing. And it looks like Apple's going to get, like, just screwed by it because they're one of the companies that is the worst as far as right to repair.
Ever.
So, like, all of their stuff after the right to repair comes out is going to have to be self-serviceable, which I don't know how the hell they're going to pull that off.
We're going to have to ship massive amounts of parts to the U.S. Like boxes of screens and batteries and stuff.
You don't like standing 10 hours at the Apple store and then getting charged an arm and a leg? Really?
I've never been to the Apple store.
I walked by the Apple store the other day. There was a lot of people in there. It just blew my mind back. I was like, why are there so many people in here?
I fix apples.
It's like idiocracy, right? That's what it is.
No, I just fix everything.
I mean, if somebody wants it fixed, fix it.
Slot machines, pinball machines.
I try not to ask too many questions.
You gotta give it to them, though. I mean, they make it look nice. And, like, I hate them. I have to buy them for people because they're, they want it. So I have to buy it for people. I don't use them at all. I have them in the house because, you have to buy it for other people. But you have to give it to them. They do have a lot of things that Android is lacking. Their batteries are like their operating system. It's, you can argue the whole fact is they don't give you any options. That's why it's like that. So you can't fuck it up because they don't give you the option to fuck it up. I mean, you can argue that part, but they do have really good hardware, the good gamma.
I disagree. The whole battery fiasco recently just kind of showed
I'm about to time him out. I'm about to time you out. If you keep on saying that word, okay? I've kicked you twice.
Yeah, we're on stream. Try and keep
Next
the language to
next time
to
you're
a
gone,
minimum.
check your
Oh, you didn't tell me why you... I didn't even know you kicked me the first time. I'm
Look
so
at your
sorry.
message. Look at your message.
So,
10-4, gotcha.
the battery fiasco with Apple, like, really kind of showed exactly, like, why them having control over everything like that isn't necessarily the best idea. So they decided in their infinite wisdom that they were going to make the phones only last about a year. So when you set up a phone with a battery, kind of like the same way that with my power supply issue earlier, like you can set up your power supply to give you some leeway. Capacitors die over time. Like eventually they start to get a little bit less and less, and you might not be putting out as much wattage as you think you are, even if it's rated at 750. Right? So, like, as time goes on, as a year or two goes on, I might drop the 740 or 730, right? But if I set up my computer properly, maybe I gave myself a 100-watt leeway room so that even if my power supply starts to fail, I'll still be in the green, right? But the problem with the Apple phones is that they didn't do that. They decided to fine-tune them like almost exactly. So that like literally after about a year when the battery started to fail, the battery wasn't able to put out enough juice to actually run the damn thing. That's why the phones started effing up. Because after about a year, their tolerances were set so tightly that they couldn't handle the power output anymore.
But they did something like that with the iPhone 6 too.
Okay, but here's the thing. What they did in response to this, when they started to realize that they put the tolerances on the batteries too tight, was they reduced the speed of the phone so that the phone could then function under the new tolerances. So the phones were getting slower and slower as they got older because Apple had set them up to like race car stats to begin with. And then as the battery started to die, they had no choice but to slow down the phones so that the phones would actually still function under the slower battery, or the less functional battery. But you're talking about 1 year. After 1 year, the battery is still good. Most people have their phones for 3 or sometimes even 4 years before their battery starts to fail completely. So you're talking about a company that deliberately set up their phones so that after 1 year they would start to fail. And then when people started to notice that their phones were failing after 1 year, then they sneakily put in a slowdown feature to enable the phones to keep functioning after a year, but continually decrease the speed of the phones to the point where they were like not even close to what they were when they were advertised brand new.
So they said, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
And then when they got found out, well, then it was like all hell broke loose. People started to realize, big man Macintosh was literally like, in their pocket, slowing down their phone deliberately. But that's the kind of stupid, shady stuff that the company does.
Benchmarks on them, and it was very easy to find out.
Yes.
Your benchmark over every year would get slower and slower.
Slower and slower. Because they were literally deliberately slowing down the phone to make up for the bad batteries. Or rather, not the bad batteries, but the speed. And if we make it into an analogy like that maybe a lot of people can understand here, imagine you bought a car and they told you the top speed of your car was 100 miles an hour. And then 1 year after you got your car, the top speed suddenly drops to 90. And then 2 years after you buy your car, the top speed drops to 75. And then 3 years after you buy your car, you can barely make 60. Like, that's what they were doing. Like, you literally bought something at a specific speed. They advertised it at that speed. This is how fast it goes. And then 1 year later, all of a sudden, you can't hit that anymore. And then 2 years later, you're going even slower. And then 3 years later, like, you can barely even keep up with the other cars.
What happened to Apple? Like, did anything happen?
There was a class action lawsuit. Yes, there was a class action lawsuit.
There was an actual
Had a
lawsuit.
bunch of those, so that's not a big thing.
I think they were actually required to replace the batteries on like all of those phones.
But they don't tell anybody.
And I can't remember what else happened. I'm pretty sure there was some sort of financial restitution. But like,
You remember Apple was doing battery replacements for $50 for a long time, and then all of a sudden it was free?
Yeah, they tried to get away with doing cheap battery replacements on the units that were affected for a while until they got found out, and the lawsuit basically forced them to do it for free.
They don't tell you unless you know you have a problem. They don't tell you, like, if the problem doesn't happen until after they stop fixing it, then you just don't get a fix.
And the most interesting thing, I bet, that we know about this because we're Android users, and the Apple users don't know and don't care.
Well, the Apple phones are slower than the Macintosh phones because our phones are actually set up to run off the battery, and theirs are set up to run off some sort of fictional thing that doesn't exist within their device.
You need a hamster to run into wheels. Chinchilla powered.
Could you imagine
the new M1s and the M2s, the fan, without the fan whatsoever? So it will, for that first second, it will benchmark, and then after that, it just fails miserably. I love that.
Could you imagine though, like if there was a job out there, like say at Kroger, like and they had like a minimum limit of like what you had to do, like maybe you're a stocker, right? And they expect you to stock, like 50 cases an hour, right? 50 cases an hour might actually be the actual number. But like, let's say for instance the whatever that fictional number is, let's say it's 100 cases an hour or something, is like a man in his prime with like, he's like 7'2". He's got the leg stride of a god and like hands that can like easily palm basketballs, right? And that's what the benchmark is based off of, is that guy. And so everybody else that comes in like can't ever hit that benchmark. Like that's what the freaking phones were. They were literally like set up in like the perfect situation. If the battery was brand new, in its optimal condition, that was what they expected. And
you're gonna love your new phone when you get it. It's super fast.
Yeah, it's super fast right when you get it. And then as soon as the battery falls out of that optimal position, as soon as he's no longer 7'2" and has hands that can palm basketballs, which happens pretty quick, by the way. Your battery doesn't stay in that optimal condition forever. Like it's not like a.
Did you see the new upgrade for the Androids? I believe it's Android 13 or whatnot. So now you can actually, there's a function where the battery won't go to 100%. Now he's set it to 85%. So once it hits 85%,
had that like forever.
And also, I believe like this technically should be in the chargers, especially like the more brand name like Anchor. So it should actually trickle charge you once it hits its maximum.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of the chargers have that stuff now. Back in the day, we used to get excited though. Like we were always messing with laptop batteries, and like we found like some trickle charger. We were like, let's put another trickle charger. Let's see if it'll make it work.
So
again.
would the problem
erasers to the terminals?
Because people are always like, say for example, most people are going to bed and they leave their chargers on.
Batteries degrade over time, no matter what.
Reason why? Well,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong in thinking that like the mistreatment of how you charge a battery can make it go bad faster. But even the most well cared for battery will still have issues. It will still degrade, and it will still eventually die.
Cycles, right? Yeah.
Like as far as I've been able to discern in my time using cell phones and a multitude of devices, it's generally about 3 years. After about 3 years, you usually start to notice a noticeable decrease in the life and the potency of the battery just in general. Like you might start getting black screens, which is what was happening with the Macintosh phones. But that was after 1 year. They were getting black screens after 1 year. And the reason why they were getting black screens after 1 year is because the phone was like just way too high tuned and the battery couldn't keep up with the power requirements. So after 1 year, they were already black screening. The battery literally couldn't keep up with those voltages. Phone? Macintosh, Apple, the same thing.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Macintosh and Apple are the same company.
Yeah, of course, yes. It's like a pun on them, right?
No, it's not a pun. It's what they were actually called. They were not always called Apple. They were called Macintosh. Macintosh is an apple. Like, it literally is an apple. Like, if it's, the Macintosh Apple.
Well, yeah.
And
the Macintosh Apple, yeah.
That's why they're called Macs. When you say Mac, that's what you're saying, is you're saying Macintosh.
You're saying, yeah.
So whenever you're referring to the company by the word Mac, that's not just an abbreviation or a euphemism, because the company's called Apple now. They call them Macs because it's just an abbreviation of Macintosh. I'm pretty sure that somewhere they're probably still called that.
Mac was the Mac 1, right? Or whatever. Their first end unit was the Mac 1, I believe. Mac 2, stuff like that, right?
And they used to actually say
Apple 2E.
They used to actually say Macintosh on them.
Yeah, you're right. Apple 1, Apple, yeah. Yeah, they used to say, yeah. Well, yeah, it's the same company. I just thought you were making fun of them by calling them Macintosh phones.
No, I'm just old, and I remember when they used to be called Macintoshes.
We're old computer nerds forever and ever.
So old. You guys are so old. I'm 42, but you guys must be like, much older than me. But you're not.
I'm 43, and he's younger than me.
I'm 38.
There we go.
We worked in old computers because that's what we could afford and that's what we could fix.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't. Whenever we were repairing computers, we were repairing the last generation.
Decade old stuff.
Like we were making work whatever we could make work and selling them. Like if the newest laptop in the store was like $1,200 or $1,400, we had a decent laptop that could do what you wanted it to do and play DVDs for like $400 or $500. Like, and when you came into our shop and you saw we had a laptop that could do what you wanted for $400 or $500 versus the one that cost $1,200 in the store, like, it was a pretty good deal. Like, oh, you wait a minute. You mean I can play DVDs on this and I don't even need to buy that really expensive piece of crap?
Yeah, that's why we sold like 4 or 5 a weekend.
And then, believe it or not,
damn,
we would just keep upgrading with the time. So every single time, you know, the laptops would upgrade. There would
Pentium
eventually
1,
be
Pentium 2,
there would
Pentium
eventually
3.
be other ones. I mean, like we would sometimes go
you
to
guys
schools.
actually had like a PC shop.
We would sometimes
Wow.
Years.
we would sometimes go to schools when they would upgrade their systems and, you know, basically get the laptops and desktops from the schools. Because like when they had a contract, like when the contract was up, they were required to upgrade all their systems and then get rid of all the old ones.
Throw them away.
A lot of times, yes, they would just throw them away. We buy lots of laptops was also a thing. You just get like a whole lot of laptops and they'd all be broken or half working, and you just
And
like,
they all had CD keys on them as well, right?
yes. So the CD, that was the thing that we learned was
Windows 95
gold
didn't have
mine.
CD keys.
Well,
they didn't have CD keys for Windows 95.
No, but that was the thing that we learned like pretty early on, was that a lot of the systems that did have CD keys with them, you could just use the OEM copies. And so we didn't have to worry about purchasing, you know, Windows licenses all the time,
Because it was licensed to have the program anyway.
because they were licensed. You just had to have the appropriate installation key or CD that was actually an OEM installation key or CD, and then you could use the OEM key that was on the side of the system. So that was a whole nother thing. We had tons of
Windows
We had
1 is what we started with.
we had tons of those books though, just like sitting around everywhere with the keys in them. And then eventually they stopped
Windows
giving out
98.
the books.
You had to write it by hand and everything. Wow.
Now Windows 8 they stopped putting keys on anything.
That will eventually they put them on the operating system. Remember, it was like in the BIOS; it would just automatically populate.
It's in the BIOS on Windows 8, but
Yeah.
then they gave away Windows 10, so they blanketed every computer back to 7. Free upgrade.
Well, 8 was suck.
Anyone running 11, by the way?
I am not. I'm very hesitant to upgrade to 11. I've heard it's
Stupider than 10.
I heard it's like ad paradise, basically.
You have a second right-click menu because the first one's bubbles and pictures. It's the Vista one, right?
Every other Windows operating system has always been so bad. Like they can never make it right. Like every single time. Like 95 was decent and 98 was terrible, and then 98 SE was really good, and then ME was fucking just awful. It was god awful. It was one of the worst operating systems ever, Windows ME. And then ME went to XP, which was amazing, and then XP went to Vista, which was awful, and then Vista went to 7, which is amazing, and then 7 went to 8, which was awful, and then 8 went
Because
to...
we lived that. We worked it all the time. Like slowly, baby steps as it went up.
Oh, we'd be excited. I remember we were excited when ME came out, and we got like a... Now, what is it called?
We had the computer.
Developer
Keanu
copy
Reeves
or
movie?
something, or like early
Yeah,
release
we had
copy.
He had the
Early
hard drive in
edition.
his head. The Keanu Reeves movie when he had the hard drive in his head.
And it
he
was
running
yes,
away.
definitely.
You're
Most
that
of
guy.
Johnny Mnemonic.
Most of us
Johnny
had
Mnemonic.
the keys memorized. Like we knew the keys to install the operating systems by heart.
And then 7 was awful. I mean, 7 was great, and then 8 was awful, and then 8 led us to 10, which 10 was actually good.
Well, 8.1 was 9.
I don't really know if 8.1 counts, but 8.1 was decent.
It's more like 10 than 8.
But basically, 10 has been a really amazing operating system. But that's just like par for the course with Windows. Like whenever
And then there's 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5. There's
No.
been a
What's
bunch
the
of
longest
10s.
serving version?
as long
is
as it's
Windows
not a
7.
major, as long as that's not a major upgrade. Like 98 to 98 SE was a major upgrade. Like trying to
We
think
had the
here.
Creators Edition, you had the Builders Edition, you
Like
had
8 to
the
8.1, I don't really feel was like a major upgrade, but it was a step forward.
Yeah, with the stupid start menu.
So they're gonna force a stop date. I hope you know this because they're coming out with DirectX 13.
The what?
Maybe, but there's no TPM on most computers.
Yeah, but it's just a $20 chip, you know. But I mean, they have to like teach people. Nobody's gonna do it. They get it. Yeah. And even if you get a new system, technically you have to activate it in the BIOS. So yeah, that's another hurdle.
I'm not really worried about it.
I still have Windows 7 on computers, so.
My only
Yeah,
issue with activation stuff, which is usually the biggest issue, is that a lot of times it ends up just causing more harm than good. Like if I legitimately pay for a copy of Windows, which, you know, obviously we've bought many of them over the years, like the last thing I want is to be like playing a game and then all of a sudden it's like, your Windows is no longer validated. Please insert your key. And I'm like, what?
Well, it's just like Xbox saying that you can't play the game if you don't connect to the internet for 3 days. Like the game's not yours.
I mean, and technically it's not, which is more the age we live in.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do when DirectX 13 comes in?
Nothing
This
comes
is
up
what
and
we did
just
last.
takes everything over. Everything slowly dies in the computer world. We've seen it so many times.
I mean, games still let you run Vulkan and OpenGL, so yes.
Well, they want to sell the game. If they want to sell the game, they got to sell it to the people who have the hardware.
This character is such
Yeah,
a
I mean, they're always
carefree...
working with 8 years back, right? So technically, we have an 8-year window.
I can take a computer that's 10 years old right now and play most of what most people do, what most people
Yeah,
want to
high
do on a
end, though.
computer.
Keep that in mind. That's a high end.
I can take any computer that's 10 years old.
Honestly, tech has not really increased that much that a 10-year-old computer couldn't perform. Like, if we're talking about 1080p content, a 10-year-old computer can still perform pretty well on 1080p content. My
Well, if you take
my old
80% of the people.
i5, my old i5 3570K with like a decent like 900 series video card from around the same time period could still play pretty much any 1080p content just fine.
Oh yeah, it could do just about
It
anything.
depends on the game. Not necessarily, because it would depend on the VRAM.
Most of the games these days can be scaled down. I mean, they're really not that big of a deal. But yeah, VRAM is an issue for some of the games. I have had a couple that have basically told me that, like, if I didn't have at least this amount of VRAM, I couldn't play.
And
Well,
were
there's
you
some
still
games that you
able to
pick up
play?
that don't play on the Atari. You got to pull out the Sega.
The PC just has so many games, though.
I know, but you can't say, hey, well, you can't play this game that came out yesterday that they've been developing for 5 years on this 10-year-old computer. I mean, that's a brand spanking new game.
The main reason that I would vote for, like, you know, not an older computer and something that's newer is unoptimized games. That's really the truth. Is usually when you have like a brand new release, the games are poorly optimized. They don't really have anything set up properly, and you need like the beefiest rig in the world just to even run the damn thing. And it's not because it's not because you need a beefy rig. It's because they just did a really terrible job of freaking like optimizing the game. I remember when Ark first came out, Ark needed the beefiest computer in the freaking world to play it. Like
I had to put together one for a guy.
Like if you literally could have had at the time when Ark came out the beefiest computer out there and still been struggling with Ark, and it was just optimization.
Cyberpunk?
It was just optimization
New World.
issues. Cyberpunk was okay.
Cyberpunk
When
New
I
World.
got that, I was still playing that on my 1080, and it worked out pretty well.
It just had problems on the crappy PS4s.
And you know why it had problems on the PS4s? And I tell people this all the time. PS4s were still using platter drives, and all the PS4s were old. And that's why. They all were like 3+ year old hard drives, platter drives, in a
It worked
freaking...
on the pros.
In a
On the pros it worked.
because a lot of people had upgraded the pros to solid states, and the pros were
Well,
newer.
yeah, I got one of mine.
And the pros were newer. So the pros literally had like an advantage over the classics. I mean, yes, they were more powerful, but that wasn't the issue. The biggest issue was that whole texture pop-in thing, and like literally it couldn't even load the textures fast enough for you to walk around the building.
Yeah, we're talking about 55 megabit versus 550 megabit versus 5000 megabit versus PCI Gen.
Well, no, I'm just talking about loading the. I'm just talking about loading the files. Everybody who had a solid state didn't have any issues, and I had actually contacted a couple people who had upgraded their PS4 to solid states, and they said they didn't have any issues. It was the old platter drives in those piece of crap systems.
Oh, they're in horrible condition
that
when I
were
replaced them.
that were already aging to begin with. I mean, when Cyberpunk came out, like if we just pull this up real quick, and you can just look at it by the release dates. So if we do PS4 release date, PS4 was released in November 2013. All right. So and then we look up Cyberpunk release date.
And the early PS4 was just a cheap Ryzen, like a grandma computer.
And Cyberpunk was released in 2020. So even if you assume that these people, even if you assume that these people didn't purchase their PS4s on day one, maybe they waited a year and they got it in 2014. That's still 6-year-old PS4s, and the hard drives were 6 years old in these PS4s.
With spinning drives.
The spinning
mechanical drives.
6-year-old spinning mechanical drives are failing. Like, they are generally failing by 6 years.
And it's so hot inside of it. I mean, it has an MBT also, right? Like, the thermals kill it.
So you had millions of people out there with 6-year-old systems that had 6-year-old hard drives in them, platter drives, which the platter drives were already not up to the task to begin with, because this game needs a solid state at the bare minimum. And it should have been one of the requirements. But you had 6-year-old systems with 6-year-old hard drives trying to run a brand new 2020 video game. And they couldn't handle it. The hard drives were failing already. They couldn't. They're over there clicking and whirring.
2014 for PS4.
I bet you if you put.
2013?
I bet you if you put your ear up to the
That's 9
system.
years old, yeah.
I bet you if you put your ear up to the system, they would have been like, "Oh, okay." I could hear it just going like click 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 click. Because that's what they. Because that's what. No, that's the hard drive. That's what they sound like when they get 6 years old.
That's the joke. That's the hard drive.
And that's why the PS4s couldn't handle it, and that's why the Xboxes couldn't handle it, because literally they were running platter drives that were old as dirt.
I didn't think they were high-end hardware. I remember when they came out, and I'm like, it's a $600 AMD computer is what's inside of them.
But, I mean, that's the thing, though, is that people have told me on a regular basis that when they install a solid state in those systems, it was able to run the game okay. So it really does come down to texture pop-in and loading times and all this other stuff. It's really just the hard drives.
What kind of video cards do they have?
The hard drives just couldn't keep up with what was going on.
Well, they run for the GPUs.
I can look.
I'm not exactly sure what they were running back then.
I want to know.
I'm pretty sure AMD got all those contracts. Nvidia lost the PS4 and the
by the
Xbox
way, same question
contracts.
for the Steam Deck. So look at so it has a Ryzen chip, right? The Steam Deck. And
it's a pretty.
So it says
how old is that chip?
8-core processor. So it's basically a Ryzen, and it has 8 gigs of DDR5. That's the PlayStation 4.
Well, the thing about the memory on the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 5, though, is that the memory is actually shared between the VRAM and the GRAM. So like it's a little bit weird on those systems, because even if it says that it has like maybe 8 gigabytes of RAM or 16 gigabytes of RAM or whatever.
Oh, I didn't mean like it's a video card. Yeah, it's like the whole system.
It's being split between everything.
It's a mile away from the actual CPU. That's bad.
Yeah, but the PS4 Pro, Pro with the solid state actually did pretty well on the Cyberpunk as well. And then, ironically, you know, like the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, which both had NVMe's, did just fine as well. Like there were some bugs here and there, but they didn't have the same horrible like pop in and terribleness that the PS4 did, and the Xbox One.
So DDR5 on the new Steam Deck, right? With an older chipset.
The Steam Deck is like, it's pretty powerful. It does 1080p just fine. I was playing 1080p D2R. I did a couple stress tests. I really kind of pushed it to its limits, and it didn't seem to have any issues whatsoever playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. I imagine it probably won't have any issue playing Diablo 4 either.
I'm off to bed, guys. Y'all have a good game.
Good night.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out too. I need to get some sleep.
Good night.
All right, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's like freaking 2 o'clock at night, and I've been streaming for like 10 hours, so you know, reasons. I'm gonna get my power supply installed tomorrow. Hopefully that shows up earlier in the day, so I can get that done quickly. And I don't know, we'll play some more Diablo, or if the power supply fixes my Sons of the Forest crashing, we might try and pick up Sons of the Forest and see if I can finish that. But otherwise, yeah. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and I do appreciate all you guys supporting my channel. It really means a lot to me. And keep watching.